The night was as dark as ink, with neon lights embellishing the metropolis in a dazzling array of colors. Amidst the towering skyscrapers, the illumination was brilliant, creating an atmosphere of bustling vibrancy. Yet beneath the glossy surface of this urban landscape lay concealed, unacknowledged corners of darkness. Lin Yi stumbled into a secluded alley, his chest rising and falling violently, blood splattered across his arms, his clothing thoroughly soaked with crimson. The night breeze swept past him, yet he felt no chill, only an overwhelming fury and a sense of injustice. Behind him trailed several bodyguards clad in black suits, wielding clubs and daggers, advancing menacingly with cold, indifferent gazes devoid of any emotion. Lin Yi stopped struggling. "Surrender quietly," sneered the leading middle-aged man, his face contorted with disdain, as if Lin Yi's resistance was nothing more than a futile joke of a dying man. Lin Yi's eyes were bloodshot, fixated on those who hunted him, his jaw clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, a tempest of rage surging within him. "Why?" His voice was hoarse, brimming with defiance. 3 hours prior, he had been an ordinary university student, his parents running a modest company. While they were not wealthy, they lived comfortably. Yet this night everything had changed. By mere chance, he had stumbled upon the eldest son of the prestigious Chu family, Chu Tianming, coercing a female celebrity. In an attempt to act heroically, he was discovered and subsequently framed as a murderer. The police were bribed, his parents were driven to desperation, their company was seized, and in a single night, he transformed from an ordinary person into a hunted dog, fleeing for his life. Is there truly no fairness in this world? His heart burned with rage, yet his body was reaching its limits, blood oozing from his wounds, his consciousness gradually fading. Suddenly, buzz! A sharp pain erupted from deep within his eyes, akin to searing flames consuming his very soul. Lin Yi instinctively covered his eyes, his body trembling violently, as a myriad of images flickered through his mind, and his vision instantaneously sharpened. The world around him underwent an extraordinary transformation. He could see the hidden gunman behind the wall ahead. He could sense the murderous intent and emotional fluctuations of his foes in the air. He could even perceive the flow of time, foreseeing the actions his adversaries were about to take. What is this ability? Lin Yi's heart raced, overwhelmed with astonishment. Yet, danger loomed behind him once more. A glint of cold light flashed as a dagger lunged toward his back. In that moment, an eerie golden light flickered in Lin Yi's eyes, his brain whirred into action, clearly calculating the angle, speed, and most effective counterattack point. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi swiftly sidestepped, evading the lethal strike, his right hand expertly clasping the assailant's wrist, twisting forcefully. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed as the black-clad bodyguard screamed in agony, the dagger slipping from his grasp. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi raised his leg, delivering a powerful knee strike to the assailant's abdomen. Fool! The bodyguard's eyes bulged, blood spewed forth as he collapsed, convulsing on the ground. A single blow, and he was incapacitated. The remaining assailants were left dumbfounded, their expressions fraught with terror. Just moments ago, Lin Yi had been grievously injured and on the brink of death. Yet now he had executed a counterattack with lightning speed? It was utterly unfathomable. The leading middle-aged man's complexion changed dramatically, stepping back in alarm as he barked. "Kid, what on earth has happened to you?" Lin Yi slowly raised his head, his gaze icy, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "From this day forth, whoever dares to harm me shall suffer tenfold retribution." In the next instant, his figure flickered like a specter, his divine eyes perceiving every flaw, each punch and kick delivered with pinpoint precision, targeting his enemy's vital points. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, several black-suited bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, each one screaming in agony, utterly devoid of combat capability. At the end of the street, several black sedans sped toward him, doors flung open as a man donned in a black trench coat stepped out, a playful smile gracing his lips. "How intriguing! In just a few minutes, you've managed to take down so many." Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, staring intently at this man. His divine eyes activated, instantly detecting the dangerous aura emanating from him. This individual was far more formidable than the previous rabble. The man clapped lightly, a hint of mockery dancing on his lips. Are you not curious about the changes within you? Lin Yi remained silent, sensing that this man held knowledge of his transformation. The man smiled slightly, his gaze profound. Let me enlighten you, the divine eye you have awakened is not an ordinary ability, but one of the legendary supreme powers. If you are willing, I can take you to a place that truly belongs to you. Lin Yi let out a cold laugh, his eyes glinting with dangerous light. Sorry, I have no interest in joining you. The man sighed softly, then spoke in a low voice. Then I'm afraid I have no choice but to take you captive. Before his words could fade, an invisible force surged toward Lin Yi. The awakening of the divine eye marked the true beginning of the battle. Chapter 2. The hunt of the awakened Lin Yi felt an invisible pressure sweep over him, as if the very air had been compressed. His body instantly grew heavy, making even the act of breathing a struggle. What kind of ability is this? His pupils constricted sharply, and his divine eyes activated instinctively. Amidst the flickering golden light, a bizarre wave materialized in his vision, a force unseen, akin to ripples in the air, rushing towards him with alarming speed. A mental shock. The phrase flashed in his mind, sending a jolt through Lin Ye's heart. This was not a power possessed by ordinary supernatural beings, but that of an awakened. Boom! The mental shock collided with his consciousness, a piercing pain striking him as if countless steel needles had pierced his brain. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Ye's forehead as darkness clouded his vision, nearly causing him to stagger. Ha ha ha, a mere newly awakened wild ability user, daring to resist? The man in the black trench coat wore a derisive smile, his tone dripping with disdain. This world is not as simple as you imagine. Supernatural beings and ordinary people do not belong to the same level, and you, Lin Yi. The man approached step by step, his gaze icy. Even if you were fortunate enough to awaken, it is merely a slight edge over an ordinary person. Lin Yi clenched his teeth, yet the information flooding from his divine eyes made him increasingly aware. He could distinctly see the other's mental energy spreading in ripples through the air, affecting his nervous system and robbing him of his ability to move. You wish to control me with mental energy? How naive you are. Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes wide, his divine eyes erupting with resplendent golden light. Buzz! A strange wave emanated from his eyes, resembling ripples on a lake, surging towards the man in black like a bolt of lightning. What? The man's face changed drastically as he felt his mental energy being torn apart by an invisible force. An overwhelming pressure crashing into his consciousness. Thud. He staggered back several steps, his face pale, a trickle of blood escaping from his lips. How is this possible? Lin Yi's gaze was icy, yet his heart soared with joy. It turns out, the divine eyes not only could pierce through flaws but could also rebound mental attacks. At this moment, he finally realized that his ability was far beyond mere clairvoyance. It was the supreme eye capable of countering all forms of mental manipulation. The man's expression Dia bounty has been issued for his life. A staggering 50 million reward, sufficient to entice countless desperate souls. He who is known as the Black Wind. A mere assassin among many. They wish to kill me. Thus, I shall first send them on their way. Lin Ye's lips curled into a faint, icy smile, his eyes igniting with a fierce determination. At that moment, his divine gaze flickered, revealing a faint pattern of light in the distance. Several hundred meters away, a shadowy figure was swiftly approaching, moving with a speed that seemed almost supernatural. The Black Wind has arrived. Lin Ye's thoughts stirred, and his body swiftly melted into the shadows, his presence seemingly vanishing entirely, like a crouching leopard awaiting its prey. Whoosh! A dark silhouette swept past, gracefully landing atop a height outside the warehouse. Moving with a ghostly stealth, clad in a black combat suit and donning a metallic mask that concealed all but his frigid, merciless eyes, he clutched a long dagger, silently infiltrating the warehouse's interior. The Black Wind scanned his surroundings, confirming the environment, his gaze sharpening. Has the presence disappeared? As a professional assassin, he excelled in sensing the aura of his targets, yet at this moment, he could not detect Lin Ye's existence at all. Something is amiss. An alarm blared in the Black Wind's mind, and just as he prepared to retreat, bang! A thunderous explosion reverberated. The Black Wind jerked his head up, only to see an arm. Like a specter, reaching from the shadows, instantly locking around his throat. Hiss! His pupils constricted in terror, and before he could react, he was forcefully slammed to the ground by an overwhelming force boom. The ground shattered. Dust scattering. The Black Wind's body crashed down, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief. You. Just as he attempted to struggle, he found himself immobilized by an invisible power. Utterly unable to move, Lin Yi slowly emerged from the shadows, his eyes gleaming with an eerie golden light, looking down upon the Black Wind with a chilling smile. You two have come for the bounty? The Black Wind stared intently at Lin Yi, his eyes filled with shock and dread. Your strength. Lin Yi offered no reply, instead slowly raising his hand, an invisible mental force enveloping the Black Wind's consciousness in an instant. Tell me, who issued the bounty? The Black Wind's face paled dramatically, attempting to resist, but in the next moment, his pupils trembled violently, his entire mind seemingly plunging into an endless abyss. Lin Yi's divine gaze unleashed a mental backlash. The Black Wind's mental capacity was utterly inferior to Lin Yi's, his consciousness tearing apart as a horrifying force ravaged his memories. Ah! The Black Wind screamed in agony, veins bulging on his forehead. His eyes gradually losing focus. Moments later, his body shuddered violently, his will utterly shattered, his gaze vacant, like a soulless corpse. Lin Yi coldly fixed his eyes upon him, slowly speaking. Now, tell me, who is orchestrating all of this? The Black Wind's lips trembled slightly, his voice hoarse and mechanical. Tianke, the hunting organization. Lin Yi's pupils constricted, a storm of emotions surging within him. Tianke. He had heard of this organization, a mysterious assassin syndicate operating globally. Known for accepting various assassination contracts, its members all possessing extraordinary abilities. Their singular aim has always been the same: slaughter. Lin Yi's gaze grew increasingly frigid. It appears that those who have set their sights upon me are not ordinary forces, but a band of desperate rogues. The Black Wind trembled slightly, blood trickling from his lips, his consciousness utterly obliterated, reduced to a mere shell of a being. Lin Yi paid him no further heed. Delivering a swift strike to the Black Wind's forehead, a flash of golden light erupting as the Black Wind's body convulsed violently, his life extinguished. Since you seek to hunt me, I shall send you to your demise first. He stood, his eyes glimmering with a lethal light, a bloodthirsty smile gracing his lips. Tianke, is it? Soon you shall discover who the true hunter is, and who the prey shall be beneath the night sky. Lin Yi's figure gradually faded into the darkness, heralding the onset of a bloody storm. Chapter 5. The Blacklist and Life or Death Crisis at Midnight, within an abandoned factory in the southern part of the city. The air was thick with the faint scent of machine oil and rust. Lin Yi sat upon a dilapidated metal chair, grasping a special phone he had retrieved from the Black Wind. His gaze as cold as steel. This was no ordinary phone, but a specially designed assassination communication terminal, utilized for receiving assassination missions and directly contacting the Tianke hunting organization. Lin Yi's divine gaze shifted slightly, golden light flickering as his mental force seeped into the phone's interior. Within 10 seconds, all encryption protocols were dismantled in an instant. Connecting to Tianke hunting network. Connection successful. On the screen, a pitch-black interface emerged, the top displaying several blood-red characters. Assassination list. Lin Yi took a deep breath, his finger gliding over the screen, and in the next moment, a series of photographs materialized before him, each accompanied by a glaring red bounty amount. Target. Lin Yi, codename Prey. Life or death unrestricted, bounty 50 million. Target. Shen Mingyao, codename Crimson Fox. Life or death unrestricted, bounty 80 million. Target. Jiang Qin, codename Thunder King. Life or death unrestricted, bounty 120 million. Target. Qin Wujia, codename King of Darkness. Life or death unrestricted, bounty 300 million. Lin Yi's pupils abruptly constricted, his breath quickening. This was not merely a death notice for himself, but a far grander assassination scheme. Shen Mingyao? Lin Yi's gaze fell upon that name. He was not unfamiliar with it. Shen Mingyao, the most enigmatic female prodigy at Jiangxing University, renowned for her stunning beauty and frosty demeanor, with very few aware of her true background. Yet now, she too found herself on the assassination list? It seems this is not merely an operation targeting me alone. Lin Yi's brow furrowed, an unsettling intuition creeping into his mind. He continued to scroll through the screen, seeking more clues about the puppeteer behind this plot. Finally, at the bottom of the assassination tasks, he spotted a name. Task Issuer. Tianke Hunter King. Hunter King? In the Tianke hunting organization, those who bear the title King are the most elite assassins. Lin Ye's heartbeat quickened slightly, realizing the situation was more complex than he had anticipated, when suddenly, buzz, 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 the phone vibrated abruptly, a new message flashing onto the screen. Target locked, assassination task will be executed within 3 hours. Lin Ye's expression darkened instantly. Target locked? In other words, the hunters are already en route. Time is of the essence. Lin Yi took a deep breath, swiftly rising, his eyes glimmering with a dangerous light. If they dare to come, I shall ensure they do not return. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Jiangqing University. Female dormitory building Shan Mingyao had just finished her shower, draping herself in a thin silk robe as she languidly sat on the sofa, her slender fingers flipping through a thick, ancient tome. Her long hair, slightly damp, flowed like ink, her exquisite features illuminated by the dim light, appearing even more striking. Yet her gaze bore a hint of sharpness, as if lost in contemplation. Suddenly, beep, beep, the phone on the table lit up, and she picked it up nonchalantly, her eyes narrowing upon the screen. Shen Mingyao, you have been targeted. Evacuate the dormitory immediately. Sender, unknown number. Shen Mingyao's eyes turned icy in an instant, a cold smile curling at her lips. How amusing. She slowly set the phone down, her gaze profound, as if she had anticipated all of this. However, bang! A shadow suddenly streaked past the window, a cold glint flashing as a sharp blade sliced through the night, mercilessly aimed at her. Hiss! Shen Mengyao's eyes narrowed, her figure gracefully evading the deadly strike by mere inches, sliding away like a specter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 dark figures descended from above, landing within the room, a chilling aura of murder instantly permeating the air. Leading them was a man clad entirely in a black, tight-fitting combat suit, his face obscured by a sinister mask, his gaze frigidly indifferent. Shan Mingyao. Do not resist. His voice was deep and cold, imbued with an unyielding decisiveness. You have been placed on the assassination list. Surrender to your death. Shen Mingyao, however, remained unfazed, adjusting her robe with a calm demeanor, a chilling smile playing on her lips as she regarded them with mockery. The assassination list? Ha! Tianke, truly becoming increasingly unruly. She slowly rose to her feet, her pale, slender fingers lifting slightly, an invisible force instantly sweeping through the entire room. The air thickened, the temperature plummeting to freezing levels. The black-clad assassins' pupils constricted sharply, their faces shifting drastically. You are? Shen Mingyao smiled lightly, her gaze icy, a scarlet flame dancing at her fingertips. Since you have come, then all of you shall stay. Boom! In the next instant, the crimson flames erupted violently, engulfing the entire room in an instant. Meanwhile, Lin Ye's figure darted swiftly through the night, heading straight for Jiangqing University. He must reach Shan Mingyao. Otherwise, her life would be in grave danger. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this hunt was not solely directed at the two of them, but rather a grand cleansing of the dark forces that permeate the entire world. And Lin Yi was about to become the epicenter of this tempest. Chapter 6, The Crimson Tempest, The Confrontation of Hunter and Prey. Jiangqing University, the girls' dormitory, 6th floor, a burst of scarlet flames erupted, transforming the entire room into a fiery hell. The air warped under the searing heat, and furniture was instantaneously reduced to charred remnants. Boom! A torrent of violent energy swept through the space, causing the black-clad assassins within to change countenance and hastily retreat. However, hiss! A whip of crimson fire coalesced in an instant, striking fiercely at one of the assassins. A piercing scream pierced the air. The assassin had no time to react as his entire being was consumed by flames, reduced to a charred corpse that fell lifelessly to the ground. Infuriating. The leader, a man donned in a sinister mask, wore a dark expression, his gaze fixated on Shan Mingyao as he spoke in a low, chilling tone. Indeed, your abilities are even more troublesome than the rumors suggest. Shan Mingyao curled the corners of her lips into a slight smile, yet her eyes were as frigid as ice. Oh? You dare to come and kill me without even knowing who I am? She slowly raised her delicate hand, flames flickering in her palm, resembling a fiery dragon poised to strike. The masked leader's eyes flickered as he barked, "Enough with the nonsense. Kill her, and the mission will be accomplished. Kill." The remaining two assassins swiftly dispersed, their forms vanishing like phantoms amidst the blaze, daggers gleaming with a deadly chill as they aimed precisely for Shen Mengyao's vital points. Hiss! The sharp glint of the blades sliced through the air, yet Shen Mengyao merely smiled lightly, shifting her stance as if her very essence melded into the flames. Bang! In the split second before the blades could descend, her figure transformed into a swirl of fire, and in the next moment, she appeared behind the assassin like a specter. What? The assassin's pupils constricted in shock, but before he could react, a slender hand, ablaze with crimson fire, pressed against his back. Inferno. Incinerate, boom. The flames erupted violently, engulfing the assassin's body in an instant, transforming him into a flaming wretch who collapsed to the ground amidst heart-wrenching screams. Utterly devoid of life, the other assassin turned pale, cold sweat cascading down his brow. This woman was terrifying. Not only did she possess formidable control over fire, but she could also teleport and transform into flames, an existence far beyond the capacity of an ordinary ability user. Flee! The assassin's mind was consumed by a singular thought as he exerted all his strength to pivot and leap madly towards the window. However, bang! A jade hand waved gently, and a fiery whip shot forth. Hiss! The flame whip coiled around the assassin's neck like a viper. Ugh! His body abruptly halted midair, his face reddening as he struggled desperately, but the fiery whip tightened its grip around his throat, and in the next moment, the searing flames seared his skin, causing his pupils to dilate. He writhed in agony and suffocation for a brief moment before his limbs fell limp, devoid of life. Shen Mengyao flicked her wrist casually, retracting the flame whip, which transformed into a flurry of sparks that dissipated into the air. Her gaze remained icy as she glanced at the two charred corpses on the ground before turning her attention to the masked leader. Her tone devoid of emotion. "Now, do you still wish to kill me?" The masked leader's expression darkened to an extreme, his teeth clenched as he growled. "Don't be so smug. Our objective is not solely you." Shen Mengyao narrowed her eyes slightly, her voice cold. "What do you mean?" The masked leader let out a cold laugh. "That fellow should be arriving soon, but he may already have met his demise at the hands of the shadow, Lin Yi." Upon hearing this name, Shen Mengyao's expression shifted slightly. Just then, boom! The dormitory door exploded violently, and a figure surged in like thunder. Golden eyes blazed with light, as though a deity had descended. "Shen Mengyao, are you unharmed?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shen Mengyao paused briefly, turning to find Lin Yi's profoundly deep gaze meeting hers. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. A flicker of surprise crossed Shen Mengyao's eyes before she smiled lightly. "Why are you so slow?" Lin Yi's lips twitched slightly. He had raced over at breakneck speed, nearly risking his life. Yet this woman still complained about his pace. However, at that moment, his attention had already locked onto the masked leader. His eyes gleaming with cold fury. "You just said someone wanted to kill me." The masked leader's eyes widened in shock. He had never anticipated that Lin Yi would appear here alive despite the shadow's attack. But before he could react, Lin Yi's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Buzz! In the next second, he reappeared right before the masked leader, one hand reaching directly for the man's throat. "Seeking death," the masked leader shouted angrily, unleashing his full power as a plume of black mist erupted from his being, transforming into a grotesque shadow that lunged fiercely at Lin Yi. Shadow devouring? A mere trick. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with divine light, the power of his divine gaze exploding forth as the world became strikingly clear before him. Divine eye, break the void. Hiss! With a flash of golden light, the black mist was instantly torn asunder, and the masked leader's attack crumbled in an instant. What? The masked leader's face paled in disbelief, but before he could react, Lin Yi's fist struck out, bang! The wind from the punch sliced through the air, and the violent force slammed into his chest like a cannonball. The masked leader spewed blood, his body hurtling backward to crash against the wall, bones shattered, and life extinguished. Lin Yi slowly retracted his fist, his gaze cold as he murmured to himself, "Hunter, you are not even worthy da." Shen Mengyao silently observed Lin Yi, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes as she softly spoke. "Lin Yi, It seems our enemies are far more formidable than we anticipated. Lin Yi took a deep breath, his gaze unfathomably profound. Rest assured, they cannot kill me. He raised his head slightly, staring into the endless night sky, his eyes shimmering with cold light. The Tianqi hunt? Hadap, from this day forth, you shall become the true prey. Chapter 7. The Death of the Shadow. The Arrival of the Hunter King. Jiangxing University. The night was heavy. A wild wind swept through the dilapidated dormitory, the air thick with the stench of blood, and Lin Yi slowly withdrew his fist, gazing at the silent corpse that had fallen in the corner. His murderous intent unabated. Is this where it ends? Shen Mingyao chuckled softly, yet her gaze remained sharp. She understood that the real crisis was far from over. Lin Yi looked up at her, his expression steady. These are merely the minions of the Tianqi organization. The real trouble still lies ahead. Oh? Shen Mingyao arched an eyebrow, the corners of her mouth lifting. You mean, the Hunter King? Lin Ye's gaze sharpened, an unsettling feeling rising within him. The Hunter King, a name that represented one of the top-tier powerhouses of the Tianqi assassination organization. Each Hunter King possessed unfathomable strength, far beyond that of ordinary assassins. If the Hunter King truly intervened, then tonight's battle had only just begun. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Jiangxing, at an abandoned dock, beneath the night sky, a ghostly shadow darted swiftly between the towering buildings. This individual was slender, enveloped in a thick shroud of black mist. With each step, the surrounding shadows quivered as though his form had merged with the darkness itself. He was none other than the Shadow, a top assassin ranked among the top 10 of the Tianqi organization. Lin Yi, indeed, not so easy to deal with. The Shadow sneered coldly, a glint of chilling malice in his eyes. He had originally believed that with his assassination skills, Lin Yi would fall silently to his demise, but he had not anticipated that the latter possessed the ability to pierce through the darkness. However, I have already locked onto his aura. A sinister smile crept across the Shadow's lips, and in the next moment, his figure flickered, transforming into a stream of black light as he raced toward Jiangxing University. Yet, buzz! Just as he was about to reach his destination, an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly enveloped the air. Who is it? The Shadow's pupils contracted sharply, his form retreating hastily, vanishing into the darkness. Hiding! An icy voice resonated through the night sky, and in the next second, a radiant golden light swept across. Hiss! The air seemed to be instantaneously torn apart as a terrifying sword aura sliced through the night, aimed directly at the corner where the Shadow had concealed himself. Damn it! The Shadow's face changed drastically. He retreated in haste, yet as he moved, a violent gust of wind surged from behind. Bang! Before the Shadow could react, he was hurled away by a tremendous force, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing forth. Cough, cough. You. The Shadow struggled to raise his head, terror flickering in his gaze, but when he finally beheld the figure before him, his pupils constricted in shock. It was a man clad in a black cloak, his expression indifferent, wielding a scarlet longsword, exuding an aura of suffocating murderous intent. His gaze was devoid of emotion, as though a deity was looking down upon the mortal realm. The Shadow's face turned pale, his voice trembling. You art the Hunter King? Useless. The black-robed man regarded him with cold indifference, his tone devoid of any emotion. You cannot even handle a single target. Yet you dare to call yourself a top assassin of the Tianqi? A Shadow was drenched in cold sweat, and a tumultuous wave of terror surged within his heart. The Hunter King has truly arrived. But why would he strike at me? The Shadow was gripped by an overwhelming fear. Enduring the excruciating pain, he murmured, "My Lord Hunter King." However. Before he could finish his words, a burst of crimson light erupted suddenly. The scarlet sword in the black-robed man's hand pierced directly through the Shadow's chest. Ugh! The Shadow's eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorted with sheer terror. The Hunter King had actually killed him? The black-robed man slowly withdrew his sword, coldly gazing at the Shadow's gradually cooling corpse, whispering softly, "A useless pawn, dead is the best fate." He raised his head, his gaze penetrating the darkness towards Jiangxing University, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel arc. Lin Yi, let me see what qualifications you possess to elevate the blacklist of the Tianqi hunting organization to S rank. I hope you do not disappoint me. In the next moment, his figure abruptly vanished into the night, speeding towards Jiangxing University. Jiangxing University, girls' dormitory. Lin Yi frowned slightly, the unsettling feeling in his heart growing more intense. Shen Mingyao sensed his unease and gently inquired, "What's wrong?" With a deep gaze, Lin Yi slowly replied, "I don't know why, but I feel that a more dangerous foe is approaching." Shen Mingyao chuckled softly, a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. "Are you referring to the Hunter King?" Lin Yi did not respond. Instead, he slowly clenched his fists, the golden light in his eyes flickering subtly. In that moment, it felt as if he could see a scarlet sword shadow slowly advancing through the darkness. This time, the true hunter had indeed arrived. To be continued. Chapter 8. The Arrival of the Hunter King. A surge of battle intent. Jiangxing University, shrouded in deep night. The wind howled and dark clouds churned, casting an oppressive aura over the entire campus as an air of suffocating heaviness pervaded the atmosphere. Lin Yi stood within the shattered dormitory room, his expression stern, the inexplicable unease within him intensifying. Shen Mingyao stood beside him, arms crossed, her red lips slightly parted, her tone laced with playful curiosity. "What is this? Are you feeling nervous too?" Lin Yi's gaze became focused as he slowly spoke. "It's not nervousness, but battle intent." He gradually clenched his fist, a faint golden light swirling in his palm, reminiscent of a slumbering divine dragon, poised to awaken at any moment. Shen Mingyao smiled gently, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "It seems tonight promises an exciting spectacle." Buzz! Just then, the lights in the entire dormitory suddenly extinguished, plunging everything into darkness. The world seemed to be pulled into an endless abyss in an instant. Lin Yi's pupils constricted sharply, his aura tightening. While Shen Mingyao's gaze sharpened, flames slowly igniting around her as she warily looked toward the window. "It's here." Lin Yi slowly lifted his gaze to the pitch-black night sky outside the window, where a scarlet light began to materialize in his pupils. Thud. Accompanied by a deep rumble, a figure appeared like a specter outside the shattered window. It was a man cloaked in black, surrounded by a faint scarlet mist. Resembling a hellish hunter, his eyes as cold and proud as a blood moon. He bore a scarlet long sword on his back, its blade faintly shimmering with an eerie crimson glow, an invisible killing intent spread outward. Solidifying the very air, Shen Mingyao narrowed her beautiful eyes, chuckling softly. "So this is the Hunter King?" Lin Yi took a deep breath, his eyes glimmering with battle intent, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "It seems he is stronger than I imagined." The Hunter King cast a detached glance at Lin Yi and Shen Mingyao, slowly stepping into the room, each footfall causing the air to tremble slightly. He raised his head, coldly regarding Lin Yi. His voice deep and chilling. "Lin Yi, you have been placed on the S-rank blacklist of the Tianke hunting organization. From this day forth, your life shall belong solely to darkness." Lin Yi scoffed, his gaze playful. "S-rank blacklist? Does that not imply that I am of greater concern than your minions?" The Hunter King regarded him coldly, slowly drawing the scarlet long sword from his back. The blade trembled lightly. A blood-red sword light instantly tearing through the air, carving a terrifying scar. "Your futile bravado cannot alter your fate." The Hunter King's voice was icy, killing intent palpable. "However, I am quite curious to see how many strikes you can endure." Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, battle intent surging as he gradually raised his hand, golden light swirling in his palm, his aura suddenly escalating. Shen Mingyao took a step back, lightly laughing. "This is a battle between men. I shall not interfere." She flashed to the window's edge, watching the two engage with keen interest, her red lips curling slightly. "But Lin Yi, if you lose, I want to retrieve your body." Lin Yi snorted softly, a sharp smile gracing his lips. "Rest assured, I never engage in battles without a chance of victory." Boom. In the next instant, Lin Yi's aura erupted violently, golden light illuminating the entire dormitory. The Hunter King's eyes flashed with cold light as he swung the scarlet long sword, a blood-red sword ray slicing through the air, aimed directly at Lin Yi. Bang! Lin Yi stepped forward, his figure darting like thunder. His right fist striking out fiercely, the golden fist ray clashing with the blood-red sword ray in midair. Boom! A violent shockwave radiated outward, instantly collapsing a corner of the dormitory. The two figures staggered back, the Hunter King's gaze narrowing slightly, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. "Interesting." Lin Yi flexed his wrist, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Your sword is nothing extraordinary," the Hunter King snorted coldly, raising his long sword slowly, killing intent surging. "Then let me see just how many moves you can withstand beneath my blade." Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, fists tightening, golden energy within him swirling violently. His battle intent soaring. Tonight, a cataclysmic battle is destined to unfold. Chapter 9. A clash of extremes, the fury of the Hunter King. Jiangxing University, the night as dark as ink. Half of the dormitory had been reduced to ruins. Dust swirling in the air, fractured walls exposed to the elements, with the occasional sound of falling debris echoing like a dull thud. The Hunter King stood atop a pile of rubble, his scarlet longsword raised slowly. The blood-red glow on the blade growing ever more intense, transforming him into a figure resembling Ashura emerging from hell, killing intent palpable and engulfing the surroundings. Lin Yi stood opposite him. His fists clenched tightly, golden radiance swirling around him, resembling a war god, his aura surging, his gaze sharp. A genuine life-and-death duel was about to unfold upon this desolate battleground. Buzz, the air suddenly became thick. As if time had frozen at that moment, in the next instant, the Hunter King abruptly stomped the ground, transforming into a streak of crimson shadow, his speed reaching its zenith, appearing before Lin Yi in an instant. Slash! The scarlet longsword, imbued with destructive sword energy, struck down fiercely. Before the sword energy even arrived, the violent shockwave shattered the ground. Surrounding rubble and steel reinforcements broke into dust in that moment. Lin Yi's eyes sharpened, his form retreating like a thunderbolt, simultaneously unleashing a powerful right fist. Boom! The fist ray coalesced, golden light bursting forth, transforming into a comet-like beam hurtling toward the Hunter King's sword energy. Bang! The two terrifying forces collided mid-air, erupting in a deafening roar, the immense shockwave tearing apart the ground and sending dust soaring dozens of meters high. The dormitory collapsed entirely, surrounding trees uprooted, the sound of shattering glass filling the air, as the entire Jiangxing University seemed to be engulfed in a dreadful catastrophe. The Hunter King's figure paused briefly in mid-air, before charging forward once more, his longsword tracing a blood-red arc, killing intent palpable. Lin Yi's gaze remained sharp, unafraid, as the golden energy within him surged, his fists like thunder, charging forward to meet him. The two figures clashed continuously upon the ruins, sword energy crisscrossing, fist rays wreaking havoc. Terrifying energy shockwaves sweeping outwards, each encounter leaving deep fissures in the ground. In mere seconds, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Bang! Another fierce confrontation ensued, Lin Yi and the Hunter King both retreating simultaneously, their bodies stabilizing just as they charged at each other once more. At this moment, they had entered an extreme state of battle. In the distance, on the playground of Jiangxing University, Shun Mingyao stood atop an abandoned statue. Arms crossed, quietly observing the clash between the two, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a subtle brilliance. Iske, this guy's combat talent is becoming increasingly terrifying. She could clearly see Lin Yi breaking through during the fight. With each exchange, he adapted swiftly to the Hunter King's onslaught, responding optimally in the shortest time possible. If initially, he had seemed somewhat passive, now his offensive was gradually matching that of the Hunter King. Even faintly showing signs of domination, the Hunter King is about to become enraged. Shan Mengyao's lips curled into a faint smile as she whispered softly, On the battlefield, the Hunter King steadied himself. His gaze icy, the scarlet longsword raised slowly, the blood-red glow upon its blade growing ever more enchanting. He had sensed the change in Lin Yi. This fellow was actually improving during the battle, each move becoming faster and stronger than before. If this continued, he might even lose to him. The Hunter King's gaze turned chillingly sinister. Interesting, truly too interesting. He suddenly broke into a grin grotesquely fierce, as his killing intent surged explosively. Since that is the case, allow me to demonstrate to you the true essence of the wrath of the hunter. Buzz. The sanguine sword energy surged skyward, as the heavens and the earth seemed to be drenched in crimson at that moment. An overwhelming force erupted from the hunter's being, causing the air to tremble violently and the ground to fissure, as if the apocalypse had descended upon the world. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, his fists gradually clenching, the golden energy within him swirling with fervor, a fierce battle intent surging. This battle is on the brink of its climax. Chapter 10. The Hunter's Fury, the Divine Dragon Descends. Jiangxing University. Amidst the ruins, the blood-red sword energy soared into the sky, resembling a blood moon ablaze in the night. The hunter's aura, at this moment, surged to its zenith. He stood suspended in the void, his black robe billowing ominously, the scarlet longsword raised slowly, its crimson patterns writhing as if alive, exuding a terrifying force of annihilation. Lin Yi, your strength has indeed surpassed my expectations. The hunter's voice was deep and frigid, laced with an unsettling chill, but that is merely the beginning. Soon, you shall truly witness what it means to experience the wrath of the hunter. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the hunter's body erupted in a crimson beam of light, shooting towards the heavens. In an instant, the skies above Jiangxing University were painted a blood-red hue. The winds howled, and the world transformed. Shen Mingyao stood at a distance upon a statue, her brow furrowed, a flicker of concern flashing in her beautiful eyes. Teske, this guy is going all out. She gazed up at the sky, whispering softly, Lin Yi, can you withstand this? On the battlefield, Lin Yi stood amidst the ruins, his eyes slightly narrowed, sensing the increasingly terrifying aura of the hunter, a sharp smile curling at the corners of his lips. Finally, it is time to get serious. He exhaled slowly, his fists clenched tightly, the golden energy within him rapidly coalescing, his battle intent soaring. At this moment, it felt as though a slumbering divine dragon within him was awakening, an overwhelming golden radiance erupting from within, shooting towards the heavens. Buzz! The air trembled, and the heavens roared. The hunter's gaze was icy, the scarlet longsword slowly pointing at Lin Yi, his voice deep as thunder. Receive my strike? Blood shadow divine annihilation? Boom! In an instant, the hunter's figure vanished, transforming into a blood-red afterimage, moving with blinding speed as if teleporting, appearing right before Lin Yi. The scarlet longsword, imbued with destructive sword light, slashed down from above. This strike encapsulated all of the hunter's power, capable of tearing apart a skyscraper and obliterating a battlefield. Lin Ye's eyes sharpened, his right fist exploding forth, the golden fist light erupting instantaneously. Boom! The fist light collided with the sword light in midair, the shockwave of the explosion sweeping outward, the ground fracturing in every direction, turning the entire ruin into scorched earth. However, the hunter's assault was far from over. He moved like a specter, the scarlet longsword dancing in his hands, creating a flurry of blood-red sword shadows in the air, forming an impenetrable curtain of swords that descended upon Lin Yi with ferocity. Lin Ye's gaze was piercing, his feet shifting slightly, his form transforming into a streak of golden light, swiftly weaving through the curtain of swords, simultaneously unleashing his fists, the fist light clashing with the sword energy, each collision erupting with thunderous roars. In the distance, Shan Mengyao's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Lin Yi.is actually able to contend with the hunter in his fully unleashed state. She lightly licked her red lips, a glimmer of intrigue sparkling in her eyes. This guy is truly becoming more and more interesting. On the battlefield, Lin Yi dodged the last sword shadow, his form halting abruptly, his gaze electrifying, golden light surging. He slowly raised his right fist, the fist light swirling with golden thunder, a terrifying power coalescing with fervor. Hunter, can you withstand this punch? Divine Dragon Dominance Fist, shattering the firmament. Boom! In an instant, the heavens shifted, a brilliant golden dragon shadow coalescing within Lin Ye's fistlight, roaring skyward. In the next moment, the golden dragon shadow, carrying unparalleled terrifying power, rushed towards the hunter. The hunter's pupils contracted sharply, sensing the horror of this punch, his expression finally changing. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and roared, the blood-red energy within him surging violently. The scarlet longsword slashing fiercely in the air, attempting to block this punch. Boom! At the moment of collision between the fist light and the sword energy, the entire world seemed to be engulfed in a maelstrom of golden and blood-red light. The terrifying energy fluctuations sweeping outward, the ground completely shattering, turning the area within 100 meters into void. The hunter's figure was sent flying back by the explosive shockwave, crashing heavily onto the ruins. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, his face pale. He struggled to lift his head, staring ahead, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This guy's strength has actually reached such a level. The hunter took a deep breath, his expression darkening to the utmost, realizing that he had been defeated. Lin Yi slowly retracted his fist, the golden radiance surrounding him gradually dissipating, his gaze indifferently fixed upon the hunter. His tone calm. "You may leave now." The hunter's complexion darkened, his fists clenched tightly, yet he ultimately refrained from attacking again. He knew that if he continued to fight, he would have no chance of victory. The hunter slowly stood up, casting a deep glance at Lin Yi, then vanished into the night with a flicker of his form. The battle concluded. Lin Yi emerged victorious. To be continued. Chapter 11. The Residue of Blood. Dark tide surge on. The night sky of Jiangxing University gradually returned to tranquility, yet the air within the ruins still reeked of a potent metallic scent. Lin Yi stood upon the desolate ground, his garments fluttering slightly, his gaze cold as he surveyed the battlefield ravaged by the conflict. His breathing was steady, as if the life-and-death duel moments ago had left no impact on him. The hunter had vanished, but he understood that this battle did not signify an end. Rather, it heralded the onset of another storm. Shen Mingyao approached from a distance, her light footsteps treading upon the shattered earth, her flowing hair dancing gently in the night breeze. There was no hint of surprise on her face, only a subtle smirk as she walked slowly to Lin Ye's side. "You are indeed formidable." Shen Mingyao spoke softly, her voice laced with admiration, yet added, "However, that punch just now must have nearly drained your energy. Wouldn't you agree?" Lin Yi nodded slightly, his gaze still frosty. "That last strike has nearly exhausted my golden energy. But this is inconsequential to me." He turned to face Shen Mingyao, his eyes holding depth. "Moreover, from that moment onward, I knew we were not strong enough. We must prepare to face even greater threats." Shen Mingyao chuckled lightly. "You truly are a clever one." Her gaze swept across the surroundings, her expression growing profound. "However, the hunter is not the only threat. There are more powerful entities behind him." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, a sense of vigilance stirring within him. "You mean, the Tianke hunting organization?" Shen Mingyao nodded. "Yes, the power of the Tianke hunting organization far exceeds your imagination. The hunter is merely one of their executors. Their true strength is deeply concealed." Then, Lin Ye's tone turned somber. "How should we proceed?" "Prepare to welcome the next wave of attacks." Shen Mingyao chuckled softly. "But first, you need to regain some strength. The battles ahead will be even more arduous than the last." Days passed, and the ominous clouds over Jiangxing remained. With Shen Mingyao's assistance, Lin Yi had restored most of his strength, though he was not in a rush to fully recuperate. He understood that time waits for no one. The Tianke hunting organization had already taken notice of him, and he seemed to have become a thorn in their side. The hunter's defeat has likely spread throughout the Tianke hunting organization. Shen Mingyao murmured, standing beside Lin Yi, her eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. The upcoming actions may become even more intricate. Lin Yi stared silently into the distance, coldly stating, "No matter their preparations, the Tianke hunting organization is ultimately a dead end. Since they have sought me out, there is no retreat." "You truly are." Shen Mingyao smiled slightly, somewhat impulsive. "I do not like to wait." Lin Yi looked at her, his gaze resolute. Waiting for them to strike first would simply grant them an opportunity. "I do not like to give others chances." Shen Mingyao gazed into his eyes, suddenly taken aback, as if she had glimpsed the chilling battle intent within him in that moment. She realized that Lin Yi was no longer the boy who merely coped with life. He had matured into a true warrior, one who posed a threat to the Tianke hunting organization. "You truly are an extraordinary individual." Shen Mingyao chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with thoughtful intrigue. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Tianke hunting organization, in a dark conference room, "The hunter has gone missing." A cold voice echoed, and the room fell into an immediate silence. "What shall we do?" "Lin Yi is indeed more troublesome than we anticipated." A figure slowly rose, his cold gaze sweeping the room, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes. "However, while the hunter has failed, he has bought us sufficient time. Lin Ye's power can no longer be overlooked." He paused for a moment, speaking in the city of Jiang. Lin Yi stood by the window of his abode, gazing out at the darkening horizon with a sense of foreboding. He was acutely aware that his adversaries extended beyond the immediate threat posed by the Hunter King. The true might of the Tianke hunting organization was the real peril he must confront. This time, it was destined to be more than a mere skirmish. It would be a tempest capable of altering the very fabric of Jiang City. He must become the hero who dispels the darkness, or risk becoming a part of it. Clenching his fists, a resolute glimmer flashed in his eyes. No matter what, I shall not allow them to prevail. The days ahead were fated to be anything but tranquil. To be continued. Chapter 12. The Dark Descends. The conspiracy behind Itid, as night fell once more. The streets of Jiang City remained vibrant and bustling. Yet beneath this fade of merriment, dark currents surged, hinting at a more terrifying storm brewing in the shadows. Lin Yi stood atop a high-rise rooftop, surveying the entire city. His gaze pierced through the night sky, filled with premonitions of the future. Ever since he had vanquished the Hunter King, he had understood that this was far from over. The shadow of the Tianke hunting organization loomed over him, and he had long since become a pawn in this clandestine struggle. Shen Mingyao was right. The Hunter King was merely the tip of the iceberg. Lin Yi murmured to himself, his eyes betraying a cold determination. Suddenly, his senses jolted as he detected faint footsteps behind him. He turned swiftly, his gaze sharp as lightning, instantly locking onto the newcomer. You have arrived just in time. A glint of steel flashed in Lin Ye's eyes, his voice calm yet laced with menace. Shen Mingyao stepped onto the rooftop gracefully, her hair dancing in the breeze, yet her deep-set eyes betrayed an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. You seem somewhat unsettled today, she remarked, a hint of mockery gracing her lips as her gaze remained fixed on Lin Yi. Lin Yi offered no reply, merely raising a hand to beckon her closer. Without further ado, Shen Mingyao approached and stood beside him. The Hunter King has been defeated, yet the true power of the Tianke hunting organization remains formidable. Her tone shifted to one of gravity. They will not let you go easily. Lin Yi remained silent. He had already anticipated her words. The Tianke hunting organization would not retreat merely due to the Hunter King's downfall. Rather, they might escalate their efforts. You seek me for a reason? Lin Ye's voice retained its calm demeanor. A myriad of complex emotions flickered in Shen Mengyao's eyes as she lowered her gaze, seemingly lost in thought in truth. She began, her tone somber, the enemies you face now extend beyond the Tianke hunting organization. Lin Ye's expression subtly shifted as he turned to her, sensing the weight of her words. What enemies? Lin Yi inquired. Shen Mingyao sighed softly, appearing reluctant to continue the discussion. Yet she understood that Lin Yi was a trustworthy ally. I know you possess formidable strength capable of tackling most challenges, but there are matters you cannot resolve at this moment. Her eyes flickered with intensity. You must realize that the Hunter King's failure stemmed from a powerful force behind him, a force that extends beyond Jiang City. Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Are you implying that there exists a greater power behind the Tianke hunting organization? Shen Mingyao nodded affirmatively. Indeed. You are not merely contending with the Tianke hunting organization. A grander conspiracy lurks in the shadows of this city. That force has already set the stage. Now, the entirety of Jiang City lies firmly within their grasp. Lin Yi felt a jolt of realization. He understood that the situation was more intricate than he had imagined. Even were he powerful enough, facing such an insidious control would still prove daunting. What are their objectives? Lin Yi asked, his voice low and grave. Objectives? A glint of coldness flashed in Shen Mingyao's eyes. Power, control, and perhaps the future of humanity. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's brow knitted tightly, a profound sense of impending crisis surging within him. He had never envisioned that such a colossal dark force lay hidden behind Jiang City, and he was merely a pawn in this vortex. What do you intend to do? Lin Yi locked eyes with Shen Mingyao. His gaze profound. Shen Mingyao slowly raised her head, her eyes cold as steel. I have already commenced an investigation into the origins of this force. You and I must join forces against them. She paused, a chill of determination infusing her tone. We can no longer wait. We cannot allow them to continue orchestrating everything. Lin Yi nodded resolutely, his gaze unwavering. I promise you. Regardless of how perilous this battle may be, I shall give it my all. The two exchanged glances, as if reaching a silent agreement. The future of Jiang City was destined for monumental upheaval, and this tempest would be ignited by their hands. Days later, under the cover of darkness, Lin Yi and Shen Mingyao embarked on their plan. They chose not to confront the Tianke hunting organization head-on, but instead to gather intelligence, stealthily approaching the formidable force concealed in the shadows. On a certain night, they arrived at a secluded location in Jiang City. This was an abandoned industrial district, desolate and devoid of life. The crumbling buildings bore witness to neglect, yet they seemed protected by an enigmatic force. Emanating a chilling aura, Shan Mingyao retrieved an ancient scroll from her bosom, a resolute gleam igniting in her eyes. This is their source. She unfurled the scroll, pointing to the archaic runes inscribed upon it. This is the place of sealing, concealing all secrets. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, feeling the oppressive atmosphere intensifying around them. He understood that the outcome of their endeavor hinged upon whether they could successfully prevent the spread of this conspiracy. "Are you ready?" Shen Mingyao inquired, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Lin Yi smiled faintly, a spark of battle spirit igniting in his gaze. "I have been prepared." To be continued. Chapter 13. The Secrets of the Sealing Place. The night was deep, the clouds roiling, as if the very sky of Jiang City were shrouded in darkness. An unusual energy fluctuation permeated the air of the abandoned industrial district, subtly exuding a sense of oppression. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the howling of the wind as it swept through the dilapidated steel framework. Lin Yi and Shan Mingyao stood before a rusted metal door. Towering at approximately 3 meters, adorned with peculiar runes that emitted a faint blue glow. Is this the place of sealing? Lin Ye's gaze was profound, fixated on the metal door, sensing the mysterious power emanating from within. Shen Mingyao nodded lightly, her expression grave. Indeed, this is not merely an abandoned industrial zone. It is one of the core strongholds long concealed by the Tianke hunting organization. She extended her hand, gently touching the runes on the metal door. In an instant, the runes appeared to awaken, radiating a soft blue light as a peculiar wave of energy spread outward. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, keenly aware that the energy around them was undergoing a transformation, an ancient and potent aura seeping forth from behind the door, as if some forbidden power were stirring to life. It seems that what lies sealed here is not merely a secret. Lin Yi murmured, leaning slightly forward, preparing for a possible confrontation. Shen Mingyao took a deep breath, speaking slowly. This door seals a powerful existence. Legend has it that beneath Jiang City lies an ancient superpower, a legacy left behind a millennium ago. The true objective of the Tianke hunting organization is to harness this power. Her voice was low and solemn, as if recounting a forgotten history. Lin Ye's brow furrowed slightly. His intuition warned him that this secret was far more astounding than he had anticipated. "So, what shall we do?" Lin Yi asked, his tone grave. Shen Mingyao fell silent for a moment, determination flashing in her eyes. "We must open this door and uncover what lies within." After speaking, she swiftly formed seals on the runes with her fingers, softly chanting an ancient incantation. In an instant, the runes on the metal door blazed to life, a dazzling blue beam shooting skyward, illuminating the entire night sky. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the metal door creaked open, a torrent of violent energy rushing forth, causing the very air around them to tremble. Lin Yi squinted, gazing into the depths beyond the door. There lay a dark, profound underground passage, exuding a chilling and mysterious aura, as if it led to an unknown abyss. Shen Mingyao took a deep breath, speaking slowly. "Let us proceed. The true secret lies within." Without hesitation, Lin Yi stepped into the passage. In this dark subterranean world, an unknown conspiracy was gradually revealing itself. The exploration of the underground world. The two entered the underground passage, the stone slabs beneath their feet glowing with a ghostly blue light, remnants of an ancient formation's energy. The walls were etched with a myriad of runes, each pulsating with mysterious power. Lin Yi led the way, summoning a faint golden energy in his hand for illumination. He could feel the density of the surrounding air, as if this space were entirely segregated from the outside world. "The energy field here is peculiar," Lin Yi remarked softly. "It is not merely an ancient relic." Shen Mingyao nodded slightly, tracing her fingertips over the runes on the wall, her eyes clouded with uncertainty. "These are not ordinary sealing runes, but rather a form of suppressive force." "Suppressive?" Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Shen Mingyao nodded, her tone grave. "Indeed, if this were merely a sealing of a secret, the arrangement of the runes would not be so intricate. It resembles more of a seal upon a formidable existence." Lin Yi felt a slight heaviness in his heart, his intuition warning him that this subterranean realm might conceal immense peril. The two continued onward, the passage widening gradually until they arrived before a vast underground palace. The entrance was crafted from black metal, its surface adorned with lifelike carvings of colossal beasts, each appearing as though it could spring to life at any moment. Shun Mingyao inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. Here, perhaps lies one of the oldest relics of Jiangxing's history. Without hesitation, Lin Yi extended his hand and pushed open the heavy door. With a resounding boom, the door creaked ajar, revealing a grand stone hall within, where a swirling mass of black mist floated at its center, within which a human figure could be faintly discerned. Lin Ye's pupils constricted as he cautiously fixed his gaze upon the mist. What is this? Shun Mengyao's expression turned grave. If I am not mistaken, this could be a once-sealed ancient powerhouse. And no sooner had she uttered these words than the black mist began to churn violently, a chilling aura instantly enveloping the entire palace. A deep, hoarse voice resonated in their ears. A millennium has passed out, and finally, someone has unsealed the barrier. Who are you? Lin Yi and Shen Mingyao exchanged a knowing glance, aware that they had likely trespassed into a forbidden territory. Lin Yi clenched his fists, energy swirling within him, readying himself for battle. We do not wish to be adversaries, but if you pose a threat, then I shall have no choice but to act. The figure within the black mist trembled slightly, seemingly startled by Lin Ye's imposing presence. Then, the voice echoed once more, tinged with a hint of amusement. Young man, you are far more intriguing than I had anticipated. The black mist gradually dissipated, revealing an ancient and imposing visage. A man clad in archaic armor, with violet flames burning in his eyes, emanating an overwhelming aura that felt suffocating. Shun Mingyao's expression shifted subtly as she whispered, "This individual may very well be what the Tianke hunting organization has sought after." Lin Ye's gaze sharpened, intensely focused on the ancient powerhouse. He understood that a confrontation today was likely inevitable. To be continued. Chapter 14. The awakening of the ancient powerhouse. The black mist enveloped the air, thick with an oppressive atmosphere. The man in ancient armor hovered in midair, violet flames blazing in his eyes, as if capable of perceiving all things. Lin Yi squinted slightly, feeling an indescribable pressure. This pressure was far more terrifying than what he had faced against the Hunter King. As if the being before him was not a mere man, but a primordial beast poised to awaken. Shun Mingyao stood beside Lin Yi, her expression grave as she murmured, "The energy fluctuations of this being do not belong to our era." Lin Yi did not respond, but he had already surmised this. From the aura exuded by the armored man, it was clear he was no ordinary ability user, but rather an ancient existence awakening after a millennium. Who are you? The man's voice was deep and desolate, as if traversing the long river of time, carrying an alien sense of unfamiliarity. Lin Yi did not rush to answer, instead maintaining steady eye contact before slowly replying. "And who might you be?" The man's profound gaze fell upon Lin Yi, seemingly scrutinizing his essence. After a prolonged moment, he spoke slowly. "I am known as Feng Qian, the guardian of this place 1,000 years ago." "Guardian?" Shin Mingyao furrowed her brow. "What did you guard?" Feng Qian gradually lifted his gaze, a weighty reminiscence glimmering within. A millennium ago, this land was engulfed in a cataclysmic battle, a clash of gods and demons, where powerful beings fell and the very heavens shattered. To seal that terrifying power, we sacrificed ourselves to cast an eternal seal, confining that calamity here. His words were heavy and resonant, causing Lin Yi and Shen Mingyao to feel a tightening in their chests. Shun Mingyao's gaze deepened. "So, you are the one sealed here?" Feng Qian's eyes reflected a complex emotion as he shook his head. "No, I was the guardian of the seal, yet as time passed, my strength was gradually consumed by the seal, until ultimately, I became a part of it." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a ripple of emotion within. He had not anticipated that this ancient powerhouse had endured the force of a millennium seal, solely to prevent the resurgence of some terrible existence. Then, Lin Yi spoke solemnly. "What exactly are you sealing here?" Feng Qian's gaze darkened slightly, his tone laden with an ineffable dread. "A malevolent deity. From another world." "Malevolent deity?" Lin Yi and Shen Mingyao exchanged a startled glance, their hearts racing. Shun Mingyao inhaled sharply, her voice trembling. "The battle from 1,000 years ago, could it be?" Feng Qian nodded slightly, his tone somber. Indeed, that conflict was a struggle between humanity and the malevolent deity. Lin Ye's fists clenched slightly, his gaze penetrating. If that power is unleashed, what will happen? Feng Chen paused before responding. The entire world will plunge into endless darkness. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. He knew the situation was more dire than he had imagined. Is the Tianke hunting organization also searching for this power? Shun Mingyao suddenly inquired. Feng Chen's gaze shifted slightly, and he replied in a low voice. Yes, they have been seeking the site of the seal, attempting to unravel it and release that power. Lin Ye's brow furrowed deeper. Why? Feng Chen scoffed softly, his tone dripping with disdain. They believe they can harness the power of the malevolent deity, becoming true gods. Shen Mingyao snorted coldly, her eyes icy, utterly foolish. Feng Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, mortals can never hope to wield the true power of deities. They are merely courting their own demise. Lin Ye's fists tightened, his expression resolute. Then, how do we stop them? Feng Chen regarded Lin Yi, an unusual light flickering in his eyes. You may be an exception. Lin Yi was taken aback. What do you mean? Feng Chen replied slowly. I can sense your power. Within your being, there seems to lie energy that does not belong to this era. Lin Ye's pupils constricted slightly. His abilities had always been mysterious, even beyond his own complete control. Shun Mingyao's gaze flickered. Contemplatively studying Lin Yi, Feng Chen continued. If you can master this power within you, perhaps you will become the key to preventing the malevolent deity's arrival. Lin Yi remained silent for a moment, his gaze growing steadfast. If this is my mission, then I shall not falter. Feng Chen smiled faintly. Excellent, but before that, you must undergo my trial. Trial? Shen Mingyao inquired, her brow furrowing. What trial? Feng Chen slowly extended his hand. An ancient rune materializing in his palm. This is the power of inheritance left behind 1,000 years ago. Only by accepting its trial can you truly awaken your strength. Lin Ye's eyes burned with intensity as he stared at Feng Chen. He could feel the immense energy contained within that rune. Taking a deep breath, he slowly extended his hand to touch the rune. Boom. In an instant, a torrent of violent energy erupted from the rune, enveloping Lin Yi entirely. His consciousness seemed to be drawn into an endless abyss of darkness, feeling as though his soul was undergoing a purifying baptism, an indescribable agony sweeping over him. Shun Mingyao watched in alarm, her expression shifting as she prepared to intervene, only to be stopped by Feng Chen. Do not worry, he will be fine. Feng Chen's gaze was calm. This is the path he must take to awaken. Shun Mingyao bit her lip. Although she had faith in Lin Ye's strength, the nature of this trial still filled her with concern. Lin Ye's body was cocooned in energy, his consciousness vacillating between darkness and light, as if experiencing countless cycles of life and death. However, just as he felt he could endure no longer, an unfamiliar voice resonated within his mind. Awaken, true power. In that moment, a golden radiance erupted from Lin Ye's being, illuminating the entire palace. Surprise flickered in Feng Chen's eyes, while Shan Mingyao's pupils widened in shock. Lin Yi opened his eyes, his pupils shimmering with a mysterious golden light, his aura seemingly undergoing a profound transformation. His power had awakened. To be continued. Chapter 15. The true awakening golden light flooded the entire palace, akin to a blazing sun banishing all darkness. Lin Yi, enveloped by this mysterious energy, felt as though he were bathed in a sacred glow, acutely aware that the abilities within him were undergoing an unprecedented metamorphosis. His blood felt as if it were being forged by searing energy, every sinew and bone being reshaped, even deep within his soul. An unknown power began to stir. Lin Ye's consciousness seemed to enter an expansive, boundless realm, where countless ancient runes flickered in the void, each rune encapsulating the ultimate truths of the universe, as if representing the primordial forces of this world. Is this my true power? Lin Yi murmured softly, his fists gradually clenching. He could distinctly sense that the extraordinary power within him was drastically different from before. It had grown more ferocious and aggressive. Yet it also bore an essence of sanctity and majesty, reminiscent of a long-slumbering divine beast finally awakening. Lin Yi. Shan Mingyao's voice pulled him back from that peculiar state. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes. His pupils now entirely golden, resembling two blazing suns, swirling with arcane runes that rendered one unable to gaze directly at them. He gradually raised his hand, slightly clenched it, and a flash of golden lightning instantly danced in his palm. Erupting into searing arcs of electricity, filling the air with an indescribable pressure. Shen Mengyao's eyes widened in shock. This, has your extraordinary power evolved? Lin Yi felt the surging force within him and nodded gently. His extraordinary ability, already formidable, now felt as if he had undergone a complete metamorphosis, stepping into an entirely new realm. Feng Qian stood beside him, gazing deeply at Lin Yi, and after a moment, he slowly nodded. I did not expect your physique to withstand this inherited power and absorb it so perfectly. It seems you indeed have a special connection with this force. A special connection? Shen Mingyao frowned. What do you mean? Feng Chun paused for a moment before speaking slowly. 1,000 years ago. To seal the malevolent deity, I and a group of powerful beings jointly executed the most potent sealing technique. However, this seal was not complete. Our powers merely suppressed it temporarily, and a portion of this sealing power has been inherited by you. Lin Ye's pupils constricted slightly. So, my extraordinary power originates from the seal? Feng Qian affirmed. Indeed, the power within you is one of the cores used to seal the malevolent deity. Otherwise, you would not have awakened so easily. After hearing this, Shen Mingyao's expression shifted slightly. Doesn't that mean if the Tianke hunting organization learns of this, they will undoubtedly target Lin Yi? Feng Qian's expression darkened. Not only that, they may even find ways to seize your power. Lin Yi let out a cold laugh, a sharp glint in his eyes. If they dare come, I shall use them to hone my skills. Shen Mingyao shot him a glare, her tone laced with a hint of exasperation. Don't be too smug. We still don't know how many secrets the Tianke hunting organization possesses. Feng Chun nodded. What you need to do now is to quickly familiarize yourselves with this power and prevent the Tianke hunting organization from discovering the core of the seal. Lin Yi took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. All right, what I need is greater strength to completely end this crisis. Feng Chun looked at him and smiled slightly. You indeed resemble someone from 1,000 years ago. Shen Mingyao inquired with confusion. Who? Feng Qian did not respond, merely casting a meaningful glance at Lin Yi before turning to look deep into the palace. Time is running out. The power of the seal is gradually weakening. And you must act swiftly. Lin Yi and Shen Mingyao exchanged glances, knowing that this battle was now unavoidable. They were about to face a true challenge. To be continued. Chapter 16. The seal shatters. Darkness descends within the palace. The golden radiance gradually dimmed as Lin Yi slowly retracted his hand. He could feel the immense power within him, akin to the purest flow of energy in the universe. His breathing was steady, and his heartbeat was strong. Each pulse of blood carried an indescribable, overwhelming momentum. He had fully awakened. However, at that moment, the entire palace suddenly trembled violently. Boom. A terrifying shockwave erupted from beneath the ground, causing the entire space to shake madly, while the ancient runes on the walls flickered faintly, attempting to resist the terrifying energy fluctuations. But Feng Qian's expression grew gravely serious as he abruptly turned to face the depths of the palace. Not good if the power of the seal is collapsing. Lin Yi and Shen Mingyao's expressions changed simultaneously at the word seal collapsing. Could it be that the suppressed entity was about to awaken? What is happening? Shen Mingyao asked urgently. Feng Qian's gaze turned sharply fierce, and a purple-gold flame ignited around him, his aura as formidable as a deep abyss. The will of the malevolent deity has begun to break through the seal. This palace cannot hold for much longer. We must leave immediately. Lin Ye's heart sank. He had just awakened his power and had yet to fully master it, yet he was already facing such an earth-shattering crisis. Was there truly no way to stop this? Lin Yi asked in a low voice. Feng Chun shook his head, his tone heavy. Unless you can master the true sealing power in a short time, our only option is to prevent the Tianke hunting organization from exploiting this dark power. As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling and bone-chilling whisper erupted from beneath the ground, as if it came from the depths of hell, filled with endless resentment and malevolence. Hee. A deep, cold laughter echoed throughout the space, laden with an infinite curse that made one's soul tremble uncontrollably. The seal is it finally about to weaken? This voice was chillingly sinister, imbued with a hint of ecstasy and bloodlust, as if a demon imprisoned for 1,000 years was about to break free from its shackles and return to the mortal realm. Lin Yi suddenly looked up, and he could distinctly sense an indescribable malevolent aura rapidly spreading from the deepest part of this space, as if something was about to break free from its chains and emerge. Shen Mingyao also felt the terrifying wave, her pretty face paling slightly as she murmured, Is this the malevolent deity that was sealed? Feng Chen's gaze was icy as he spoke in a deep voice. No, this is merely a fragment of its will, just a fragment of its will, and it is already this powerful. Lin Ye's pupils constricted sharply. He understood that if this entity were to awaken completely, the entire world would face an unprecedented catastrophe. It must not be allowed to emerge. Lin Yi gritted his teeth as his extraordinary power erupted. Golden lightning pulsed in his palm, crashing toward that dark aura. Boom! The golden lightning shone like divine punishment, striking fiercely against the darkness. Yet that mass of black mist merely quivered slightly before reconstituting itself, seemingly immortal and unbreakable. Seeing this, Feng Qian said solemnly, "Futile. The will of the malevolent deity does not belong to this world. Ordinary attacks cannot eradicate it." Lin Ye's heart sank as he realized his thunderous attack had no effect. What should be done? Shen Mingyao frowned and asked. Feng Chun took a deep breath, forming seals with his hands, as purple-gold flames blazed in his palms. We must use the sealing power to repress it once more. Lin Yi immediately grasped the crux of the problem. Feng Chun indeed possessed experience in sealing the malevolent deity, but he clearly could not accomplish this alone at present. What do you need me to do? Lin Yi asked without hesitation. Feng Chun looked at him, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes, and after a moment, he said solemnly, "The power you just awakened is the core of the sealing power. You need to use it to suppress the will of the malevolent deity." Lin Yi took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. "All right, tell me how to do it." Feng Chun nodded, gently waving his hand. As a golden rune slowly emerged before Lin Yi. The rune was ancient and profound, seemingly containing the fundamental rules of the universe. Infuse your energy into it, using your will as a guide, and forcibly seal this dark power, Feng Chan instructed seriously. Lin Yi did not hesitate. His right hand slowly rose, the energy within him surging wildly, all converging upon that rune. Boom. The golden light erupted once more, illuminating the entire palace as if the sun had descended. The dark aura surged frantically, seemingly struggling to escape this repressing force. However, Lin Ye's sealing power had been fully activated, and his will pierced through the darkness like a sharp sword, forcefully repressing it. Ah! A chorus of anguished roars erupted from within the darkness, the evil voice filled with unwillingness, yet ultimately, it was gradually consumed by the golden light, and the sealing power once again asserted its dominance, thoroughly repressing this malevolence. The sealing was successful. Lin Ye's form swayed slightly. He could feel that his energy had been nearly exhausted during the sealing process, a sensation akin to having just endured a cataclysmic battle. Shen Mingyao hurriedly stepped forward to support him, her expression filled with concern. "Are you all right?" Lin Yi took a deep breath and forced a smile. "I'm not dead yet." Feng Chen looked at Lin Yi, his gaze profound, slowly saying, "You did well, but this is merely the beginning." Lin Yi and Shen Mingyao exchanged glances, knowing that this battle was far from over. Although the sealing power was temporarily stable, no one could guarantee how much longer it would hold. Moreover, the Tianke hunting organization would certainly not relent. The true battle had only just begun. To be continued. Chapter 17. The hunters. Lin Yi steadied himself, gradually adjusting his breath. Although the sealing technique had consumed a significant amount of his energy, in just a few seconds, his recovery was already commencing, the mysterious power within him replenishing the expended energy at an astonishing rate. Shen Mingyao still supported him, her brow slightly furrowed. "Your extraordinary power's recovery speed has increased several-fold?" Lin Yi nodded slightly, clenching his fist as he felt the surging power coursing through his meridians. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. "Not only that, but my control has also improved significantly. The sealing power seems to have completely fused with my body." Feng Chen observed this scene, a hint of satisfaction crossing his features, yet he did not lower his guard. Instead, he furrowed his brow, casting his gaze beyond the palace. Although the sealing power was temporarily stable, this disturbance had already revealed our presence. Lin Yi and Shen Mingyao both froze momentarily, quickly realizing a dire problem. That explosive display of extraordinary abilities had likely alarmed the outside world. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from beyond the palace, causing the entire space to tremble violently, a chilling aura of murderous intent permeating the air, enveloping the palace entirely. "They have arrived." Feng Chen's gaze turned icy as he slowly uttered these three words. The Tianke hunting organization has finally descended. Lin Ye's expression darkened instantly. He understood that this battle was inevitable. The sky outside the palace suddenly turned pitch black, as if even the stars had been devoured. Dark fissures appeared in the void, and countless figures could be seen flitting within them. Cackling laughter echoed ominously through the air, the sound seemingly emanating from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. Following that, a man clad in a black robe stepped slowly from the darkness, surrounded by swirling dark mist, resembling a demon awakened from the underworld. With each step he took, the ground rippled, and the very fabric of space seemed unable to withstand his might. Warping subtly, having long heard of Lin Ye's reputation, he finally laid eyes on him today. The man in the black robe lifted his head, his features strikingly ordinary, even lacking distinctiveness, yet his eyes were profound. Resembling an unfathomable abyss that one dared not meet directly, Lin Yi regarded him coldly, his tone calm yet laced with lethal intent. "Who are you?" The man in black smiled faintly and replied slowly. "I am from the Tianke hunting organization." One of the 13 knights under the command of the Lord of the Underworld, code-named Yoming, Shan Mingyao's expression shifted, whispering, 13 knights. Feng Chen's demeanor grew grave, his eyes fixed intently on the man in black. "It seems that your Tianke hunting organization can no longer remain idle. Dispatching one of the 13 knights, it appears you are determined to seize Lin Ye's power at any cost." Yuming chuckled lightly, his tone flat and chilling. "Feng Chen, you were once a member of the Tianke hunting organization. You should know that our goals have never changed." Lin Ye's eyes turned cold as he suddenly looked at Feng Chen. "You were one of them?" Shen Mingyao was equally astonished, utterly unprepared for the revelation of Feng Chen's connection to the Tianke hunting organization. Feng Chen remained composed, neither confirming nor denying, merely stating, "The past is no longer significant." Yoming's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "Is that so? Then let me see if your current strength is still worthy of the title Night Owl." "Night Owl?" Lin Yi and Shen Mingyao exchanged a stunned glance, both taken aback. Feng Chen was once the Night Owl, a name that had instilled fear throughout the realm of extraordinary abilities. Shen Mingyao bit her lip, a glint of shock in her eyes. "No wonder. You are so well informed about the Tianke hunting organization's affairs." Feng Chen offered no explanation, instead raising his head slowly to regard Yuming, his voice cold. "Spare us the pleasantries. If you desire Lin Ye's power, you must first consult my sword on the matter." Yuming chuckled softly, dismissively stating, "A mere traitor dares to stand in my way?" With that, his figure abruptly blurred, transforming into a cloud of black mist, vanishing in an instant. So swift! Lin Ye's heart raced as he unleashed his mental energy, yet he still couldn't precisely track Yoming's movements. Buzz. The next moment, an exceedingly cold black blade suddenly materialized from the void. Aimed directly at Lin Ye's throat, Lin Ye's pupils constricted sharply. Instinctively, his body recoiled. Yet this attack was so fast that it left no trace of disturbance in the air. Life and death hung in the balance. Clang! Just as the black blade was about to pierce Lin Yi, a brilliant purple-golden sword light erupted, forcefully deflecting the attack. Feng Chen appeared like a specter, his sword glowing with purple-golden radiance, the blade engulfed in endless blazing flames. Resembling a true world-destroying sword, do not underestimate him. "His speed is astonishing," Feng Chen warned solemnly. Lin Yi nodded, his gaze resolutely chilling. Yuming stood not far away, glancing at the black blade in his hand. A faint smile gracing his lips. "Impressive. It seems you still possess some capabilities." He slowly raised his head, his gaze as deep as an abyss. "But the next attack may be beyond your capacity to endure." Darkness engulfed. The hunt begins. To be continued. Chapter 18. Yoming's deadly strike. Life and death on the line. Yuming stood enveloped in darkness, black mist swirling around him, resembling a reaper from hell. His smile remained calm, yet it exuded a suffocating, chilling, murderous intent. "Feng Chen, I am eager to see just how many times you can withstand my onslaught." Before his words could fade, his figure vanished once more. Whoosh! A barely perceptible ripple coursed through the air as the dark power surged like a tide, black shadows flickering rapidly in the void. Yoming's speed was such that even Lin Ye's mental energy struggled to keep pace. "Here he comes!" Lin Ye's heart jolted. He unleashed his mental energy fully in an attempt to lock onto Yoming's movements. But in the next moment, a black blade silently pierced through his shoulder. Lin Yi! Shin Mingyao cried out in alarm. Yet before her exclamation could finish, Yoming's figure had vanished again. Stay focused. Feng Chan swung his sword fiercely, the purple-golden flames transforming into a sword aura, cleaving through the void. Boom! The sword aura exploded, but Yoming's form flickered like a specter from another direction, his speed so rapid that even Lin Ye's eyes could scarcely comprehend it. Too fast. There was no time to react. Lin Ye's heart raced in fear. He abruptly retreated, summoning the power of thunder, golden arcs dancing around him, hoping to use the lightning's force to pinpoint Yoming's location. Oh? Yoming's voice echoed in the void. Laced with mockery, a commendable response, but still too slow. In the next instant, his figure materialized suddenly right in front of Lin Yi, the black blade thrusting forward, aimed directly at Lin Ye's heart, life and death in an instant. Lin Ye's pupils constricted. He knew he had no time to evade. Boom. Just as the blade was about to pierce Lin Ye's chest, a radiant thunderbolt erupted from within him, akin to a golden sun. Ripping apart the darkness, thunder shattering the dark. Boom. The golden lightning erupted wildly, illuminating the entire space, and Yoming's figure became visible, a hint of surprise crossing his face. What? Lin Yi wasted no time, launching his attack. Wrath of the Thunder God. Boom. The power of thunder coalesced into a massive thunder spear, thrusting fiercely towards Yoming. Yoming's expression shifted slightly, his figure vanishing once more, narrowly evading the strike, though a corner of his black robe was torn by the lightning. He glanced down at the tattered edge of his garment, a subtle smile playing on his lips, revealing a knowing expression. Not bad, your thunder power indeed counters my darkness. Lin Yi remained silent, sensing that Yoming had not yet exerted his full strength, and that his previous attack had failed to inflict any substantial harm. Yoming chuckled lightly, stating, "However, this is merely the beginning. The true slaughter has only just commenced." With those words, his body began to levitate slowly, the darkness surging once more, this time his dark power growing even stronger, beginning to erode the very essence of space. Feng Chen's expression darkened, whispering, "Lin Yi, the upcoming battle leaves no room for error." Lin Yi took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. "Then let us fight. Darkness descends and thunder shatters." To be continued. Chapter 19. Thunder breaking the darkness, a perilous atmosphere. The darkness ravaged the palace, akin to a gaping maw of a monstrous beast, devouring the entire space until it was nearly devoid of light. Yoming hovered in midair, surrounded by swirling black mist, his smile remaining nonchalant. Yet a chilling glint flickered in his eyes. Feng Chan gripped his purple-gold longsword tightly, its blade ablaze with fierce flames, striving to resist Yoming's all-consuming power of darkness. Meanwhile, Lin Yi stood beside him, the might of thunder coalescing in his palm, arcs of electricity dancing like divine lightning from the heavens, poised to strike at any moment. Shan Mingyao stood behind them, forming intricate seals with her hands, a faint lunar glow radiating from her form. Although her abilities were not particularly formidable in direct combat, they significantly bolstered her companion's strength. "Yoming, your power of darkness may not be capable of engulfing everything." Lin Ye's gaze was piercing, thunderous light flickering around him. As he raised his hands slightly, the arcs of lightning converging into a spear, piercing the darkness and illuminating the entire palace. Yoming smiled faintly, responding languidly, "Is that so? Then by all means, feel free to try." And no sooner had he spoken, his figure vanished once again. Whoosh! The air twisted suddenly, and amidst the darkness, countless shadows lunged forth, akin to the sides of death, hurtling towards Lin Yi and Feng Chan with a heart-stopping speed. "Excellent!" Lin Ye's eyes narrowed, the thunder spear swinging out violently, golden lightning erupting, tearing through space and crashing into the shadows. Boom! The lightning exploded, shredding the shadows in an instant, yet the next moment, more shadows emerged, seemingly endless. Feng Chen's sword light erupted at that moment, the purple-gold longsword slicing through the void, each strike igniting a blaze of fiery sword shadows, reducing the shadows to ashes. However, even with their combined efforts, the shadows continued to surge forth, as if inexhaustible. "This is Yoming's phantom-killing array." Feng Chen's expression darkened, muttering, "Not only is he fast, but his power of darkness can create countless doppelgangers. Though these doppelgangers lack the true strength of the original, their speed and attacking power are by no means inferior. Lin Yi clenched his teeth, unleashing thunderous strikes, yet the shadows multiplied, threatening to encircle him completely. Shen Mingyao bit her lip, her hands forming seals, a silver lunar mark appearing on her forehead, soft moonlight cascading down to form a protective barrier around Lin Yi and Feng Chun, repelling some of the shadows. This cannot continue, Shen Mingyao urged. We must locate the original body. Otherwise, we will be worn down by these phantoms. Lin Yi took a deep breath, closing his eyes, his mental energy instantly expanding to its limit. Attempting to sense Yu Ming's true form. However, the shadows constantly shifted positions, devoid of any fixed energy fluctuations. Damn it, this guy. Even my mental energy cannot lock onto him? Lin Yi cursed inwardly. Yu Ming's laughter echoed through the darkness. Futile struggles. You cannot possibly break through my dark array. Lin Yi opened his eyes, inhaled deeply, and suddenly shouted, Feng Chun, protect Shen Mingyao. I will break the formation. Feng Chun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded. Sweeping his purple-gold longsword to shield Shen Mingyao, Lin Yi then raised his hand abruptly, the power of thunder erupting instantaneously, arcs of lightning spiraling around him, his momentum escalating. Thunder God Domain. Thunder's annihilation. Boom! Endless thunder erupted violently, transforming into a storm of lightning, sweeping outward, golden lightning illuminating the entire palace, as every shadow was obliterated in the tempest of thunder, dissipating into nothingness. Yet, Yu Ming's figure still did not reveal itself. Lin Yi frowned slightly. Although his thunder had destroyed all the shadows, Yu Ming's true form remained hidden in the darkness. Feng Chun suddenly exclaimed, No, he hasn't concealed himself at all. He's right within your shadow. Shadows? Lin Yi looked down sharply, and in the next moment, a chilling black hand emerged from his shadow, a dark blade thrusting directly at his heart. Not good, Lin Yi's pupils constricted. Although his thunder domain was formidable, it could not anticipate such an attack lurking within his shadow. Die. Yu Ming's voice was deep and cold, his murderous intent palpable. Swish! The black blade sliced through the air, piercing straight for Lin Yi's heart. Life and death, an instant buzz. Just as the black blade was about to penetrate Lin Yi's body, a silver-white radiance suddenly flickered, and Shen Mingyao's figure appeared like a specter. She formed seals with her hands, unleashing the power of lunar light, creating a shield of light that blocked Yu Ming's attack. Bang! The black blade struck the shield, unleashing a violent shockwave of energy. Shen Mingyao, Lin Yi gasped. Yu Ming's figure finally emerged from the shadows, his gaze darkening as he coldly regarded Shen Mingyao. You were actually able to perceive my shadow-killing technique? Shen Mingyao panted, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her hands still maintaining the sealing posture. The lunar power rapidly dissipating, clearly exhausted from the previous attack. Lin Yi, Shen Mingyao urged, do not hold back any longer. Use your strongest power to completely crush him. Lin Yi took a deep breath, his expression sharpening with resolve. In that case, his hands gradually rose, the power of thunder surging wildly, the furious golden lightning coalescing in his palms, ultimately transforming into a colossal spear of thunder. Yu Ming, receive my strike. Thunder God's judgment. Boom! Thunder roared, the thunder god descended, the golden spear of thunder carrying the aura of annihilation, hurtling fiercely towards Yu Ming. Yu Ming's pupils constricted abruptly. He attempted to evade, but Lin Yi's attack had locked down all his escape routes. Damn it! Yu Ming growled, the power of darkness surging violently, his hands clasping together in a desperate attempt to engulf the thunderous force. Boom! The next moment, the thunder spear crashed violently into Yu Ming. The entire palace trembled violently at that moment, the darkness torn asunder, the lightning illuminating the heavens and earth. Yu Ming's figure was sent flying, crashing into a distant wall, a trickle of black blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Lin Yi gasped, his gaze still icy, clenching his fists as he murmured, this battle is far from over. Thunder shatters the dark, the killing intent unquenched. To be continued. Chapter 20. Awakening Darkness, the Gates of Hell. Yu Ming slowly rose to his feet, casually wiping away the black blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes glinting with a sinister chill. His gaze fell upon Lin Yi, the smile on his face gradually fading, replaced by a deepening gloom. Quite interesting. Yu Ming began slowly, his voice low and chilling. It seems I underestimated you. Lin Yi tightly gripped the thunder spear, arcs of electricity dancing upon its shaft, golden light flickering, his gaze fixed intently on Yu Ming, his nerves taut and ready to strike again at any moment. Feng Qian stood firm with his sword, his expression grave as he observed Yu Ming, whispering, "This guy isn't even using his full strength." Shen Mingyao's complexion was slightly pale. The earlier effort to block Yu Ming's shadow-killing technique had drained her significantly. Yet she stood tall, her gaze resolute as she addressed Lin Yi. "Be cautious. His true trump card has yet to be revealed." Lin Yi took a deep breath. He fully understood that a being of Yu Ming's caliber would not easily be defeated. Indeed, the next moment, Yu Ming's aura surged explosively, boom. The power of darkness roiled once more, his body slowly levitating, the black cloak behind him billowing without wind, dense black mist expanding wildly, causing the very ground of the palace to tremble as if some terrifying entity were about to awaken. "What is this?" Feng Chen's pupils constricted, his grip on the sword tightening. "The gates of hell." Yu Ming's lips curled slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. "Since you have forced me to this extent, let me show you what true darkness is." The darkness surged violently, and behind Yu Ming, a massive door as black as ink slowly materialized, towering 10 zhang high, adorned with countless grotesque demons that seemed alive, struggling and howling. The temperature of the entire space plummeted suddenly, a chilling aura sweeping from all directions, causing Lin Yi and his companions to involuntarily shudder. "What on earth is this?" Lin Yi furrowed his brow. The power of thunder surging chaotically as he attempted to fend off the eerie encroachment of darkness. Feng Chen's expression was exceptionally grave. That door is not an ordinary force of darkness. Shen Mingyao's complexion grew even paler as she whispered, "That is the forbidden technique of the Yu Ming clan. Legend has it that once the gates of hell are opened, it can summon malevolent spirits from the underworld, devouring all vitality." Heh. Yu Ming chuckled lightly, placing his hand upon the black door. "Hell, open, boom." The black door instantaneously erupted with boundless ghostly light, dark chains shooting forth from within, lunging violently towards Lin Yi and his companions. "Retreat!" Feng Qian shouted, swinging his purple-gold longsword, fiery sword energy sweeping forth, cleaving the approaching dark chains in twain. Lin Yi did not hesitate, sweeping the thunder spear, unleashing a ferocious burst of lightning that shattered the surrounding chains. Shen Mingyao quickly retreated, her hands forming seals, the power of the moon gathering before her, forming a silver barrier that repelled some of the incoming chains. However, the dark chains continued to multiply, seemingly endless, surging towards the three of them with reckless abandon. How infuriating! This thing simply cannot be vanquished. Lin Yi furrowed his brow tightly. Yu Ming's lips curled slightly, his gaze laced with a hint of mockery. "Futile. Once the gates of hell are opened, all struggles are in vain. Hellish spirits, awaken, buzz." Within the blackened portal, pairs of crimson eyes slowly opened, grotesque shadows emerged from within, emanating an oppressive aura of death. "What in the world is this?" Lin Ye's pupils contracted sharply. Shen Mingyao's expression shifted subtly as she whispered, "These are the souls devoured by the gates of hell. They possess no consciousness, only the instinct to kill." Ha. Yu Ming laughed maniacally. "Are you in despair? In the face of true darkness, you have no right to resist." Lin Ye's gaze suddenly turned icy, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "What are you laughing at? Who is in despair?" He raised his hand abruptly, the power of thunder erupting once more, golden lightning surging forth like a tempest towards those dark shadows. The wrath of the thunder god. Heavenly punishment, boom. The ferocious lightning instantly engulfed dozens of shadows, their wails piercing the air as their bodies were torn apart by the thunder, dissipating into black smoke. Yet more shadows surged forth from the portal, nearly filling the entire palace. Feng Chen's sword energy continuously cleaved through, each strike imbued with devastating flames, splitting the evil spirits in two, but still unable to halt their relentless emergence. Shen Mingyao stood at the back, forming seals with her hands, silver light flickering as arrows of moonlight shot forth, scattering the shadows, though her energy was rapidly depleting. "This cannot continue," Feng Chen urged. "We must find a way to close that door." Lin Ye's gaze sharpened as he looked towards the hellish gate behind Yu Ming. gritting his teeth. Yu Ming is the one who opened it. As long as we defeat him, we can close that portal. Feng Chun nodded. Then, let us give it our all. Lin Yi took a deep breath. The power of thunder surging wildly around him, his eyes gradually filled with golden lightning, as if the thunder god had descended. Feng Chen's purple-gold sword blazed with flames, his sword energy swelling, his aura climbing steadily. Resembling a divine sword poised to be unsheathed, Shen Mingyao no longer held back, releasing the full might of her moonlight power, the silver brilliance radiating like a resplendent moon suspended in the night sky. Yu Ming squinted his eyes, murmuring, "Oh, not ready to give up? Interesting. Let me see just how long you can struggle." Lin Yi took a deep breath, intently declaring, "There's no need to struggle. Because in this battle, we will win." The judgment of the thunder god. Spear of divine punishment, boom. A golden spear of thunder materialized in Lin Ye's grasp, lightning crackling, a terrifying wave of energy sweeping through the heavens. Aimed directly at Yu Ming, Feng Chen's sword energy erupted in tandem, while Shen Mingyao's moonlight power simultaneously descended. The trio united for a decisive strike. Yu Ming's expression finally shifted slightly, his pupils reflecting the spear imbued with the power of heavenly punishment. Hurtling towards him with an annihilating force. A life-and-death strike, the outcome is about to be revealed. The darkness awakens, the thunder reigns in the abyss. To be continued. Chapter 21. Thunder reigns in the abyss. Yu Ming's retreat boom. The spear of thunder shot forth, resembling a divine weapon descending from the heavens, tearing through the darkness, aimed at Yu Ming. Yu Ming's pupils constricted sharply. He could distinctly sense the apocalyptic energy. Realizing that if struck head-on, there would be no chance of survival. Damn it. Yu Ming growled, dark power surging violently. He formed seals with his hands, a black aura coalescing in his palms, instantly morphing into a pitch-black shield to defend himself. The underworld shield, Shadow Devour. The black shield suddenly expanded, transforming into a massive maw, attempting to consume the energy of the thunder spear. However, the thunder spear was the divine thunder that Lin Yi had fully condensed, carrying the essence of indomitable and pure divine punishment. How could dark power easily devour it? Zzz. The lightning danced wildly, the dark shield began to tremble violently, its surface cracking as if it might shatter at any moment. Yu Ming's expression darkened, his hands striving to reinforce the dark power, attempting to stabilize the shield. But the might of the thunder spear was simply too formidable, and the dark shield could barely hold for an instant before it exploded. Boom! The thunder spear shattered the shield, continuing its relentless advance, piercing towards Yu Ming's chest. Yu Ming's heart sank in fear. Disregarding everything else, he abruptly retreated while rapidly conjuring a dark spear, fiercely meeting the thunder spear head-on. The spear of the underworld's shadow. The black spear sliced through the air, crashing violently into the thunder spear. Boom! Two terrifying forces collided, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that shook the entire palace, shattering the carvings on the walls and cracking the ground with horrific fissures. The raging thunder and dark power intertwined, forming a colossal energy storm that wreaked havoc in all directions. Feng Chen immediately swung his sword, conjuring a blazing sword energy barrier before himself and Shen Mingyao, barely shielding them from the residual shockwave, though both were still pushed back several steps. Lin Yi, however, steadied himself using the power of thunder, his gaze fixed intently at the center of the storm. Bang! In the next moment, a figure was violently hurled out, crashing heavily against a stone pillar in the palace, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. It was Yu Ming. He was defeated. His dark power ultimately could not withstand Lin Ye's thunderous divine punishment. Seeing this, Feng Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk. This guy has finally reached his limit. Shen Mingyao also sighed with relief. Thunder is the nemesis of darkness. No matter how strong Yu Ming is, he cannot fully resist the power of divine punishment. Lin Yi clenched his fists, his voice resolute. We cannot give him a moment to breathe. We must finish him off with that. He stepped forward, his figure transforming into a bolt of lightning, racing towards Yu Ming with the thunder spear in hand, murderous intent boiling. Yu Ming staggered to his feet. Lin Ye's heart jolted as he suddenly raised his head. His gaze fixed intently on the pair of crimson eyes. In a deep voice, he inquired, "You are the progenitor of the netherworld? What exactly are you?" A chilling laughter accompanied the words. Foolish mortal. You are unworthy of knowing my origin." Before the echo of his words faded, the crimson eyes slowly drew nearer, and a hazy silhouette materialized before Lin Yit was a man cloaked in a black robe, his face shrouded in shadow, emanating an overwhelming aura of darkness, reminiscent of the Lord of the Netherworld, exuding immense pressure. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened. "What do you intend to do?" The man in black gradually raised his hand, darkness coalescing in his palm, forming a pitch-black seal that devoured the surrounding light like an abyss. "I am the master of the Netherworld, wielding dominion over death and darkness." The man in black spoke, his voice resonating as if it emerged from the depths of hell. "All who inherit my legacy shall command the powers of the Netherworld and reign supreme. However, do you possess the qualifications to bear this power? Come, accept the trial of darkness. Should you succeed, you may inherit my legacy. Should you fail, your soul shall be consumed by the Netherworld, doomed to eternal reincarnation." With a thunderous roar, the world of darkness collapsed instantaneously. Countless black chains shot forth from the void, violently ensnaring Lin Ye's body, forcibly dragging him into a pitch-black abyss. In the realm of reality, Feng Chun and Shen Mingyao watched Lin Yi anxiously. He clutched the black jade slip, his eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his aura in disarray. "What is happening to Lin Yi?" Feng Chen furrowed his brow and asked. Shen Mingyao extended her slender fingers, gently touching Lin Ye's forehead to sense his soul fluctuations, her expression shifting slightly. His consciousness has been drawn into a certain mental space by the jade slip. Feng Chen's brows knitted together. "Is there danger?" Shen Mingyao pondered for a moment and replied softly, "This jade slip harbors an immensely powerful dark force. It must be some form of legacy. Yet dark legacies are fraught with peril. If Lin Yi cannot withstand the trials within, he may very well be consumed by darkness." Feng Chen's expression darkened, a grave look flashing in his eyes. "Then how can we assist him?" Shen Mingyao shook her head. "The trials of a dark legacy can only be faced by Lin Yi himself. We cannot aid him. We can only trust in his strength." Feng Qian fell silent for a moment before nodding, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yi, silently urging, "You better not get into trouble. I am the trial space of the Netherworld." Lin Ye's body plummeted continuously through an endless void of darkness, as if falling into an abyss. Suddenly, bang! His body crashed heavily onto a cold, black ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lin Yi frowned and got up. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself within a pitch-black palace, surrounded by towering black stone pillars adorned with grotesque carvings, exuding a chilling atmosphere. "The trial begins," a cold and merciless voice echoed in the space. First challenge, the dark illusion. In the next moment, countless shadowy figures materialized before Lin Yi, writhing and struggling, emitting mournful howls as if vengeful spirits were roaring. "Kill them." The voice of the man in black resonated slowly. "They are the souls from the depths of the Netherworld. If you do not slay them, they will consume your soul." Lin Ye's gaze darkened, and the thunder lance manifested in his hand, crackling with lightning. With a cold snort, he charged towards the shadows. Thunderous fury, boom. The thunder lance swept through, and the violent lightning instantly engulfed a multitude of shadows, tearing them into fragments amidst their agonizing cries. However, after being torn apart, these shadows rapidly reformed, lunging at Lin Yi once more. Lin Yi frowned. "Undying souls?" The voice of the man in black echoed again, laced with mockery. "Though thunder can counter darkness, the dark souls are not substantial. Mere brute force cannot annihilate them completely." Lin Yi fell silent for a moment, suddenly closing his eyes to perceive everything around him. "These shadows are not real, but illusions?" Lin Ye's eyes shot open, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Since they are illusions, then I shall see through them." He activated the thunder eye within him, a golden lightning coursing through his gaze, and in an instant, the surrounding shadows twisted and shattered like bubbles. Boom! All shadows dissipated, and the dark illusion collapsed in an instant. The man in black was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled lightly. "Well done. You have passed the first trial." Lin Yi tightened his grip on the lance, his eyes sharp. "What comes next?" The man in black waved his hand gently, causing the ground of the palace to suddenly crack open, revealing a pitch-black chasm from which a potent aura of death surged forth. Second challenge, the Battle of the Netherworld. As his voice fell, a massive shadow slowly crawled out of the chasm, its blood-red eyes fixated on Lin Yi, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. Lin Yi took a deep breath as the power of thunder surged within him. His body glowing with golden light, a cold smile crept onto his lips, just in time. Let's see who kills whom. Wrath of the Thunder God. Heaven's punishment descends, boom. Darkness and thunder clashed once more. To be continued. Chapter 23. Battle of the Netherworld, Thunder's Judgment, Roar. From the black chasm, the enormous shadow fully emerged. Towering over 10 feet, it was enveloped in pitch-black flames, with its menacing fangs reflecting a cold gleam in the darkness. Its limbs were muscular and twisted, resembling a demon crawling from the depths of hell. The Netherworld Battle Demon. Lin Ye's pupils constricted slightly in ancient texts. He had encountered descriptions of such creatures. They were formed from the resentment of vengeful souls and the lingering thoughts of the fallen. Serving as the weapons of the Netherworld clan, possessing no consciousness beyond combat. This creature was born solely for slaughter. The voice of the man in black drifted from the darkness. This is the Netherworld Battle Demon I forged with my own hands. It has slain countless beings and consumed innumerable souls. Even deities tremble before it. If you can slay it, you shall earn my recognition. Should you fail, your soul shall become part of it in the darkness. The crimson eyes locked onto Lin Yi, the massive body of the demon leaning forward slightly in the next instant. It stomped its feet, boom. The ground fractured instantly, sending countless fragments flying as the demon's form flickered like a wraith. Appearing before Lin Yi, its colossal claws tearing through the air, aimed directly at his chest. This blow could obliterate a mountain. Thunder step. Lin Yi stomped his foot, unleashing the power of thunder, his figure transforming into a bolt of lightning. Vanishing from his original position, bang! The demon's claw crashed into the ground, creating a massive pit several feet deep, with debris scattering and fierce winds swirling. Lin Yi reappeared midair, thunder lance in hand, aiming for the demon's head, and thrusting fiercely. Thunder's Judgment, Void Piercer, buzz. The lance tip erupted with blinding lightning, akin to a bolt of lightning slicing through darkness, imbued with unparalleled destructive force, piercing straight for the demon's forehead. However, the demon reacted swiftly, raising its arm, the pitch-black armor shielding its brow, and the thunder lance struck with force, failing to penetrate. Clang! A tremendous metallic clash resonated, and Lin Ye's lance was rebounded, while the demon remained unmoved. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened. Such formidable defense. The man in black chuckled. The armor of the Netherworld Battle Demon is forged from hellfire. Ordinary attacks cannot breach it. The demon grinned wickedly, its fists crashing forward. Boom, boom. Two black shockwaves roared like cannonballs. And Lin Ye's feet flashed with thunder, barely evading. But the shockwaves shattered the ground, and the residual wind grazed Lin Ye's arm, tearing his sleeve and drawing blood. Lin Ye frowned, feeling the sting in his arm. His gaze growing even colder. Since that is the case, let's test a stronger power. In the next moment, Lin Yi swept the thunder lance with ferocity, the raging power of thunder gathering upon the spear. Golden lightning dancing as if a thunder dragon roared. Wrath of the Thunder God. Sky splitter, boom. The lightning exploded, and the lance swept out like a blade of thunder, fiercely cleaving towards the demon's body. The demon seemed to sense the threat of this attack, letting out a furious roar, crossing its arms before its chest, the armor shimmering with black light, attempting to resist this terrifying blow. Swoosh, the lightning flashed, and a golden arc sliced through the darkness, striking heavily against the demon. Though the demon's defense was formidable, under the enhancement of the thunderous power, a deep crack appeared on the surface of its armor. The demon howled in rage, suddenly raising its hand, launching a fist towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi swiftly sidestepped, but the demon's speed was astonishing. The wind from its punch brushed past him, yet he still felt a violent gust hit him, forcing him back several steps. It seems that relying solely on attack to break through its armor is insufficient. Lin Yi took a deep breath, a decisive gleam flashing in his eyes. He slowly raised his hand, revealing a golden thunder mark that gradually materialized in his palm, the fierce, thunderous power surging within him, his momentum escalating. The man in black was momentarily stunned. This boy actually has a trump card? The war demon seemed to sense an impending danger, its crimson eyes narrowing slightly, and within its previously brazen aura, a hint of vigilance emerged. Lin Yi slowly lifted his gaze, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Allow me to show you." The true wrath of thunder, thunderous sacred body, unleashed, boom. A golden lightning bolt surged into the sky, and Lin Ye's aura skyrocketed in an instant, surrounded by crackling electricity, resembling the descent of a thunder god. Golden lightning patterns manifested upon his skin, his eyes transformed entirely into gold, exuding an unmatched pressure of thunder. The war demon roared, its colossal form charging forward, fists raised to strike down Lin Yi with lethal force. Lin Yi stood his ground, showing no inclination to evade. Facing the war demon's frenzied assault, he simply raised a palm, fingers slightly splayed, as the thunderous mark in his palm whirled violently before erupting into a blinding torrent of lightning. The wrath of the thunder god, divine retribution descends, boom. A bolt of lightning, akin to divine punishment, erupted from Lin Ye's palm, crashing into the war demon's chest with unstoppable might. The demon's armor shattered instantly. Its massive frame hurled backward from the thunderous impact, crashing to the ground and sending dust soaring into the air. Roar. The war demon struggled to rise, yet its chest had been pierced by the force of thunder. Black blood seeping from the gaping wound, its breath rapidly fading. Lin Yi stepped forward, raising the thunder spear in his hand, his tone devoid of emotion. "It's over." Thrust. The thunder spear suddenly plunged down, completely penetrating the war demon's skull. The demon's crimson eyes gradually dimmed, its enormous body slowly collapsing, dissipating into a wisp of black mist in the air. The man in the black robe remained silent for a moment before chuckling softly. "Interesting. It seems that you have passed the trial now. It is time to accept my legacy." To be continued. Chapter 24. The Legacy of the Netherworld. The king ascends, buzz, as the body of the Netherworld war demon completely transformed into black mist. Lin Yi stood within the obsidian palace, slowly retracting the thunder spear, his gaze sharpening as he surveyed his surroundings. Although he had slain the war demon, he understood that this trial was far from over. Indeed, from the shadows, the mysterious man in the black robe emerged slowly, his figure still shrouded in obscurity, as if merging with the darkness, his voice deep and authoritative. "Indeed, your performance has exceeded my expectations." He gradually raised his hand, a pitch-black light coalescing from his palm, forming a black seal that floated in the void. "This is my Netherworld seal, the emblem of the Lord of the Netherworld. Accept it, and you shall acquire the legacy of the Netherworld. Wield the power of darkness and reign supreme." Lin Yi gazed at the black seal, feeling the surging energy within, his heartbeat quickening slightly. The legacy of the Lord of the Netherworld. This is no ordinary legacy, but the supreme mark of the Netherworld clan's ruler. If he could master it completely, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Yet, would this dark power truly not backfire against him? Lin Ye's gaze flickered momentarily, refraining from reaching out immediately, instead asking solemnly, "If I accept it, will I be consumed by the darkness?" The man in the black robe paused before replying with a light laugh. "It depends on your will. Darkness is both destruction and transformation. If your resolve is not firm enough, you will indeed be consumed by the darkness, becoming a mindless killing machine. However, if you can harness it, darkness will become your sharpest weapon." Lin Yi took a deep breath, his gaze gradually firming. How resolute was his heart! In this world, the weak are prey to the strong. If he lacked the courage to control the darkness, how could he ever ascend to the pinnacle? With this thought, he hesitated no longer, and suddenly reached out, grasping the Netherworld seal. Boom. In an instant, a violent surge of black energy erupted from the seal, like a frenzied Netherworld beast, crashing into Lin Yi's body. Ah! Excruciating pain coursed through him, as if his blood were ablaze, his veins tearing apart, and from the depths of his soul came an agonizing sensation as if it were being shredded. The oppressive aura of darkness assailed his sanity, attempting to engulf him entirely. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, resolutely battling against this torrent of darkness. Suppress it. He channeled the thunderous power within him, clashing with the dark energy, merging it, striving to control this wild netherworld force. The man in the black robe stood at a distance, silently observing Lin Yi, his gaze imbued with profound meaning. How intriguing! This lad actually attempts to subdue the netherworld power with the force of thunder. It's a matter of success or total annihilation. In the real world, Feng Chun and Shen Mingyao stood beside Lin Yi, expressions grave. Surrounding Lin Ye's body, black and golden lights intertwined, half representing the ominous energy of the netherworld, half the violent arcs of thunder, as if two extreme forces were clashing within him. Feng Chen frowned. What is happening to him? Shen Mingyao's expression was complex as she murmured. He must be merging with the netherworld legacy. But this fusion is excessively domineering. A slight misstep could result in backlash. Feng Chen's eyes flickered with uncertainty, secretly pondering. This kid is always so reckless. Shen Mingyao gazed at Lin Yi, her eyes reflecting both concern and awe. She understood that if Lin Yi were to succeed in merging with the netherworld power, his strength would inevitably undergo a qualitative leap. But if he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the netherworld trial space, Lin Ye's body trembled violently, his consciousness seemingly adrift in an endless abyss of darkness. Countless whispers echoed in his ears, voices that seemed to emanate from the depths of the netherworld, filled with temptation, madness, and slaughter. Surrender to the darkness, become the true lord of the netherworld. Slaughter is the only truth. Obey us. Obey the netherworld. Lin Ye's consciousness wavered slightly as countless images flooded before him, saturated with blood, death, and destruction. He saw himself standing atop a mountain of corpses, overlooking the world, bathed in blood, becoming the sovereign. But just then, a gentle figure surfaced in his mind. That was Shen Mengyao's visage, her eyes filled with concern, her voice resonating in Lin Ye's ear. Lin Yi, you must not die. Simultaneously, Feng Chen's voice echoed. Kid, if you die, I certainly won't retrieve your body. Lin Ye's pupils constricted sharply, his consciousness snapping back to clarity. He bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain breaking the dark whisper's grip as golden thunder erupted in his eyes. Netherworld, thunder. Since you both seek to control me, then I shall wholly master you. Suppress it, boom. In that instant, Lin Ye's thunderous power erupted completely, forcibly merging with the netherworld energy. Darkness and thunder intertwined, transforming into a brand new seal, deeply imprinted upon Lin Ye's soul. Lin Ye's aura surged wildly, the power within him undergoing a profound metamorphosis at that moment. Darkness was no longer an invasion. It had become a part of him, his most formidable weapon, success. The man in the black robe's pupils constricted slightly, then a smile graced his lips. Indeed, this lad is suited for the netherworld legacy. In the real world, boom! Lin Ye's body trembled violently, a terrifying energy of black thunder swirling around him. Instantly sweeping across the entire room, Feng Chun and Shen Mingyao were jolted backward, eyes wide in astonishment as they beheld Lin Yi. Moments later, Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes. His left eye radiated the dark aura of the netherworld, resembling an abyss, while his right eye gleamed with the golden light of thunder, reminiscent of divine retribution. He gradually rose to his feet, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The thunder god of the netherworld. That title is rather fitting. To be continued. Chapter 25. Initial trial of the netherworld power. Black thunder descends. Lin Yi slowly rose, the powers of the netherworld and thunder having fully merged within him. Emanating an overwhelming pressure, he glanced down at his hands, where swirling black thunder danced in his palms, wild and profound, as if capable of devouring everything. This sensation, he slowly clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power. This new force was more potent than any he had encountered before, even more destructive than pure thunderous energy. Feng Chun stared at him in shock. Kid, what exactly did you do? How has your aura transformed so drastically? Shen Mingyao furrowed her brow slightly, her expression complex as she regarded Lin Yi, clearly sensing the inexplicable change within him. Lin Yi smiled faintly, raising his right hand gently, a black lightning arc dancing at his fingertips. Crackling with energy. This is the netherworld thunder, Feng Chun frowned. The netherworld power is inherently sinister, while the thunderous energy is the epitome of yang. The fusion of the two is simply unfathomable. Shen Mingyao spoke solemnly. Can you control this power? Lin Yi inhaled deeply, gently closing his eyes, attuning himself to the new energy within. The darkness and thunder intertwined, both wild and steady, both destructive and regenerative. After a moment, he opened his eyes, a confident smile gracing his lips. Of course I can. However, we must test it to know for certain. Within an abandoned factory, Lin Yi stood amidst the dilapidated structures. his gaze icy as he fixed his sights on the target before him. This is the very place he deliberately chose to test his newfound powers, surrounded by desolation, with exposed steel reinforcing bars and a ground riddled with pits. Clearly abandoned for many years, at this moment, before him, a dozen men clad in black were slowly encroaching, each wielding weapons, their eyes cold and their presence exuding an eerie atmosphere, evidently not ordinary individuals. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a goatee, his face grim, who sneered, "Lin Yi, how dare you come here alone? You are truly courting death." Unfazed, Lin Yi regarded him with indifference and asked, "Which organization do you belong to?" The man with the goatee scoffed, "You need not know in any case. You shall not leave here alive." He extended his hand and with a slight gesture, the black-clad men erupted with formidable energy, simultaneously drawing their weapons and dashing towards Lin Yi with blinding speed. Yet Lin Yi remained calm, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Just right, I shall put you to the test with my new power." Black thunder, descend, boom. In an instant, a terrifying black lightning erupted from Lin Yi, the violent currents spreading throughout the factory, saturating the air with a scorched aroma. The faces of the black-clad men changed dramatically. Before they could react, the black thunder had already descended. Crackle! The black lightning, akin to the tentacles of a demon, expanded from Lin Yi, enveloping the entire battlefield. Cries of agony echoed incessantly as the men in black were instantly consumed by the thunder. Their garments torn to shreds, skin charred, collapsing heavily to the ground, unable to retaliate even once. Within mere seconds, all the black-clad men lay defeated, completely stripped of their combat capability. Lin Yi slowly raised his hand, the black thunder still dancing in his palm, and slightly arched an eyebrow. Its power exceeds my expectations." The man with the goatee was utterly stunned, fear filling his eyes. He had never witnessed such terrifying thunder. This is impossible." Lin Yi cast a dispassionate glance at him, shifting his foot to appear before him in an instant, clasping his hand around the man's neck and lifting him off the ground. "Now, can you tell me?" The man's face turned crimson, terror reflecting in his eyes as he stammered, We are from the Shadow Pavilion." "The Shadow Pavilion?" Lin Yi's brows furrowed slightly. He had heard of this organization. "Since the Shadow Killers revel in darkness, I shall demonstrate to them what true darkness and thunder truly entail." That night, at the headquarters of the Shadow Killers, this terrifying organization lurks within the shadows of the city, devoid of any official affiliation or fixed base. Yet every prominent family is well aware that as long as one can afford the price, they can procure the life of anyone at this very moment. In the mission hall of the Shadow Killers, a gaunt silhouette stands in the center, his face obscured by a hood, with only a pair of cold, indifferent eyes betraying a chilling intent to kill. This individual is none other than one of the top assassins of the Shadow Killers, Ghost Hand. Renowned for his proficiency in dagger assassination, moving with the swiftness of a phantom, he once eliminated 5 A-class warriors in merely 3 seconds, earning the title of the man closest to death. The leader of the Shadow Killers slowly speaks. "The intelligence on the target has been sent to your terminal." Ghost Hand glances down, his voice icy. "A bounty of 50 million. The target does not appear to be particularly challenging." The leader cautions. The target from the Bai family is no ordinary foe. It is said he possesses a peculiar power of black thunder, capable of obliterating even the assassins under the Bai family's command in a single strike. Ghost Hand smirks slightly, a hint of bloodthirsty excitement flickering in his gaze. "Thunder? I am quite eager to see if his lightning can surpass the speed of my blade." The leader refrains from further commentary, nodding slightly. The mission commences now. Ghost Hand turns, his figure gradually vanishing into the darkness, like a whispering breeze, departing without a sound. Target: Lin Yi, locked in. As night descends, a life-and-death duel is about to begin. To be continued. Chapter 27. The Shadow Killers mobilize, the threat looms. The night grows deep, and the aura of death quietly descends. At this moment, Lin Yi finds himself in a tranquil tea house, savoring tea with serene contentment. The fragrant tea wafts through the air, imparting a sense of tranquility. Yet, he is acutely aware that this calm is merely the calm before the storm. Shun Mengyao's words echo in his ears. The Bai family has summoned the Shadow Killers. These are not ordinary foes, but genuine hunters dwelling in the darkness. Their methods are cunning and ruthless, their combat styles enigmatic and unpredictable. Once they fixate on a target, the pursuit is relentless until the target lies utterly dead. What kind of assassin will the shadow killers dispatch? A slight smile graces Lin Ye's lips, his gaze profound. Suddenly, he flicks his fingertip, causing the teacup to emit a faint tremor. Someone approaches, he sets down the teacup, rises, and strides slowly toward the tea house exit. The street is silent, enveloped in a deathly stillness. Yet, within Lin Ye's perception, a faint yet palpable killing intent lingers in the air. Excellent, they have finally arrived. Lin Ye lifts his head, surveying his surroundings, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since the shadow killers have come, they need not hide any longer. As his words fall, a chilling flash of steel suddenly slices through the night. Ghost hand strikes, the blade of instant death. In an instant, a razor-thin glimmer of cold light hurtles toward Lin Ye's throat, astonishingly swift, not even producing a sound as it cuts through the air. This strike is unparalleled in speed, its angle cunningly devised, embodying the epitome of an assassination trajectory. Yet Lin Yi merely tilts his head slightly, as though foreseeing the attack, allowing the lethal dagger to graze his neck, merely tearing a fragment of his collar. Intriguing that a faint smile remains on Lin Ye's lips as his gaze shifts to the assailant, in the depths of the night. A gaunt figure slowly materializes. Clad in tight black attire, his face concealed beneath a hood, he exudes no presence, as if he were a mere figment. However, in his hand, he wields an exquisitely slender dagger, its blade faintly glowing with an eerie blue light. A symbol of potent poison, the top assassin of the shadow killers, Ghost Hand. Lin Yi glances at the blue glow on the dagger, chuckling. A poisoned blade. Ghost Hand's eyes are icy as he rasps. The Nether Thunder indeed possesses some significance. However, today, you must die.no sooner than he finishes speaking. Ghost Hand's figure vanishes in an instant. Lin Ye's pupils constrict slightly. His senses fail to capture the assailant's whereabouts. Stealthy assassination technique? Lin Ye's lips curl upward, revealing a hint of cold amusement. Amusing, he steps forward, his body leaping into the air, and simultaneously, he waves his hand, unleashing a surge of black thunder that crashes forward. Boom. The black thunder erupts. The air thick with a charred scent, yet the shadowy figure remains elusive. Lin Yi furrows his brow, and in the next moment, a frigid killing intent suddenly manifests behind him. Whoosh! The sharp dagger pierces the air, aimed directly at Lin Ye's heart. Yet, just as the blade is about to make contact, Lin Ye's form abruptly twists, his hand sweeping out as a cloak of black thunder envelopes the entire space. Crackle! Electric arcs dance wildly, like spectral hands of death, instantly spreading in all directions. Bang! A shadow is struck by the electric light, sent reeling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Ghost Hand grunts, springing back to his feet. His expression darkened to the utmost degree. He did not anticipate that Lin Yi could not only accurately sense his presence, but also launch an attack in the blink of an eye. His response speed is simply unbelievable. Lin Yi stands with his hands behind his back, casually remarking, "Your stealthy assassination technique is indeed impressive." Unfortunately, against the Nether Thunder, all concealment is but a jest. Ghost Hand's expression turns icy white in that case. He slowly raises his hand and suddenly sweeps it. Instantly, dozens of silhouettes emerge from the darkness. All clad in black, armed with sharp blades, their movements incredibly swift. They encircle Lin Yi in an instant. Lin Yi narrows his eyes. "Oh, this time, you are serious?" Ghost Hand sneers. "Lin Yi, you are indeed stronger than we anticipated. However, the shadow killers never fail. Today, you shall not leave this place." As his words fall, the black-clad figures spring into action. Their speed is astonishing, each attack perfectly coordinated, sealing off all of Lin Ye's escape routes. Lin Yi remains unmoved, a calm smile gracing his features. "It appears you still do not comprehend what true wrath of thunder entails. Black thunder, Wanjia." In an instant, a terrifying black thunder erupts from him, the violent currents sweeping across the battlefield like a tsunami. Boom! The black thunder detonates. Dozens of black-clad figures barely have time to evade, instantly engulfed by the thunder, their screams rising in a cacophony. Ghost Hand's face pales, and he hastily retreats, yet still gets caught in the lightning's wake. Sent hurtling several meters away. Thud! He crashes heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with horror. What manner of power is this? Lin Yi strides forward, looking down at him from above. His tone indifferent. The shadow killers? Merely this. Ghost hand struggles to rise, but Lin Ye's hand has already begun to rise, the black thunder coalescing in his palm, exuding a faint aura of annihilation. It is over. Whoosh! The black thunder pierces through Ghost Hand's body, his pupils dilate suddenly, his mouth agape as if to speak, yet ultimately, his form succumbs to the corrosion of the thunder, transforming into a charred corpse. The shadow killers, Ghost Hand, dead. Lin Yi claps his hands, casting a casual glance at the fallen black-clad figures, a cold smile curling upon his lips. By family? Is this your method? You have profoundly disappointed me. He raises his head, gazing into the distant night, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light that seems it is time to take the initiative. By family, prepare to tremble, to be continued. Chapter 28. The Wrath of the Bai Family. The assassination order issued, late at night, in the Bai family's council hall. The room is brightly lit, yet the atmosphere is as frigid as ice. Bai Qingtian sits at the head of the table, his expression terrifyingly grim. Below, several high-ranking members of the Bai family wear solemn expressions, not daring to utter a sound. A palpable aura of killing intent pervades the air. Ghost Hand is dead? Bai Qingtian slowly speaks. His voice low and thunderous. Bai Chuan, standing nearby, keeps his head down, his face grim. Indeed, he takes a deep breath, continuing. Not only has Ghost Hand been killed, but every assassin dispatched by the shadow killers has perished without exception. Lin Yi's strength far exceeds our estimations. Bai Qingtian's gaze sharpens, his hand gradually clenching into a fist. Who is Ghost Hand? One of the ace assassins of the shadow killers, who has previously taken out numerous prodigies from martial arts families. A veritable killing machine. Yet now, he has met his demise at the hands of Lin Yi. What is even more alarming is that all the assassins sent by the shadow killers have been utterly annihilated. What does this signify? Lin Yi now possesses the strength to contend with top-tier forces. Ha! Bai Qingtian lets out a cold laugh, then suddenly slams his hand on the table. Bang! The sturdy sandalwood table splinters. Shards of wood flying in all directions. What a Lin Yi! His eyes blaze with murderous intent, causing the others to shudder involuntarily, unable to meet his gaze. For decades, our Bai family has never encountered such provocation. A mere Lin Yi dares to slaughter the shadow killers and look down upon our Bai family? Does he truly believe that by killing a few assassins, he can act with impunity? His tone is frigid to the core, each word dripping with intense fury. Bai Chuan cautiously speaks. Patriarch, what should we do next? Bai Qingtian takes a deep breath, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Lin Yi has become a grave threat to our Bai family and must be eliminated immediately. He rose slowly to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd, his voice chillingly severe. Convey my orders. The Bai family officially issues a kill order, offering a bounty of 500 million for the elimination of Lin Yi. At this proclamation, a wave of astonishment washed over the gathering. A kill order. This was the most formidable measure of retribution the Bai family possessed. Since the establishment of the Bai clan, there had been 3 kill orders issued, and each time, the target was utterly annihilated, with no one ever escaping alive. Now, this decree had fallen upon Lin Yi. Furthermore, Bai Qingtian narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. Since the shadow kill has failed, we shall deploy a new team. Contact the Black Saber Alliance and have them take action. Upon hearing this name, the audience collectively gasped. The Black Saber Alliance was a premier underground assassin organization globally. Far more terrifying than the shadow kill, their assassins were all war orphans, death row inmates, and madmen. As long as the payment was sufficient, they could even wipe out an entire small nation. What was more alarming was that the Black Saber Alliance had never failed in the tasks they accepted. Bai Qingtian's gaze was sharp, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Lin Yi, since you dare to provoke the Bai family, this time, I shall ensure you have no place to rest in death. He turned to Bai Chuan, his eyes like daggers. Within 3 days, I want to see Lin Yi's corpse. Bai Chuan inhaled deeply, nodding. Understood. I will make arrangements immediately. Meanwhile, at Lin Yi's residence, he sat calmly in the living room, the teacup before him emitting faint wisps of steam. His fingers gently tapped the table surface, a thoughtful smile gracing his face. He had sensed the shift in the atmosphere of the Bai family after he had just eliminated the Shadow Kill's ghost hand. The Bai family must be on the brink of losing control, he mused softly, a smirk tugging at his lips. Since you wish for my demise, let us see who meets their end first. Just as he contemplated his next move, his phone suddenly vibrated. The caller ID read, Shun Mingyao. Lin Yi answered lazily, hello? Shun Mingyao's voice was tinged with urgency. Lin Yi, the Bai family has issued a kill order with a bounty of 500 million on your head. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly. 500 million? The Bai family does have a flair for the dramatic. Shun Mingyao gritted her teeth. How can you still find humor in this? Do you comprehend what this entails? What does it entail? Lin Yi inquired softly, his tone remaining nonchalant. Shun Mingyao replied gravely. The Bai family's kill order signifies a relentless pursuit from this moment onward. Not only the Bai family, but countless assassins, mercenaries, and even underground forces will be targeting you. More critically, the Bai family has also contacted the Black Saber Alliance. Upon hearing this name, Lin Ye's expression turned slightly frosty. He was well aware of the Black Saber Alliance, a far more fearsome assassin organization than the Shadow Kill, employing extreme methods and never having a record of failure. If the Bai family truly enlisted the Black Saber Alliance, he would be facing a genuine life-and-death crisis. Shun Mingyao continued. Lin Yi, you must leave immediately. Your residence has been compromised and assassins could arrive at any moment. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Leave? Why should I? Shun Mingyao, infuriated by his demeanor, retorted. Do you not grasp how terrifying the Black Saber Alliance is? They do not abide by any rules like the Shadow Kill. Their assassins will not cease until their target is dead. This time, they will give you no chance whatsoever. Lin Yi chuckled, his voice calm. They disregard rules? Well, that suits me just fine. I have no intention of adhering to them either. Shun Mingyao sensed the fighting spirit in his tone and urgently questioned. Lin Yi? What are you planning to do? Lin Yi rose, gazing out the window, his eyes as deep as the night. Shun Mingyao, knowing me for so long, you should understand. I have never been one to passively endure attacks. Since they wish to kill me, I shall strike first. He slowly turned, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Since the Bai family dared to issue a kill order, I will show them who the true hunter is and who the prey shall be. Shun Mingyao felt a jolt at the resoluteness in his voice, whispering, Lin Yi, what do you intend to do? Lin Yi smiled softly. To do what I have always desired. From this moment onward, I will no longer wait for them to come for me. I shall take the initiative in the deep of night. Outside the Bai family mansion, the estate was nestled within a tranquil forest. Heavily guarded, with dozens of martial artists patrolling diligently, the air thick with a palpable sense of impending doom. Yet, amidst the oppressive darkness, a faint flash of lightning flickered silently. Lin Yi stood at a distance, hands clasped behind his back, calmly observing the Bai family mansion, his expression betraying no emotion. Bai Qingtian, since you wish to play, I shall indulge you in this game. He slowly raised his hand, fingers delicately splayed. As black lightning danced in his palm, reminiscent of a dormant thunder dragon, exuding an overwhelming aura of destruction. Tonight would be the Bai family's nightmare. In the next instant, his figure vanished into the darkness. The blood-soaked night of the Bai family was about to commence. To be continued. Chapter 29. Thunder descends, Blood Night Slaughterhouse. The night was as dark as ink, and murderous intent surged. Outside the Bai family mansion, a vague figure flitted through the shadows like a specter. Lin Yi stealthily approached, his presence melding seamlessly with the night, akin to a phantom hunter, his steps light and soundless, his gaze deep and indifferent. The Bai family, since you dared to issue a kill order against me, tonight, I shall demonstrate to you the true meaning of annihilation. Inside the Bai family mansion, the atmosphere was unbearably tense. Dozens of elite disciples stood at the ready. Having received the family head's command to remain vigilant, resolutely preventing anyone from stepping foot into the Bai family grounds. Surrounding the mansion, every few meters stood a Bai family warrior, and the walls were lined with hidden watchers. Even under the eaves lurked archers, their arrows gleaming ominously, poised to strike. The tension was palpable, the air thick with lethal intent. Yet, even amidst this vigilance, no one noticed a shadow looming ever closer above them. Lin Yi stood atop the highest point of the Bai family mansion, surveying all below. a slight smirk forming on his lips. Such heavy defenses? Alas, you can guard against others, but not against me. He brought his fingers together, tapping lightly, and in an instant, a bolt of black lightning leaped from his fingertips, akin to a coiled thunder dragon, radiating a cataclysmic energy. Thunder prison. Breaking heaven, Lin Yi whispered, slamming his palm down. Boom. The black thunder erupted violently, roaring like a thunder dragon, crashing down upon the central courtyard of the Bai family mansion. Bang! Instantly, a terrifying pillar of black lightning struck the ground, obliterating an entire courtyard, the earth fracturing as violent currents surged outward. A piercing scream erupted as several nearby Bai family guards were caught off guard, instantly consumed by the thunder, their bodies charred black. Enemy attack! Someone shouted in terror, but the next moment, boom! The second bolt of black lightning detonated, reducing an arrow tower to ruins, several archers not even having time to scream before being engulfed by the thunder. In an instant, chaos engulfed the entire Bai family mansion. In the Bai family hall, Bai Qingtian sprang to his feet, shouting furiously, "What is happening?" Bai Chuan rushed in, his face pale with fear. "Family head, it's bad. Lin Yi has broken in." "What?" Bai Qingtian's pupils constricted sharply. He had anticipated that Lin Yi would flee or hide under the kill order. He never imagined this madman would dare to take the initiative and attack. Moreover, he launched an immediate thunderous assault, leaving the Bai family no time to react. Damn it! Bai Qingtian gritted his teeth in anger, slamming the table, his expression darkening. "All members of the Bai family, heed my command. Gather immediately and eliminate Lin Yi. I want his head." In the dark of night, Lin Yi moved like a harbinger of death, traversing amidst the carnage. His figure darted swiftly through the mansion. Wherever he went, lightning erupted and blood mist filled the air. A Bai family expert charged out of the courtyard, and with a flick of Lin Yi's finger, a bolt of black lightning pierced through his chest. Splatter! Blood sprayed forth, and he fell to the ground without even uttering a cry, convulsing a few times before succumbing to silence. Not far away, a dozen elite Bai disciples had already surrounded him, closing in tightly. "Lin Yi, you seek death?" One Bai family protector bellowed, wielding a long knife, and swung down fiercely. A glint of coldness flickered in Lin Yi's eyes as he stepped forward, vanishing from sight. "What?" The protector's pupils dilated, and in the next moment, a bolt of black lightning flashed from behind, directly piercing his back. Ugh! The protector, blood spilling from his mouth, fell to the ground in terror, lifeless. The remaining Bai disciples felt their hearts race. Lin Yi's speed was terrifying, utterly beyond human capability. "Don't panic, everyone. Attack together." Someone roared, and the dozen Bai disciples struck simultaneously, blades and swords clashing, a torrent of lethal strikes enveloping Lin Yi. Yet, a cold smile graced Lin Yi's lips as he slowly raised his hand. Thunder prison. Annihilation. Boom! The furious black lightning erupted instantly, engulfing the entire battlefield. The dozen Bai disciples did not even have time to scream before being consumed by the thunder. Reduced to charred remains, the Bai family. Merely this. Lin Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze coldly sweeping over the corpses strewn across the ground. He spoke with an air of indifference. "Bai Qingtian, are you not coming out to meet me?" At last, Bai Qingtian could no longer contain himself. With rage coursing through him, he burst forth from the hall, flanked by dozens of elite members of the Bai family. His eyes locked onto Lin Yi, filled with a murderous intent that surged like a tempest. "Lin Yi, do you dare to invade my Bai family?" Lin Yi slowly raised his head to regard Bai Qingtian, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. "What is there to fear?" Bai Qingtian's face darkened with fury as he bellowed, "Very well. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you today." With a swift motion, he commanded, "Everyone, kill him." "Ah, splendid. That I, too, wish to witness whether the strength of the Bai family is worthy of my efforts." Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, his palm gradually lifting as dark lightning flickered in his grasp. Resembling a dragon of thunder poised to consume the heavens and earth, Bai family, today, shall be annihilated. To be continued. Chapter 30. Bai Qingtian takes action. The wrath of thunder. The Bai family, today, shall be annihilated. Lin Ye's voice was eerily calm yet laden with an undeniable murderous intent. His gaze fell upon Bai Qingtian, his eyes gleaming with a chilling detachment. Bai Qingtian, the head of the Bai family, had wielded control over the clan for decades, employing ruthless tactics, his cultivation unfathomable. Yet at this moment, in Lin Ye's eyes, he was merely a stepping stone to be traversed this night. Arrogance, Bai Qingtian roared, his aura erupting violently. His robes billowed without wind, a terrifying wave of energy engulfing the surroundings, causing the very earth to tremble beneath him. Boom! A dreadful energy exploded from within him, akin to an awakening primal beast. Shaking the heavens, peak mastery realm. Bai Qingtian had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the mastery realm, 1 foot already stepping into a higher echelon. Lin Yi, although you possess extraordinary talent, today, I shall make you understand that the chasm of power is insurmountable. Bai Qingtian lunged forward, the ground shattering beneath him, an overwhelming force sweeping the elite members of the Bai family back in retreat. Boom! He swung his palm, condensing his energy into a massive imprint, akin to the heavens themselves crashing down upon Lin Yi. This strike could reduce a small villa to rubble in an instant. Yet Lin Yi remained motionless, his expression unperturbed, devoid of any tremor. Peak mastery realm? Alas, in my presence, it is still insufficient. A smirk played on his lips as he suddenly raised his hand, a dark bolt of lightning coalescing in his palm. Thunder prison. Wrath of the Thunder God. Boom! The dark lightning surged instantly, transforming into a colossal column of thunder, colliding with Bai Qingtian's palm imprint. Bang! The clash illuminated the night sky with lightning, a terrifying force radiating outward, sending the nearby Bai disciples flying and creating a massive crater in the ground. Bai Qingtian staggered back several steps, his face shifting dramatically. This is impossible. He had never anticipated that his full-powered strike would be forcefully blocked by Lin Yi. Your strength. Bai Qingtian's gaze was fixed on Lin Yi, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Lin Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, regarding him with a cool demeanor, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Is that all? Bai Qingtian's expression darkened further, his voice booming. Arrogant brat. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? He clapped his hands together, an immense surge of energy erupting from within him, the air around them thickening as an overwhelming aura burst forth. Since you wish to die, I shall fulfill your desire. Bai Qingtian roared, his figure flickering as he vanished from sight. Whoosh! His speed reached its zenith, transforming into a mere afterimage as he closed in on Lin Yi in an instant. Tearing the void palm, Bai Qingtian struck out, the air rending as his palm energy sliced toward Lin Yi's vital points. Too slow. Lin Yi's voice was calm as he pivoted, his form vanishing like a wraith. What? Bai Qingtian's attack missed, his face paling in shock, but in the next heartbeat, thunder. 1,000 kills. Lin Yi's voice reverberated, accompanied by a tempest of black lightning. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning roared like feral dragons, converging upon Bai Qingtian from all directions. Bang! Bai Qingtian was struck squarely by the lightning, sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. His complexion turned ashen, his body charred, his garments tattered, utterly disheveled. Struggling to rise, Bai Qingtian's eyes were filled with shock and rage. This is impossible. How could you be this powerful? Lin Yi regarded him with detached coolness, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Did you think I was stagnant? While you remained at the peak of the mastery realm, I have long surpassed that level. You. Bai Qingtian gritted his teeth, a tempest of shock roiling within him. He had initially believed that even if Lin Yi was strong, he would at most be at the peak of the mastery realm, appear to himself. But now, he realized, Lin Yi was no longer at the peak of the mastery realm. He had transcended it, stepping into a higher realm. This meant he was no match for Lin Yi. Bai Qingtian, tonight, you are destined to die. Lin Yi's tone was devoid of emotion as he slowly raised his hand. Dark lightning swirling furiously in his palm, a terrifying aura of destruction enveloping the entire area. Bai family, today, shall be annihilated. Boom! The thunder descended, heralding the apocalypse. The Bai family, the blood-soaked slaughterhouse, was fully unleashed, to be continued. Chapter 31. Like a sledgehammer, the sea of blood rages. The night deepened, as bloodlight intertwined inside and outside the Bai family estate. Although Bai Qingtian was gravely injured, his fury burned brightly as he commanded all the experts of the Bai family to encircle Lin Yi with full force. Simultaneously, the Bai family's assassination order loomed over Lin Yi like the sword of Damocles, summoning all manner of killers, mercenaries, and underground forces, vowing to eradicate this urban sovereign who had once swept all before him on the battlefield. Lin Yi was no longer the weakling at the mercy of fate. He had fused the legacy of the underworld with the power of thunder, his divine eyes shimmering with brilliance. Shortly after the issuance of the Bai family's death order, Lin Yi quietly departed from his residence, vanishing into the night, preparing to take the initiative and break through the encirclement set by the Bai family. The night wind howled, and the few scattered pedestrians on the street had long since hurried away. The city's neon lights continued to flicker, yet beneath this facade of urban splendor lay the undercurrents of a deadly clash. Lin Yi stepped onto the broad avenue, his figure ghost-like as he weaved through the streets and alleys. Having already laid out a meticulous battle plan in his heart, Lin Yi had long been scheming against the Bai family and the dark underbelly of the Black Saber Alliance. He understood that this confrontation was not merely a personal vendetta but an ultimate collision of power and fate. Meanwhile, the Bai family's assassins had divided into several teams, stealthily lying in wait at various intersections and behind buildings, poised for action. Bai Qingtian was calmly analyzing the situation in a high-level chamber of the family estate. He knew that Lin Yi was far from an ordinary opponent. Even though he bore serious injuries, he still possessed astonishing abilities. Moreover, Lin Yi was imbued with the underworld's legacy, and should that formidable dark power be fully unleashed, it would bring catastrophic consequences to the Bai family. In this battle, the Bai family must emerge victorious, capturing Lin Yi alive or severing his head. Bai Qingtian's gaze was as sharp as ice, his voice steady and commanding, as orders were disseminated to every ear. Minutes later, the street erupted with the sound of hurried footsteps and the screeching of vehicles. The Bai family assassins surged toward Lin Yi's meticulously set ambush point like a tide. At that moment, Lin Yi stood resolutely in the center of a broad commercial avenue, his demeanor composed, his gaze sharp as a hawk, as if he had anticipated the impending bloodbath. The wind stirred ominously, the distant neon lights reflecting off his black battle garb and radiant golden eyes. Lin Yi took a deep breath, silently murmuring, "Come at me. I shall make you spill blood upon the long street." No sooner had he spoken than dozens of shadowy figures surged in from all directions, the Bai family assassins, elite members of the Black Saber Alliance, and even some underground mercenaries, all agile and exuding a murderous aura. Like lethal blades rushing toward him, Lin Yi's form flickered, his steps light as a specter, weaving through the night. The thunder spear in his hand and the dark power derived from the underworld surged simultaneously, instantly morphing into waves of cataclysmic energy, charging toward the encroaching foes. First, he struck out with the palm, the thunder roiling within, akin to a roaring dragon, sending several incoming assassins reeling backward. Then, he expanded his form, trailing behind him a veil of darkness interwoven with golden lightning, the manifestation of his newly refined underworld thunder god protective barrier, capable of warding off all malignant forces nearby. The assassins attempted to leverage the terrain and swarm him en masse. But before Lin Yi's thunderous wrath, their assault crumbled like paper. A deafening roar echoed as several Bai disciples were instantly felled by the high-pressure lightning, their lingering killing intent dissipating in the tempest. However, although the Bai family's assassins were fierce, they vastly outnumbered Lin Yi. As more reinforcements from the Black Saber Alliance arrived, Lin Yi found himself increasingly cornered. The sharp whistles and shouts echoed from the dark alleys, as if countless reapers were stealthily closing in. "It seems you have underestimated my ambition." Lin Yi snorted coldly, his gaze sharpening, a resolute glint flashing in his divine eyes. The thunder and underworld power surged once more, transforming him into a manifestation of the thunder god descending to the mortal realm. Thunder, overarching heaven. He suddenly swung his right arm, and the dark lightning coalescing in his hand instantly transformed into myriad golden rays, surging forth like a divine calamity, repelling all assassins from every direction. Boom! The power of thunder rent the night sky, as torrents of electricity cascaded down like a waterfall, instantly reducing the besieging Bai family assassins and the Haisha Alliance mercenaries to bloody, indistinguishable fragments. A crimson mist enveloped the area, With the wails of agony echoing incessantly, Lin Yi stood in the center of the street, torn asunder by thunder, emanating an aura of wild ferocity. He understood well that this battle was merely the beginning. The Bai family would not easily concede defeat, and the iron-blooded assassins of the Haisha alliance would certainly return with vengeance. Bai Qingtian's wrath had reached its zenith, as he commanded the remnants of the Bai family from a distance, vowing to deliver a final blow to Lin Yi. The surveillance screens above displayed Lin Yi breaking through the encirclement of Bai family assassins with astonishing speed, charging toward the Bai family mansion. "Over there, be careful," a Bai family guard shouted urgently, but in the face of Lin Yi's thunderous onslaught, all cries seemed utterly insignificant. At the iron gates of the mansion, dozens of elite warriors had long since gathered, bracing themselves to prevent Lin Yi from stepping inside. However, just before the iron gates, a fierce wind arose, thunder and lightning clashed, and the gates crumbled with a resounding crash, reduced to ruins. Lin Yi charged into the mansion. His steps unwavering, he knew that today was not a day to evade, but rather to take proactive action and settle the long-standing grudge with the Bai family. The interior corridor of the mansion was narrow and adorned with opulent decorations, which appeared particularly desolate under the illumination of his black thunder. At the end of the corridor, Bai Qingtian awaited with several elites. His expression was grim, revealing his unwillingness. "Lin Yi, do you think a bloody battle can end everything? Today, I shall make your blood stain this ground, and the Bai bloodline shall perish forever." Lin Yi's gaze was cold, as the intertwining aura of thunder and the abyss surged violently. "Bai family? Your sins are too many. Today I shall seek justice for the innocent." No sooner had he spoken than the two sides engaged in combat. Bai Qingtian, as swift as a specter, lunged forward, his sword gleaming with a chilling light, each strike imbued with earth-shattering lethal intent. Bai Qingtian's attacks were ferocious, coordinated with the Bai family's warriors in a bid to encircle Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi had long since mastered extraordinary abilities. His form flowed like light, evading with agile steps while unleashing the power of thunder as countless blades of electricity counterattacked, as if divine retribution had descended, striking at the vital points of the Bai family's masters. Boom! Bolts of lightning erupted from Lin Yi's palm, colliding violently to produce blinding brilliance, sending Bai Qingtian's elite warriors reeling. Bai Qingtian's expression shifted dramatically, gritting his teeth and growling. "Impossible. Lin Yi, you actually—" Lin Yi's eyes glinted coldly as he sneered. "The foundation of the Bai family is already outdated. You rely solely on your family's power, while I rely on my own blood and life." With that, he struck out fiercely, delivering a thunderous. The lifeless body plummeted from the rooftop, crashing heavily onto the ground, causing blood to splatter in all directions. This time, the assassins of the Black Shadow Alliance could no longer suppress the terror within their hearts. Their eyes were filled with dread and despair. This man was anything but human. His speed was akin to that of a specter, his strength unmatched, and his mystical eyes could manipulate time and space. Such a monster was beyond their capability to defeat. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" At last, one could no longer contain their fear and shouted in panic, turning to flee. However, before they could escape the rooftop, a terrifying surge of thunderous power swept towards them. "Since you have come, do not leave." Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, as the thunder in his palm transformed into a towering pillar of lightning, striking out fiercely in all directions. Boom! The lightning descended like divine retribution, instantly turning the entire rooftop into a hellish inferno of thunder and fire. The assassins of the Black Shadow Alliance did not even have time to scream before they were turned to cinders beneath the thunder, their remains obliterated. What was intended to be a hunting operation transformed within mere minutes into a one-sided massacre. Lin Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, proudly positioned at the pinnacle of the rooftop, gazing down at the corpses below with a penetrating and frigid gaze. The Black Shadow Alliance is nothing more than this. Just then, a chilling voice suddenly resonated within his mind. "Lin Yi, you are becoming increasingly intriguing." Lin Yi's gaze sharpened slightly as he slowly raised his head to look at the night sky. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The true storm was about to descend, to be continued. Chapter 33. The Rift of Destiny, Convergence of Forces. As night fell, the entire city seemed to be shrouded in endless shadows. with the White family's downfall and the issuance of the Kill Order, the dynamics of the entire underground world shifted dramatically. Lin Yi had long since departed from the White family estate, wielding the powers of thunder and the underworld, as he wandered alone among the towering structures of the city. His golden eyes reflected the profound night sky, and a serene smile lingered on his face, as if he had already seen through the worldly disputes. Yet within him surged an even more resolute determination. This blood-soaked massacre was merely a prologue, and what awaited him in the future would be a tempest of grand proportions. At that moment, hurried footsteps and clamor echoed from the other side of the city. Envoys from various powerful factions, assassins, and leaders of underground organizations converged. Some sought revenge for the annihilation of the White family, while others aimed to seize the legendary extraordinary powers, all rushing towards a pivotal location: the Black Shadow Alliance. Long Min, the Crimson Flame Gang, hidden families in an instant. The entire underground world seemed ensnared in a whirlpool of fate. Lin Yi stood atop a skyscraper, surveying the bustling streets below. Amidst the distant flickering neon lights, the scent of chaos and violence lingered, as if every corner was poised for upheaval. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and felt the formidable energy within him, born of the fusion of the underworld's legacy and thunder. This power not only bestowed upon him the ability to defy fate, but also made him feel as though he were one with the heavens and the earth. A luminary in the torrent of destiny. Since the winds of change have arisen, why bow in submission? Lin Yi murmured softly, his voice imbued with both calmness and murderous intent. He knew that the news of the White family's demise had attracted the attention of countless hostile forces, all eager to exploit the opportunity to settle old scores and carve out new territories. At this moment, he had to face not only the vengeance of the remnants of the White family, but also remain vigilant against the joint encirclement by the Black Shadow Alliance and other formidable foes. As Lin Yi pondered, his divine eyes suddenly flickered with an unusual radiance. A faint energy fluctuation emanated from afar, and he swiftly captured this wave, his gaze sharpening to a razor's edge. Someone was approaching. He whispered cautiously. With the extraordinary abilities of the eternal divine eye, he could clearly see between the distant skyscrapers a black sedan slowly making its way, shadows moving within, hinting at murderous intent. These were the remnants of the White family's kill order. They had quietly gathered, vowing to avenge the White family's demise. Lin Yi smiled faintly, his heart as calm as still water. He understood that this was an opportunity to test the enemy. While they remained indecisive, he could take the initiative and strike first. In a flash, he shifted his form, using the cover of the high-rise platform to leap down, seamlessly blending into the dimly lit street below. The street was illuminated by neon lights, sparsely populated with pedestrians, and he glided through the dark alleys, his powers of thunder and the underworld flickering in and out of visibility, moving like a phantom through the darkness. Meanwhile, the White family's kill order had sent shockwaves throughout the underground world. The secret forces left behind by the White family and their vast resources were swiftly mobilized, with the family's assassins silently infiltrating the areas where Lin Yi might appear. More viciously, the White family had secretly contacted top assassins from the Black Shadow Alliance, vowing to eliminate Lin Yi once and for all. In a dimly lit underground parking lot, Lin Yi suddenly felt a subtle sense of oppression. The surroundings felt eerily silent, as if all sounds had been swallowed by this oppressive force. At that moment, a group of black-clad assassins stealthily emerged from every corner, their cold weapons glimmering ominously, their eyes fierce, clearly tasked with capturing their target. How dare anyone challenge the White family's limits? One of the assassins growled lowly, his voice dripping with arrogance and disdain. They had already formed their ranks, intending to encircle Lin Yi. Unfazed, Lin Yi sidestepped lightly, his thunderous spear unsheathing in an instant, golden arcs of electricity racing along its length, akin to a torrent of raging lightning hurtling towards the enemy formation. The assassins stood no chance of resistance, being struck down in gruesome fashion, blood splattering as their anguished cries echoed through the air. However, this was merely the beginning. The White family's forces were not content with a small-scale slaughter on the streets. They were plotting a far larger ambush. Lin Yi gasped for breath, rapidly regaining his combat spirit. His eternal divine eye suddenly detected another powerful energy, an immense energy wave surging from deep underground, as if a colossal door that had lain dormant for a millennium was slowly creaking open. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, a thought striking him. This is no ordinary occurrence. Could it be the true core of the dark forces? He hastily turned, racing towards the direction indicated by his divine eyes. Along the way, he encountered a woman with an anxious expression, standing alone at the dim alley entrance. It was none other than Shen Mingyao, a woman with whom he shared a complex emotional history. Mingyao, what are you doing here? Lin Yi inquired, concern lacing his tone. Shen Mingyao's face was grave as she spoke in a hushed voice. Lin Yi, intelligence suggests that the White family's kill order is merely the tip of the iceberg. That dormant underground door could very well be the entrance through which the Black Shadow Alliance and greater forces intend to resurrect the ancient forbidden powers. Lin Yi's heart tightened as the images within his divine eyes shifted unpredictably, revealing a massive black stone door slowly creaking open, a faint, ghastly green light seeping through, as if it were devouring all vitality. That is the gate to hell? Lin Yi murmured, a heavy weight settling upon his brow. Indeed, Shen Mingyao affirmed, once that door fully opens, it will unleash countless malevolent spirits and demons, dragging the entire city and even the world into an abyss of darkness and blood. The White family is merely a pawn in their attempt to awaken this power. A glimmer of resolve flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. If that is the case, I must personally close this door and prevent this catastrophe from unfolding. Just then, a deafening roar reverberated from underground, shaking the entire city as if it were trembling in fear. In the distance, the black stone door creaked open, a chilling aura surging forth, causing the air to feel as if it had solidified. Lin Yi, be cautious, Shen Mingyao urged urgently, her eyes filled with concern. Lin Yi nodded lightly, his thunderous spear crackling with the power of the underworld. He understood that this was not merely a battle for survival, but a fateful war to save the world. He took a deep breath and stepped toward the dark door. Simultaneously, the White family's kill order triggered a chain reaction throughout the underground world. Various factions scrambled into action, countless assassins and mercenaries gathering in the city's shadowy corners, their singular goal: to eliminate Lin Yi on this battlefield. The cold words of Bai Qingtian still echoed in everyone's ears. Within 3 days, we must see Lin Yi's corpse. Otherwise, a bloodbath from the White family shall be unleashed. As the storm began to brew, Lin Yi's figure appeared strikingly proud and resolute. He knew he stood at a crossroads of fate, where the choice between taking the offensive or enduring the blows would dictate the future of the entire city. The rift of destiny converged with myriad forces, and at this moment, I shall wield the power of the eternal divine eye and the might of the underworld thunder to alter the course of fate. Lin Yi roared deeply, and as his words faded, his divine eyes erupted into resplendent golden light, as if capable of tearing the very heavens apart. With that, he leaped from the skyscraper, tracing a brilliant arc as he hurtled towards the hellish door on the verge of opening. Amidst the flickering neon lights, the eyes of countless assassins from the White family and remnants of the Black Shadow Alliance glinted with greed and fervor, having long regarded Lin Yi as their ultimate prey, eagerly awaiting the moment for a lethal strike. However, within Lin Yi's realm, time and space had long been under his command. Utilizing the power of the eternal divine eye, he could detect the slightest weakness in the enemy in the shortest span of time. He meticulously calculated every detail, as if the entire world had been reduced to just him and that ominous stone door. Just as Lin Yi approached the stone door with swift strides, suddenly, several deadly shadowy assassins descended from above, like harbingers of death attempting to encircle him. Lin Yi's form flickered, the thunderous spear erupting from its sheath, and a torrent of savage black lightning surged forth, sending all incoming foes careening through the air. Your weapons are nothing but this, Lin Yi scoffed, his tone rife with disdain. In a moment, blood-red hues intertwined with electric flashes, and anguished cries reverberated through the narrow alleyways. While Lin Yi pressed forward, undaunted, as he stood before the gates of hell, the colossal black stone door began to creak open, a chilling aura of death wafting toward him, as if it sought to devour all living beings. Lin Yi gripped his spear tightly, his divine eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Today, let you witness what it truly means to be the supreme of the urban realm. No sooner had he spoken than the thunder and ethereal powers within him surged violently, causing the entire world to seem to freeze. He then let out a low growl, concentrating all his strength into a single point, and unleashed a devastating strike. Eternal Divine Eye. Reverse the cosmos. This move tore through the heavens like a thunderclap, accompanied by a heart-wrenching roar, directly crashing into the gates of hell. The massive black stone door shattered explosively, fragments soaring through the air, as if a forbidden tombstone had collapsed in an instant. From deep underground came a chorus of wails, as if countless souls were struggling for survival. The energy fluctuations of the entire underground world violently split apart due to this earth-shattering blow, forming innumerable intertwining streams of power. Standing before the shattered gateway, Lin Yi remained surrounded by the residual waves of thunder and the ethereal aura, fully aware that this battle had only just begun. The annihilation of the Bai family would surely incite the Black Saber Alliance to rise again, and the entire city, as well as the underground world, would soon face an unprecedented storm. He whispered softly, "Fate has already fractured. Tonight, I shall use my power to rewrite this cruel world." As his words fell, the distant horizon echoed with the thunderous sound of war drums, heralding the arrival of more forces. That sound was interspersed with roars, growls, and cryptic whispers. All factions shall converge, chaos has begun. Lin Yi tightened his grip on the thunderous spear, his gaze unwavering. He understood that every step he took would determine the future's course, a path destined to be woven from blood and fire. Thunder and darkness on this pitch-black night. Just as the storm was about to descend, Lin Yi raised his head and advanced forward, each punch and strike resembling a declaration of war against the entire decaying world. Whether it be the remnants of the Bai family or the bloodthirsty assassins of the Black Saber Alliance, he would slay them one by one. No matter how cruel fate may be, he would inscribe his own legend with the power of the eternal divine eye and the might of the ethereal thunder. In the night sky, thunder rumbled, and electric sparks flickered, signaling that the storm was far from over, and the future awaited him to embrace an even more tumultuous battle of fate. To be continued. Chapter 34. Defying Fate. All factions clashed. The night was deep and the cold wind biting. Following the annihilation of the Bai family and the issuance of the death warrant, the entire underground world of the city stood on the brink of a storm. Various factions were stirring restlessly. The Black Saber Alliance, hidden families, the Crimson Flame Gang, the Dragon Gate Master, and other clandestine forces were secretly gathering, plotting how to leverage this chaos to reshape their standing. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had long vanished from the blood-soaked ruins of the Bai family mansion, bearing the legacy of the eternal divine eye and the power of the ethereal thunder. Yet his heart was more composed and resolute than ever. Lin Yi stood atop a lofty building, gazing down upon the sprawling city. The flickering neon lights painted a hazy sea of light, while the distant mountains loomed, as if foretelling an earth-shattering storm brewing quietly. He gently closed his eyes, activating the eternal divine eye to feel the intertwining powers of thunder and the ethereal within him, a force that not only bolstered his confidence to rewrite fate, but also illuminated the hidden networks amidst this chaotic era. Various factions were covertly colluding, attempting to take advantage of the turmoil to redefine the landscape of the underground realm. Fate does not favor the weak. Only those who defy it can stand tall amidst the clouds. Lin Yi mused softly, his tone imbued with a near-cold resolve. He had long understood that he was not merely an extraordinary urban practitioner, but a being destined to shatter the shackles of this decaying world. At that moment, his eternal divine eye suddenly glimmered with an unusual brilliance, and before him unfolded a grand tapestry. Within the image, the headquarters of the Black Saber Alliance resembled a vast labyrinth, layered with defenses and exuding an ominous aura. Deep within, a pitch-black energy barrier flickered slowly, hinting at deeper secrets concealed within. Lin Ye's heart stirred. He realized that this must be the key to the Black Saber Alliance's attempt to capitalize on the aftermath of the Bai family's destruction to revive greater power. Meanwhile, news from the underground world spread far and wide. Envoys and assassins from various factions met secretly, discussing strategies in remote clubs, abandoned factories, and underground warehouses. Some lamented, "Lin Yi is truly the chosen one. He single-handedly eradicated the remnants of the Bai family, not even sparing the top assassins of the Black Saber Alliance." Others chuckled darkly, "If he truly dares to face the challenge, the Black Saber Alliance has already mobilized the most ruthless assassins to strike at his lair." Just as the various factions conspired, a team clad in black uniforms quietly appeared at the edge of the Dragon Gate. The master of the Dragon Gate surveyed the surroundings with a steely gaze and murmured, Lin Yi has risen. He will undoubtedly disrupt the intricate balance we have painstakingly established over the years. Today, let us intervene personally and see what this urban supreme is truly capable of. The team comprised several skilled experts. Their movements swift and lethal, determined to seize the initiative in this impending battle. On the other hand, the patriarch of a hidden family sat in a dimly lit chamber, gently toying with an ancient jade piece. His gaze distant. In times of chaos, who can laugh triumphantly? Today's situation will inevitably rewrite the rules of the world. His voice was soft, yet it resonated with a power that could instill fear. Faced with this intricate and tumultuous situation, Lin Yi understood that this was not just a confrontation for revenge. It was a cataclysmic struggle that would determine the future fate of the entire underground realm. To end this endless strife, he must take the initiative and strike first. Shen Mingyao. Lin Ye's voice reached the ears of his once dear partner through a secret message. Shen Mingyao had already gathered like-minded practitioners and underground resistance forces at a hidden location. She swiftly organized intelligence and set up defensive formations, preparing to collaborate with Lin Yi to confront the restless enemies. Just as Lin Yi was about to set forth, he received an urgent telegram from Shen Mingyao. Intelligence indicates that the Black Saber Alliance has dispatched their strongest assassination team. Heading straight for your area. Exercise utmost caution. Lin Yi responded calmly. Let them come. I have my own strategies. With that, he quickly donned his battle attire, channeling all the thunderous and ethereal powers within him. Stepping onto the streets. Under the dim streetlights, his golden divine eyes flickered with a fierce brilliance, akin to a descending thunder geode as he walked. A squad of black-clad assassins suddenly surged forth from the shadows, encircling him like wraiths. Faced with such ferocious foes, Lin Yi hesitated not for a moment. With a swift motion, he drew forth his thunderous spear. The storm of lightning erupted in his hands, and with a thunderous roar, the black thunder in his palm exploded forth, the violent currents crashing around him like a divine calamity. In an instant, several assassins fell to the ground, blood splattering. The remaining enemies, witnessing this, scattered in disarray, fleeing in panic. Your venomous blades and shadows can never outmatch my thunder and darkness, Lin Yi scoffed, fully aware that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The true adversaries were yet to come. The labyrinthine headquarters concealing the core secrets of the Black Saber Alliance was about to reveal itself. Upon reaching an abandoned warehouse, Lin Yi paused. Through the shattered glass windows, he caught a glimpse of several figures whispering under the dim light. They were the remnants of the Bai family collaborating with the Black Saber Alliance to lay an ambush. Lin Yi chuckled inwardly, stealthily entering the warehouse like a leopard. Inside, silence reigned, the air heavy with the scent of stale ink and rust. Every step he took was light as a feather, the eternal divine eye scanning every corner around him. Suddenly, a blood-red shadow flashed before his eyes. It was the lurking remnants of the Bai family. Just in time. Lin Yi growled, and in an instant, the thunder and ethereal powers within him surged, enveloping him in a ghostly black light. He leaped forward, his spear striking like the wind. Boom! The violent shockwave of thunder shattered the shelves within the warehouse, the powerful currents instantly toppling several foes, blood splattering everywhere. Chaos erupted in the warehouse as the enemies panicked and fled in all directions. Lin Yi moved with ghostly agility through the turmoil, each strike infused with lethal intent, eliminating all who dared to approach. Just as Lin Yi reveled in his success, he suddenly sensed a dramatic shift in the energy within him. An unprecedented darkness rising within his heart. This dark aura did not emanate from the outside. It seemed to originate from a hidden legacy deep within himself. He abruptly halted, closed his eyes, and used the eternal divine eye to perceive the flow of energy within. Instantly, his heart churned as if caught in a cataclysm. It was an extremely secretive aspect of the ethereal legacy, containing the power to defy fate, yet also harboring great risks. If he could tame this power completely, my combat strength would ascend to a new realm. Lin Yi murmured, a tempest of excitement surging within him. At that moment, urgent footsteps and the sound of vehicles approached from outside the warehouse. Shen Mingyao's urgent telegram arrived once more. Lin Yi, the elite forces of the Black Saber Alliance have mobilized in full force. You must swiftly evacuate this area and head to the designated gathering point. Lin Yi understood well that the enemies were not merely lurking in the warehouse, but that a multitude of assassins were watching from the shadows. Thus, He swiftly organized his thoughts, balancing that mysterious dark legacy within him with the thunderous power. And in an instant, his figure transformed into a shadow, vanishing into the night. The wind howled outside, and raindrops began to fall, washing the brutality of this blood-soaked battle into an even more desolate scene. Lin Yi fled through the back alleys, the light in his divine eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. He understood that at this moment, his fate was irrevocably intertwined with the entire city. The colossal storm looming ahead would undoubtedly sweep in, and he would emerge as the formidable force capable of altering the very fabric of reality. Simultaneously, the news of the Bai family's death order had ignited a maelstrom in the underworld. Various factions eagerly sharpened their claws, intent on seizing a piece of the chaos. The elite assassins dispatched by the Haisha Alliance, the killers from hidden families, and even underground mercenaries began to mobilize, vowing to pin Lin Yi down in a pool of blood. Meanwhile, in the distance, the leader of Longmen and the masters of the Qiyin gang were closely monitoring the unfolding tempest, fully aware that these events could serve as a pivotal turning point. Capable of upending the entire urban landscape, the night sky crackled with thunder, and every corner of the city seemed to be brewing a cataclysm. Lin Yi concealed himself within the cloak of night, silently murmuring, "To defy fate and alter one's destiny, one must shatter the old order to usher in a new era." His gaze pierced through the layers of darkness, fixating on the gradually emerging silhouette of the Haisha Alliance headquarters. His heart brimming with both anticipation for the endless challenges ahead and a resolute belief in his own fate. Various formidable powers and factions, come forth. I, Lin Yi, shall wield the eternal divine eye and the power of nether thunder to rend your sordid world asunder, and forge an entirely new epoch. With this vow echoing in the air, the tempest of thunder and darkness within Lin Yi surged with even greater ferocity, resembling a ferocious beast defying the heavens. Charging toward the unknown battlefield. Amidst the blood and fire of the night, all factions were readying themselves, heralding an unprecedented storm about to erupt. To be continued. Chapter 35. Turmoil among powers, bloodshed for supremacy as night descended. The biting cold wind swept through the city, which seemed shrouded in an unending haze of crimson and darkness. With the Bai family's downfall and the issuance of the Haisha Alliance's death order, the underworld was rife with turmoil. Various factions were poised for action, eager to seize new dominion amidst the chaos. Lin Yi had long concealed himself within the shadows of the city, empowered by the eternal divine eye and the force of nether thunder. Becoming the most radiant and fearsome figure in these tumultuous times, he understood deeply that only through proactive engagement could he truly tip the scales of this brutal fate. Alone, Lin Yi stood atop a lofty building, gazing down at the city illuminated by countless lights, yet fraught with hidden dangers. The flickering neon lights resembled shattered galaxies swirling before his eyes. He closed his eyes, channeling the unique energy within him. Interwoven with thunder and shadows, feeling the primal force surging from deep within. This force threatened to ignite every vein in his body, instilling within him a near-manic resolve and dominance. I in this chaotic world. Only the power to shatter the heavens could stabilize the universe. Lin Yi whispered, his voice imbued with a chilling determination. He knew the death order from the Bai family had indeed intimidated some factions. But in this tempestuous underworld, far more hidden forces were already stirring. The Haisha Alliance, the hidden families, the Qiyin gang, and even the leader of Longmen were all primed for action, eager to stake their claim in this chaotic era. Just then, a distant roar of engines and blaring horns reached his ears, indicating a large troop was surging toward his vicinity. At that moment, a secret message from Shan Mingyao flickered within Lin Yi's divine eye, conveying her urgent whispers. Lin Yi, intelligence has just been confirmed. The Haisha Alliance and the hidden families have joined forces, laying a web of traps throughout the city, targeting you. Immediate evacuation is imperative. Head to the designated rendezvous point at once. Lin Yi smiled faintly, responding nonchalantly, evacuate? I intend to seize this opportunity to strike first and disrupt their plans. His mind was already brimming with strategy. Over the past few days, he had utilized the eternal divine eye to incessantly scout the underworld's movements, learning that the chaos following the Bai family's demise was driving the major factions to vie for power. Leaving their defenses alarmingly laxit was the perfect moment to exploit their vulnerability. Lin Yi swiftly donned lightweight battle attire, draping the black cloak imbued with the essence of nether thunder over his shoulders. Moving with the stealth of a specter as he leaped from the rooftop, seamlessly blending into the city's dimly lit alleyways. The streets were alive with flickering neon lights, intermingled with the howling wind and the rush of vehicles. Yet to him, it was merely background noise. As he traversed the eternal divine eye continuously scanned the surroundings, capturing every subtle shift in his adversaries. Soon, he sensed whispers and glimmers of blades emanating from a nearby dark alley, indicating the remnants of the Bai family were clandestinely gathering. A smirk crept across Lin Ye's face as he swiftly approached. Within the alley, several Bai family warriors were anxiously conversing, their expressions filled with trepidation. Clearly haunted by the recent downfall of their clan, at that moment, several assassins from the Haisha alliance suddenly sprang from the depths of the alley, their movements as swift as lightning, intent on annihilating the remnants of the Bai family. Without hesitation, Lin Yi drew forth the spear imbued with the power of thunder, dark lightning surging violently in his grasp. Thunder prison. Overturning heaven, he roared, as the spearhead radiated dazzling golden light, cleaving toward the enemies embroiled in chaos. Boom! A deafening shockwave of thunder erupted within the narrow alley, accompanied by screams and the splatter of blood, as several assassins, both from the Bai family and the Haisha alliance, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Their bodies shattered. Amid the chaos, Lin Ye's figure flickered in and out of sight, weaving through the enemy ranks like a specter. With each strike, he claimed multiple lives. With every thunderous explosion, it seemed to declare to his foes, henceforth, the rules of this city shall be redefined by me. Just as he navigated the alley with agility, heavy footsteps and the clinking of metal echoed from afar, Lin Yi raised his divine eye, locking onto a massive, ominous figure slowly emerging from a narrow street. A representative of the hidden families, clad in a dark red robe, with a stern visage and eyes glinting with ferocious intent. The hidden families dared to meddle in this chaotic fray. Lin Yi chuckled coldly to himself. Today, I shall show you that the weak are destined to survive only in turmoil. And no sooner had he uttered these words than the representative of the hidden families abruptly drew a shimmering long sword, its blade glinting coldly as it swiftly lunged toward Lin Yi. With a deft turn, Lin Yi evaded the onslaught, seemingly anticipating the attack, while simultaneously countering with his thunder spear, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the representative. Boom! The representative of the hidden families felt an overwhelming surge of electric power strike him, his chest ablaze with pain as he staggered back. Seizing the opportunity of his disarray, Lin Yi lunged forward, piercing his opponent's chest with a swift thrust. Bang! Blood erupted as the sword sank deep into the heart, and the representative collapsed, vitality rapidly fading. The clamor of the alley and the cries of agony fell abruptly silent at that moment. As Lin Yi coldly regarded the fallen enemy, his eyes glinting with merciless frost. Just then, a deafening clap of thunder resonated from the heavens, causing the entire city to tremble in response to this life-and-death duel. Lin Yi understood that this was merely a probing strike from his enemies. Greater threats were silently converging around him. He quickly adjusted his stance, reciting the incantations of the eternal divine eye to stabilize the powers of thunder and shadows within him. He knew that only by harnessing his internal strength to its fullest could he truly secure an invincible position in this tumultuous world. At that moment, his phone vibrated again, as Shun Mingyao urgently relayed. Lin Yi. Intelligence indicates that the storm unleashed by the Bai family's death order is sweeping across the entire underworld. Various factions have begun to mobilize. The Haisha alliance, Qi Yin gang, and the leader of Longmen are all gathering. This battle is bound to escalate, so you must exercise caution. Lin Yi snorted coldly, his gaze unwavering. In that case, let them come. I, Lin Yi, am no longer the feeble prey at their mercy. He strode forth, traversing the dark alley as a multitude of lifeless bodies and chaotic scenes bore witness to the bloodshed that had spread throughout the street. In the distance, a deep, oppressive call of military horns resonated, suggesting that a powerful faction was assembling. The sound was laden with the iron will to kill, instilling a chill within. Lin Yi mused, the enemy's ranks are rapidly expanding. It seems today's battle is far from over. All major factions covet my powers of thunder and shadows. After this night, The city will likely plunge into unprecedented bloodshed. He lifted his gaze toward the horizon, where beneath the neon lights, a massive structure loomed ominously against the dim sky. This was the secret base of the Haisha Alliance. Resembling a slumbering dark fortress, cold and enigmatic, Lin Yi felt a surge of assurance. He knew that only by taking the initiative could he seize control in this chaotic era. Shun Mingyao, we shall rendezvous at the designated point shortly. I intend to infiltrate the Haisha Alliance's base and stir the very heart of this storm. He replied through a secure message, his tone brimming with fervor and determination. Meanwhile, representatives from various factions in the underworld were diligently orchestrating their own setups. The leader of Longmen had dispatched elite troops, determined to seize the opportunity to restore their former dominance amidst the chaos. The Qiyin gang was rallying the fiercest fire element users, intending to use fire as a weapon against their foes. And several elders from the hidden families were devising strategies in secret chambers to navigate through the turmoil, striving to preserve their fragile and precious influence, in every corner of the city. Ominous and oppressive threats echoed through the night, as if this life-and-death confrontation heralded the dawn of a new era. Lin Yi advanced through the narrow back alleys, his figure darting like a bolt of lightning, etching a brilliant trail of light through the darkness. With each step, he treaded the precipice of life and death. With every breath, it felt as though he was engaging in a high-stakes gamble with fate. As he finally approached the perimeter of the Haisha Alliance base, thunder roared anew in the heavens, and flashes of lightning illuminated the scene, enveloping the entire base in a shroud of deep, foreboding mist. Amidst the shrouded mist, an ominous aura of malice and terror flickered as if a living monstrosity lurked, poised to strike at any moment. Lin Yi was acutely aware that today, he faced not only the impending ferocity of battle, but also the necessity of personally unraveling the astounding conspiracy of the Black Shaman Alliance, which sought to exploit the aftermath of the Bai family's annihilation and awaken forbidden forces from the underground. Gripping his thunder spear tightly, he vowed silently, "Since the tides of conflict have surged and the blood-soaked waves are upon us, I shall wield the power of the eternal divine eye and the might of the underworld thunder to defy fate and shatter every chain binding this decaying world." As thunder rumbled ominously across the night sky, the entire city seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the cataclysmic storm. Lin Yi stepped forward, his figure unwavering and resolute. He understood that fate had undergone a transformation in this very moment. The various forces were bound to clash in a life-and-death struggle, and he stood at the eye of the storm, awaiting the fateful collision. To be continued. Chapter 36. Dance of Life and Death. Affection gradually blossoms outside the Black Shaman Alliance's base, lightning intertwined with howling winds, the night itself seemingly trembling in anticipation of the impending battle. Lin Yi stood atop a towering building, gazing down at the colossal structure that resembled a den of demons. His eyes sparkled with the light of thunder, the eternal divine eye subtly activated, perceiving the gathering malice surrounding the base. Yet, at that tense moment, a familiar and urgent voice crackled through the communication device. "Lin Yi, return quickly. The snipers of the Black Shaman Alliance have locked onto you, armed with specialized bullets designed to penetrate your thunderous defenses." Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Shan Mingyao's voice was laced with anxiety, clearly indicating she had observed the defensive arrangements from a distance. A faint smile graced his lips as he replied calmly, "Rest assured, since I have arrived, I shall not leave empty-handed." Shan Mingyao bit her lip, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "Lin Yi, do you think you are invincible? Even if your thunder abilities are formidable, you are not invulnerable. Can't you, just once, heed my advice and cherish your own life a little?" Lin Ye's heart jolted. There was an unmistakable hint of reproach in Shan Mingyao's tone, and even a faint trace of emotion that left him momentarily dazed. Shan Mingyao, the woman who appeared cold on the outside yet burned with fervor within, had never revealed such sentiments to anyone before. Even in the face of life and death, she remained calm and rational, perhaps even somewhat indifferent. But at this moment, her words exuded genuine concern, subtly imbued with tender affection. Lin Yi fell silent for a moment before softly asking, "Are you worried about me?" Shan Mingyao hesitated briefly before retorting coldly, I am concerned about the plan being disrupted. After all, we still need you alive. Do we not?" Lin Yi chuckled lightly, a teasing glint in his eyes. "Is that so? Yet your tone seems to suggest you are more worried about me as a person than the plan itself. Shin Mingyao fell momentarily speechless, and after a few seconds, she indignantly exclaimed, Lin Yi, do you even realize what you are doing? Can you truly escape unscathed by charging in alone? What if something goes wrong? What am I to do then? The last words escaped her lips almost inaudibly, yet they struck Lin Ye's heart like a stone cast into a still pond, sending ripples through his emotions. Taking a deep breath, he gazed into the distant night, a peculiar warmth swelling within him. He had always believed himself to be solitary in this dark city, that only through relentless strength could he survive and protect what he cherished. Yet now, he discovered that someone cared for him, that someone was anxious for him, that someone was disturbed by his life and death. This realization caused his heart to tremble lightly. Shin Mingyao, wait for me. His voice was low yet unwavering with resolve. I promise you, after tonight, I will return unscathed. Shin Mingyao inhaled deeply, her voice soft yet firm. Remember your words, or else I shall never forgive you. Lin Yi chuckled lightly, decisively severing the communication, his gaze returning to the Black Shaman Alliance's base. At that moment, a new emotion flickered in his eyes, as if something warm was quietly taking root within him. Boom! Lightning exploded in the night sky. Lin Ye's figure flickered like a bolt of purple lightning, racing toward the core of the Black Shaman Alliance's base. On the edge of life and death, a beautiful companion inside the Black Shaman Alliance's base. A palpable sense of malice permeated the air, with various infrared scans crisscrossing like a vast hunting ground. In a hidden corner, Shin Mingyao was intently observing the battlefield through a high-powered telescope. Her brow furrowed, her fingers unconsciously tightening. Her heart raced. Ever since Lin Yi had charged into the base, she had been unable to find peace. She knew Lin Yi was powerful, nearly invincible, yet the Black Shaman Alliance was one of the most fearsome organizations in the underworld, wielding weapons against ability users that ordinary individuals could not withstand. This madman, she muttered under her breath, quickly pulling up the battle situation in Lin Ye's area. On the screen, Lin Ye's figure darted like a specter among the assassins of the Black Shaman Alliance, his thunder spear slicing through the night. With each strike, a life was extinguished. The lightning surrounding him roared like a furious dragon, incinerating all enemies who dared to approach into mere ashes. Just as he was about to breach the final line of defense, a low, ominous gunshot rang out from a distance. Bang! The bullet hurtled through the air, imbued with a terrifying black aura, evidently a special ability bullet capable of bypassing his thunderous defenses and striking directly at Lin Ye's vital points. Shin Mingyao's heart clenched violently, and she instinctively cried out, "Be careful!" Yet Lin Ye's speed was at its zenith. His divine eye caught sight of the bullet's trajectory in an instant. He pivoted sharply, narrowly evading the bullet's edge, though a gash was still torn into his shoulder, blood instantly soaking his battle attire. Shin Mingyao bit her lip fiercely, fists clenched. She yearned to rush in at that moment. Yet she understood she could not become a burden to Lin Yi now. You must survive, she silently prayed. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Ye's figure surged forth once more, thrusting his spear through the core of the Black Shaman Alliance's defenses. The gates crumbled with a resounding crash, and thunder erupted in the darkness, flames leaping skyward, illuminating the entire battlefield. He stood amidst the blaze, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if a god of slaughter had descended upon the earth. From a distance, Shin Mingyao watched the man encircled by lightning and flames, her heart trembling violently. She suddenly realized how reassuring his silhouette appeared. A gentle smile crept upon her lips as she murmured softly, "Lin Yi, you have won, but you must fulfill your promise to me." Amidst the flames of war, Lin Yi seemed to hear her voice, a tender smile gracing his lips as warmth flickered in his eyes. "Rest assured, I will return." To be continued. Chapter 37. Oath of Life and Death. Affection endures. The night was as dark as ink, with heavy clouds blanketing the city, howling winds swirling, and thunder rolling ominously. After several nights of fierce battles, the Bai family had been obliterated, and the Black Shaman Alliance's death decree had sent shockwaves through the entire underworld. Lin Yi, wielding the power of the eternal divine eye and the underworld thunder, had vanquished countless foes, establishing a terrifying legend of supremacy in the city. Amidst this blood-soaked chaos and pervasive malice, another indescribable emotion surged within Lin Ye's heart, an affection deeply hidden beyond the bloodshed. a warmth that served as his sole anchor in the face of cruel destiny. Lin Yi wandered alone through a tranquil alley, the night seeming to slow its pace in his presence. Draped in a black battle robe, he emanated a faint aura of intertwining thunder and shadows, his steps resolute. This moment, he closed his eternal divine eye, as if to temporarily contain the vast killing intent within. Seeking a fleeting moment of tranquility, just then, a gentle yet urgent message arrived, displaying Shan Mingyao's name. The message contained but a brief sentence. Lin Yi, I await you at the old tea house you frequent. My heart in turmoil. Gazing at the message, Lin Ye's heart fluttered slightly. He understood that Shan Mingyao had long concealed her feelings behind a facade of indifference, yet this time, her tender and sincere words were impossible to resist. In the past, they had supported each other through countless life and death struggles, sharing their innermost thoughts in dire circumstances, gradually nurturing an unexpected bond. Despite Lin Ye's cold exterior and proud temperament, his concern and tenderness for Shan Mingyao had never been concealed. With a sigh, Lin Yi mused, perhaps amidst this tide of slaughter, a touch of warmth should be preserved. Resolute, he swiftly drove towards the old tea house. The old tea house was nestled along a serene, ancient street, its facade quaint and nostalgic, the dim, warm light casting a gentle glow. Inside, the melodious sound of guqin intertwined with soft whispers and laughter, allowing one to momentarily forget the surrounding bloodshed and violence. At this moment, only a few elderly patrons occupied the tea house, while in a corner, a woman sat quietly, her eyes reflecting a blend of sorrow and determination. As Lin Yi pushed the door open, a gentle greeting floated from the entrance. Lin Yi, you have finally arrived. Shan Mingyao looked up at him, her face unable to hide her anxiety, yet still adorned with a soft smile. Lin Yi approached her side, inquiring softly, Mingyao, what has happened? Why are you so anxious? A complex emotion flickered in Shan Mingyao's eyes as she replied softly, Lin Yi, I have been worried about you. You charged into the Black Shaman Alliance's base, surrounded by danger, with your life uncertain. Each day, I have been on edge, fearing I might never see you again. Lin Yi remained silent, understanding that in this life-and-death struggle, every action could lead to grievous injuries, especially given the vastness and ruthlessness of the enemy's ranks. However, at this moment, upon hearing Mengyao's sincere concern, a wave of tenderness surged within him, as if the frozen expanse of his heart had been melted by a warm ray of sunlight. Mengyao, I am aware of your worries, yet in this tumultuous world of martial arts, I find myself with no retreat. If I do not confront the battle ahead, countless innocents will suffer, he spoke, his voice low yet resolute, tinged with an undertone of helplessness and sorrow. Tears shimmered in Shan Mingyao's eyes, yet she valiantly suppressed her grief. Lin Yi, you must remember, I am more than just a comrade under your command. I love you. Your life is more precious to me than anything else in this world. If there is even the slightest chance for you, I am willing to accompany you through every stormy night. Hearing this, Lin Ye's gaze softened as he gently grasped her hand, murmuring, Mengyao, your love is my strongest support, and no matter the bloodshed or strife, I wish only to face life and death with you. Hand in hand, the tea house was enveloped in silence, with only their intertwined voices resonating in the this moment. Lin Yi seemed to forget the peril of the battlefield, his heart consumed solely by the profound and pure affection he held for Mengyao. This sentiment, though fragile amidst slaughter and bloodshed, embodied the very essence of his fight. Yet, just as their feelings deepened, a sudden clamor of hurried footsteps and piercing horns erupted from outside the tea house. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and whispered to Mengyao, it seems the enemy has begun to move. Stay here. I shall confront them at once. Shan Mingyao clutched his hand tightly, her eyes filled with reluctance and concern. Lin Yi, promise me, regardless of the dangers you face, you must return. Lin Ye's gaze was unwavering as he gently tightened his grip on her hand. Mengyao, rest assured, I will return alive. You are my greatest concern and my driving force. With that, he hurried away, his figure swiftly vanishing into the night. Inside the tea house, Shan Mingyao stood for a long time, tears welling in her eyes, yet she stubbornly wiped them away, whispering, Lin Yi, no matter life or death, I will wait for you here. Our vow shall remain unaltered. Meanwhile, outside, the night sky thundered, flashes of lightning heralding the impending bloodshed. Lin Yi had rushed to the front lines, engaged in fierce combat against various factions. The White Family's death decree, the ruthless assassins of the Black Shadow Alliance, and other dark forces all surged forth, plunging the city into a tempest reminiscent of the apocalypse, on a battlefield interwoven with blood and lightning. Lin Yi found himself at the center of the chaos, wielding his thunderous spear, each strike akin to a cataclysmic event, shattering the defenses of his adversaries. Blood and thunder intertwined, leaving only his solitary and defiant silhouette amidst the carnage. Yet, whenever he teetered on the brink of life and death, the tender memories of Meng Yao illuminated his despair like a beacon, granting him the strength to continue fighting. He silently vowed, "Meng Yao, I shall not fail your expectations." Each time he exerted himself to the utmost, that gentle figure flickered in his mind's eye, a reminder. Amidst this sea of chaos and blood, there existed a love worth safeguarding. In battle, he clashed repeatedly with the remnants of the White Family's forces, his thunder and ethereal power reaching their zenith, each strike instilling terror in his enemies. However, Lin Yi was acutely aware that only by personally dismantling the dark forces that sought to upend the order of the underground world could he truly bring new hope to the city. Just then, he sensed an overwhelmingly fierce energy surge from deep underground, as if the very fate of the city teetered on the edge of a precipice. The oppressive force thickened the air on the battlefield. Lin Yi knew this was the enemy's final, desperate counterattack, and a stern test of destiny awaited him. His gaze turned steely as he roared, "No matter what lies ahead, I shall never fall." Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Shen Mingyao was coordinating seamlessly with a team composed of underground resistance forces, personally leading the ambush against the enemy. Although she was not a primary combatant, her intelligence and determination rallied various supernatural beings. Stabilizing their formation and fiercely protecting every comrade, she gazed upon the raging fires and the flowing blood on the battlefield. An unrest settled in her heart. On one hand, she feared for Lin Ye's safety amidst the fierce fighting. On the other, she sensed that this battle would determine the fate of the entire underground world. In the night, she faintly recalled the tender moments shared with Lin Yi when they whispered under the moonlight, discussing dreams and hopes for the future. In those moments, the warmth in his eyes reassured her that even amidst the clashing blades, she could find a semblance of peace. "Lin Yi, no matter where you are, I will wait for you until the end of time," Shen Mingyao whispered, her voice imbued with unwavering resolve. She understood that this profound affection was her most steadfast belief amidst the chaos as the battle intensified. The entire city descended into unprecedented turmoil, drenched in blood and storm. Yet Lin Yi, bathed in the baptism of blood and thunder, surged through the fray with an indomitable spirit, forging ahead on the path of an uncertain fate. He comprehended that only by vanquishing all foes could he usher in genuine peace, one in which he and Shen Mingyao would script a warm chapter together, with a thunderous roar splitting the night sky. Lin Yi struck a fatal blow with his thunderous spear, simultaneously whispering in his heart, "Mingyao, I will return alive, to uphold this vow of life and death with you." At that moment, his divine gaze shimmered with boundless passion and tenderness. As if all of heaven and earth trembled in response to his resolve, on the battlefield, countless adversaries fell before his thunderous might. Yet he remained nearly indifferent, for in his heart, only the warmth of that awaited love sufficed to fuel his relentless fight. Amidst the raging urban conflict, as the enemy retreated and the chaotic turmoil began to subside, Shen Mingyao received news. Lin Yi had initially stabilized the front lines and was leading elite forces towards the headquarters of the Black Shadow Alliance. A wave of warmth surged through her heart, her eyes glinting with relief and anticipation. "Lin Yi, hurry back. I am here waiting for you." In this long and poignant night, on the battlefield where thunder and blood intertwined, the feelings between Lin Yi and Shen Mingyao continued to deepen amidst countless moments of life and death. They safeguarded one another, holding steadfast hope, no matter how cruel fate may be or how intertwined their lives became. They would illuminate this world shrouded in darkness with their profound love. In the night sky above the city, lightning flickered and the fires of war raged on, while Lin Ye's resolute silhouette and Shen Mengyao's gentle anticipation signified that no matter how perilous the path ahead, they would face it together, welcoming the dawn that belonged to them. To be continued. Chapter 38. Thunder Shattering the Sky. The Black Shadow Alliance's final destruction, the night was as dark as ink, with storm clouds roiling, and the entire city seemed enveloped in a chilling atmosphere of death. Lin Yi stood atop an abandoned skyscraper, the breeze stirring his black coat as the power of thunder coursed around him. Embodying an indomitable war god, before him, the headquarters of the Black Shadow Alliance blazed with lights, looming like a colossal beast in the darkness, devouring all who dared approach. Tonight, the Black Shadow Alliance shall be annihilated. Lin Ye's gaze was icy as he slowly raised his hand, the eternal divine eye radiating a golden glow in the night. His vision pierced through the building's walls, instantly revealing the movements of everyone inside. The assassins of the Black Shadow Alliance were on high alert, various firearms and supernatural beings stationed on every floor, every corner brimming with lethal intent. You wish to kill me? Then let us see if you possess such capability. Lin Ye's figure flickered, slicing through the night sky like thunder, charging straight towards the Black Shadow Alliance's headquarters. Simultaneously, alarms blared within the Black Shadow Alliance, the lights in the building abruptly extinguishing, leaving only red emergency lights flashing, filling the air with a palpable sense of dread. Enemy attack? It's Lin Yi. Quickly, activate the defense array. All personnel, assume battle positions. On the top floor of the building, a man clad in a black cloak stood before the window. His eyes as cold as a serpent's. He was the deputy leader of the Black Shadow Alliance. Ming Sha, a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth, his gaze laced with disdain. Ha! You think a single person can breach my Black Shadow Alliance? Lin Yi, you are far too arrogant. Yet, just as Ming Sha's words fell, a purple bolt of lightning, like the wrath of a deity, struck down upon the building. Boom. The terrifying power of the thunder instantly tore apart the roof of the building, electricity rampaging through steel and concrete, shockwaves sweeping the surroundings, sending dozens of elite assassins of the Black Shadow Alliance flying. Not good. Lin Yi has broken in. Stop him. He must not leave alive. In an instant, hundreds of figures surged from all corners of the building, various supernatural powers intertwining in the night sky. Flames, ice, wind blades, and energy cannons all converged upon Lin Yi, intent on annihilating him in one fell swoop. A mere display of skill, Lin Yi scoffed, the lightning around him intensifying, the power of the eternal divine eye unleashed in full force. His eyes gleaming with a brilliant gold, as if capable of discerning all things in the universe. The thunder god descends. In that instant, Lin Ye's body transformed into a lightning afterimage, instantaneously weaving through the enemy's onslaught. Each attack that approached him was devoured by the power of thunder, unable to even graze his form. Puff! Ah! Cries of agony erupted as Lin Yi, like a specter, navigated through the throngs of enemies. Each strike accompanied by the roar of thunder, their bodies instantly reduced to cinders beneath the electric light, leaving no time for screams. In less than 10 seconds, over half of the elite assassins surrounding the Black Shadow Alliance lay dead or wounded. At this very moment, the supernatural beings within the Black Saber Alliance finally felt a surge of fear. They watched in disbelief as a lone figure breached their defenses, obliterating everything in his path. As though a god of slaughter had descended upon them. This is impossible. How could he be so formidable? He is a monster. We stand no chance against him. In an instant, signs of retreat began to manifest within the ranks of the Black Saber Alliance. Ming Sha, witnessing this scene, wore an expression of utmost darkness. He bellowed, "Who dares to falter, shall be executed on the spot." At his words, the crowd hesitated, yet their eyes remained filled with terror. "Can you stand against me?" Lin Yi advanced step by step toward the center of the building, each stride imbued with a devastating pressure, causing the ground to fracture under the weight of his thunderous might, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remnants. Ming Sha forcibly suppressed the shock within him, narrowing his eyes and speaking coldly, "Lin Yi, no matter how strong you are, you fight alone, while our Black Saber Alliance wields the most formidable killing array." With that, he clapped his hands sharply, and instantly, countless intricate patterns emerged on the walls surrounding the building, crimson light flooding the space, a tidal wave of murderous intent surging forth, as if it sought to engulf Lin Yi entirely. The Black Saber Purgatory Formation, arise! In that instant, numerous black chains shot forth from every direction, each inscribed with ancient sealing runes, imbued with a potent binding force, racing toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi snorted coldly. Waving his right hand, a bolt of sword energy cleaved through the air, severing several chains in an instant. But the next moment, more chains emerged from the void, piling upon one another like endless shackles. Determined to seal him completely, "Hmph, do you think you can confine me? Dream on." A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Ye's eyes as the eternal divine eyes erupted in full force. His figure suddenly transforming into myriad lightning phantoms, appearing simultaneously in every corner of the building, wielding the thunderous sword energy that cleaved down with terrifying spatial rending power, completely shattering those chains. Boom! Lightning raged, and the building trembled violently, the killing array set by the Black Saber Alliance beginning to collapse. Ming Sha observed this scene, his eyes wide with shock and fury. This is impossible. Even a celestial-level powerhouse could not dismantle an array so swiftly. Lin Yi sneered. A worthless array dares to flaunt its might before me. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch, the thunderous energy coalescing into a golden beam, which instantly pierced the entirety of the Black Saber Alliance's headquarters. Thunder's divine punishment. Booming thunder rumbled as terrifying lightning descended from the heavens, the entire building disintegrating into a heap of ruins amidst the cacophony. Ming Sha exerted every ounce of strength in a desperate bid to escape, but just as he broke free from the wreckage, Lin Yi seized him by the throat. Lin Ye's gaze was frigid, his tone indifferent as he proclaimed, "The Black Saber Alliance shall vanish completely from this world today." Crack! Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, Ming Sha's body fell lifelessly amidst the ruins, utterly devoid of life. Thus, the Black Saber Alliance met its demise. Beneath the night sky, as the lightning gradually dissipated, Lin Yi stood atop the rubble, gazing up at the heavens, his eyes revealing a complex array of emotions. Finally, it is over. To be continued, Chapter 39. Mysterious Arrival. A new crisis. The headquarters of the Black Saber Alliance lay scorched beneath the thunder, the air thick with the scent of charred remains. Lin Yi stood amidst the ruins, his gaze icy, confirming the complete annihilation of the Black Saber Alliance. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, though it did not reflect much joy. This is merely the beginning. Though the Black Saber Alliance had been vanquished, Lin Yi was acutely aware that the dark forces plaguing this city extended far beyond just one alliance. His adversaries were not limited to these overt underground organizations, but also included the colossal entities lurking in the shadows. Just as he prepared to depart, a sharp sound of slicing wind suddenly reached his ears. Whoosh! A shadow darted through the night sky like a specter, hurtling toward Lin Yi with astonishing speed. Huh? Lin Ye's gaze sharpened as the eternal divine eyes activated, instantly locking onto that figure. The individual donned a black cloak, shrouded in an eerie black mist, with a silver ghost mask obscuring their face, exuding an aura of extreme danger. So, you have finally shown yourself. Lin Yi took a step forward, transforming into a bolt of lightning, rushing to meet the shadow. Boom! The two figures crossed paths in the night sky, a terrifying surge of energy rippling outward, causing the surrounding ruins to erupt once more, sending dust swirling into the air. Lin Yi steadied himself, fixing his cold gaze on the cloaked figure, demanding, "Who are you?" The figure chuckled softly, their voice low and chilling. "I am the one who will kill you." Before the words had fully left their lips, the figure vanished like a wraith, reappearing at Lin Ye's side, their right hand clawing toward Lin Ye's throat with a frigid malice. Seeking death, Lin Ye's divine eyes flickered, instantly perceiving the opponent's movement. His right hand shot out, conjuring a massive thunderous palm that came crashing down upon the cloaked figure. Thunderous suppression palm. Boom. The sound of thunder roared, the void trembled. The cloaked figure seemed taken aback by Lin Ye's swift reaction, their expression shifting slightly as they hastily retreated. Yet they were still grazed by the thunderous force, their cloak torn to shreds, a burnt scent wafting through the air. Nevertheless, the figure did not stop. Instead, they capitalized on the retreat to widen the distance between them and Lin Yi. Lin Ye's gaze remained cold, stating flatly, "Such paltry dark power dares to act arrogantly before me." The cloaked figure chuckled softly, raising a hand to brush at the scorched sleeve of their cloak, casually remarking, "You are indeed worthy of being the inheritor of the eternal divine eyes. You possess some skill, however. Today, you will undoubtedly perish." Lin Yi furrowed his brows. "You recognize my divine eyes?" The cloaked figure did not reply but slowly lifted their right hand, gathering a jet-black essence at their fingertips before lightly flicking it away. Buzz! The black essence rapidly expanded through the air, forming a colossal black vortex, an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure enveloping the area. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened, his heart racing with alarm. This power is leagues beyond those worthless minions of the Black Saber Alliance. Without a moment to lose, Lin Ye's internal thunder surged violently, his entire being radiating with lightning, resembling a thunder god poised for battle. Yet, at that moment, a familiar female voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Lin Yi. Be careful. That is the soul-devouring technique of the Black Abyss organization. Lin Ye's heart sank as he swiftly turned around to see a stunning woman clad in red battle attire soaring toward him. Her graceful figure juxtaposed with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Su Qingshua's silhouette streaked through the night sky like a shooting star, landing beside Lin Yi in an instant. Her sword pointed at the cloaked figure as she coldly declared, Lin Yi, this individual is no ordinary assassin. He is one of the 4 law enforcers of the Black Abyss organization. You mean, Black Abyss? Lin Yi frowned, his eyes icy. Finally, have the big fish taken the bait? Su Qingxue gritted her teeth, her voice low. The power of the Black Abyss organization far surpasses that of the Black Saber Alliance. They control numerous dark forces across the globe, and Yao Ming is one of their 4 law enforcers, his strength unfathomable. Lin Yi smiled faintly. What does it matter how strong he is? He will die just the same. Yu Ming chuckled coldly, his gaze sweeping between Lin Yi and Su Qingxue, his tone laced with amusement. How intriguing! It seems today's harvest is greater than I anticipated. Lin Yi, inheritor of the Eternal Divine Eyes. Su Qingxue, inheritor of the Flame Dragon organization. If I can eliminate both of you, I will have completed a significant portion of the Black Abyss's mission. Su Qingxue scoffed, you wish to kill us? You are overly confident, Yu Ming replied with a light laugh. Whether I am confident or not, you will soon find out. Just as the words left his lips, he abruptly raised his hand, the black vortex expanding instantly, unleashing a terrifying devouring force. Soul-devouring domain. Activate! In an instant, the world seemed to dim, the surrounding space consumed by darkness, a soul-chilling aura sweeping through the area. Lin Yi and Su Qingxue felt their bodies weigh heavily, as if sinking into an invisible quagmire, their movements becoming sluggish. Damn it! Su Qingxue gritted her teeth, the fiery power within her surging uncontrollably as she struggled against the binding force. Lin Yi, however, furrowed his brow. The eternal divine eyes within him operating at full capacity, golden light erupting as he sought to dispel the encroaching darkness. Humph! A mere dark sorcery dares to ensnare me? Lin Yi shouted coldly. The eternal divine eyes suddenly bursting forth with blinding radiance, the thunderous power erupting like the wrath of the heavens, violently striking against Yu Ming's soul-devouring domain. Thunder's divine retribution, boom. Lightning rent the darkness asunder. The space quaked, and an epic clash of titanic proportions officially commenced. To be continued, Chapter 40. Thunderous duel, soul-devouring annihilated thunder erupted in the night sky, transforming into countless brilliant arcs of electricity that dispelled the surrounding darkness. Lin Yi stood amidst the lightning, the golden radiance emitted by the eternal divine eyes intertwining with Su Qingshue's flames, countering Yu Ming's soul-devouring domain. Yu Ming's gaze sharpened, his domain, famed for its ability to consume all energy, was being forcibly torn asunder by Lin Ye's thunder. The eternal divine eyes truly live up to their reputation. His voice was chilling, laced with a hint of admiration, yet predominantly filled with murderous intent. Su Qingxue stood resolutely beside Lin Yi, her crimson flame sword unleashing torrents of fire as she coldly declared, Yu Ming, has your Black Abyss organization finally been unable to restrain itself? With a faint chuckle, Yu Ming slowly raised his hand, and a black aura once again enveloped the surroundings, as if intending to devour the entire world. It was not a matter of restraint, but rather the time to reap his prey had come. As the words left his lips, his figure vanished in an instant, darting through the darkness like a specter, and in the next moment, he appeared behind Lin Yi, his ink-black palm carrying a destructive force of devouring. Striking fiercely towards Lin Yi's back, Lin Yi, be careful. Su Qingshue's expression shifted slightly as she rushed forward, her long sword ablaze with raging flames aimed at Yu Ming. However, A cold smile crept across Yoming's lips as his figure transformed into black smoke, disappearing without a trace. Soul-devouring phantom. Lin Yi's pupils constricted, realizing the dire situation. This fellow could even transform his soul into shadows to traverse, making him nearly impossible to capture. Humph, don't think you can take me down this easily. With a thunderous crack beneath his feet, Lin Yi soared into the air, bringing his hands together as a bolt of golden lightning coalesced in his palms. Thunder shattering the heavens. Boom. The lightning surged violently, like divine retribution descending, striking fiercely towards Yuming's shadow. The black figure twisted violently under the thunder, and Yuming's form finally re-emerged, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Such powerful thunderous force. Yet soon, a smirk returned to his lips, seemingly unafraid of Lin Yi's assault. The eternal divine eye is indeed formidable. But do you truly believe this can harm me? Yoming's palms suddenly opened wide. A vortex as dark as ink materializing in his palm, forcefully devouring Lin Yi's thunderous power. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as he instantly comprehended. This creature's ability was not merely to absorb energy, but to convert it for his own use. Your power has now become mine. Yuming chuckled softly, a bolt of lightning materializing within his palm, unmistakably the thunderous force Lin Yi had unleashed moments ago. Su Qingshue's expression altered, her voice rising in warning. Be careful, he can rebound your power. Lin Yi's eyes remained cold, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. My thunder is not so easily wielded. Yuming furrowed his brow, about to channel that lightning, when he suddenly felt the dark energy within him surge violently, the thunder coursing through his body as if it sought to tear apart his meridians. What? Yuming's expression changed drastically as he realized that the thunderous power he had consumed was not ordinary lightning but contained a terrifying punitive force. You actually fused the divine punishment power into the thunder? Lin Yi smirked coldly. Only now do you realize? Too late. Boom. The thunderous power exploded within Yuming, the raging arcs instantly tearing his black cloak asunder, revealing a face as pale as death beneath. Yuming let out a wretched scream, his figure hurtling backward, crashing into the nearby ruins and kicking up a storm of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qingshuo swiftly drew her crimson flame sword, unleashing a fiery sword aura that sliced through the air. Charging towards Yuming, gritting his teeth, Yuming hastily summoned the dark energy within him, barely managing to block the strike. But his body was already wounded, a trickle of black blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, he glared fiercely. Boom, however, the lightning struck only a phantom. The true body of Yingsha was nowhere to be found. Su Qingshuo's expression shifted slightly. This is bad. His figure cannot be locked onto. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as he rapidly analyzed the situation. Indeed, Yingsha's assassination technique was extraordinary. He could continuously create illusions during battle, confounding perception. But do you believe this will deceive my eyes? A cold smirk crept across Lin Yi's lips as the eternal divine eye burst forth with dazzling golden light. Fully unleashing its penetrating power, in an instant, he clearly discerned a deeply concealed shadow silently approaching from less than 2 meters behind him. Found you. Lin Yi exclaimed coldly, raising his palm abruptly, gathering the power of thunder. And striking backward with force, thunderbolt, shadow shatter, boom. Lightning erupted in the night sky, and Yingsha's figure finally emerged from the darkness, a trace of astonishment appearing on his face for the first time. He can actually see through my concealment? Lin Yi scoffed. Before my eternal divine eye, your assassination techniques are utterly futile. Yingsha's expression darkened, finally realizing that tonight's battle was more arduous than he had anticipated. To be continued, Chapter 42. Thunder Judgment, the assassin at the Donghai dock. The wind howled like a blade, and waves crashed against the shore, producing a dull echo. The air was thick with a murderous intent, as if a life-and-death confrontation were about to unfold. Yingsha's figure fully revealed itself from the shadows. His black cloak billowed ominously in the wind, and the gaze beneath his silver mask was as cold as steel. Lin Yi stood firm, golden light flickering in his eyes. The penetrating power of the eternal divine eye allowed him to capture every subtle movement of Yingsha with clarity. You can see through my concealment technique? Yingsha's voice was low and frigid, tinged with disbelief. Lin Yi smiled faintly, confidence radiating from his demeanor. Your assassination techniques may pose a lethal threat to others, but in my eyes, All your actions are laid bare. Ing Sha fell silent for a moment, then sneered. It seems that the failure of Yuming was not coincidental. In the next second, his figure suddenly blurred, transforming into countless shadows, vanishing from sight in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of shadows appeared simultaneously, moving with astonishing speed from various angles toward Lin Yi, each shadow imbued with lethal intent, as if poised to snatch away Lin Yi's life at any moment. Su Qingshua's complexion changed. This is Ing Sha's ghost shadow kill array. He can simultaneously create over 10 solidified clones, each possessing offensive capability, making it nearly impossible to distinguish the real from the false. Lin Yi's gaze narrowed slightly. Facing the nearly identical shadows of Ing Sha, he remained utterly unperturbed. Under my divine gaze, all illusions are mere fabrications. Thunderbolt. Annihilating shadow. Lin Yi stepped forward, and thunder exploded instantaneously. Golden arcs of electricity swirling around him, forming a protective shield of lightning. Thunder King's domain. Boom. Lightning erupted, creating an absolute barrier. All the black blades shattered upon contact with the thunder, turning to nothingness. Ing Sha's pupils constricted. This is impossible, Lin Yi sneered. Your attack, before absolute power, is nothing more than a paper tiger. Now, it is my turn to counterattack. Lin Yi's figure vanished within the lightning, and in the next moment, he materialized above Ing Sha. Thunderbolt, Judgment Spear, boom. A massive spear of lightning descended from the heavens, directly piercing toward Ing Sha's chest. Ing Sha's gaze turned icy. His figure flashed as he attempted to evade. But the speed of the thunder was beyond his expectations. Almost as soon as he moved, the thunder spear had brutally impaled his shoulder. Splurt, black blood splattered onto the ground, and Ing Sha crashed to the earth. His face pale and eyes filled with horror. He lost? He, Ing Sha, one of the 4 law enforcers of the abyss, actually fell at the hands of Lin Yi. Lin Yi slowly descended, gazing indifferently at him. Your strength is indeed formidable. But unfortunately, you encountered me. Ing Sha gritted his teeth, his face contorted. Lin Yi, do you think killing me will end everything? You are mistaken. The power of the abyss far exceed. Luo Li nodded slightly and murmured. Due to your remarkable abilities, you have piqued someone's interest. As she spoke, she suddenly retrieved a black card from her bosom and gently tossed it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi reached out to catch it, only to find an enigmatic black emblem emblazoned on the front, resembling an ancient inscription, while the back bore a phone number. What is this? Lin Yi inquired, gazing at Luo Li with confusion. A faint smile curled at the corners of Luo Li's lips. This is an invitation from the abyss. Su Qingshua's expression shifted dramatically. The abyss wants to recruit Lin Yi? Luo Li nodded gently. Indeed, the abyss rarely extends invitations, but Lin Yi, your potential warrants an exception. Her gaze was piercing as she looked at Lin Yi. You have 2 choices. Either become a member of the abyss, or become their enemy. An intangible sense of pressure filled the air, as if the entire world awaited Lin Yi's response. Yet, Lin Yi suddenly laughed, a casual and audacious laughter. The abyss's proposition sounds rather appealing, he remarked softly. Luo Li's eyes flickered. Are you implying? With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yi sent the black card soaring into the air, and thunder erupted, reducing it to ashes. Unfortunately, I have no interest in the abyss. His voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable conviction. Luo Li was momentarily taken aback, then sighed softly. You truly have refused. She slowly stepped back, a knowing smile gracing her lips. In that case, prepare yourself to face the wrath of the abyss. Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. I am always ready. Luo Li smiled, though a complex expression flickered in her eyes. I hope you won't regret this decision later. With that, her figure transformed into a shadow and vanished into the night, as if she had never existed. Lin Yi gazed into the direction of her disappearance, his eyes deep and contemplative. Unable to contain herself, Su Qingxue asked, Are you really not considering the abyss's invitation? Lin Yi chuckled lightly. The power of the abyss is indeed formidable, but I, Lin Yi, never bow to anyone. Su Qingxue looked at him, a stirring emotion blooming within her. The man before her was not only powerful but also possessed an unparalleled confidence and charisma. Such a man was truly worthy of her lifelong devotion. To be continued, Chapter 44. Su Qingxue after Luo Li departed. The air at the Donghai Pier remained tinged with a faint sense of urgency. the remnants of thunder still lingering on the ground. Framing Lin Ye's tall figure, Shen Mingyao approached swiftly, concern evident on her face. "Are you all right?" Lin Yi smiled gently, ruffling her hair. "Do you really think I would be in trouble?" Shen Mingyao paused, her cheeks flushing as she gently pushed his hand away. "Be serious, I mean it." Lin Yi chuckled, about to respond when he noticed Su Qingshua's complex expression, as if she had something to say but hesitated to find the right words. "Miss Su?" Lin Yi turned to her as Su Qingxue took a deep breath, her gaze piercing. "Lin Yi, do you know the true nature of the abyss?" Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, it seems you know quite a bit." Su Qingxue nodded, a flicker of something unusual in her eyes. "The reason I know about the abyss is that I was once a member." As these words left her lips, Shan Mingyao's eyes widened in shock. Staring at Su Qingxue, "What did you just say?" Lin Yi remained largely unchanged in expression, merely regarding Su Qingxue with interest. "Please, continue." Su Qingxue sighed, a look of reminiscence crossing her face. "My father, Su Tiance, was one of the senior advisors of the abyss. While not a core member, his standing was significant." Lin Ye's eyes shifted slightly. The advisor of the abyss. It appeared Su Qingshue's background was far more intricate than he had initially surmised. Su Qingxue continued. "From a young age, I underwent various training under the abyss, but my father did not wish for me to be completely ensnared in their web, so after I came of age, he arranged for me to distance myself from the core circle of the abyss and go abroad." She paused, pain flickering in her eyes. "However, 3 years ago, my father was executed by the abyss after a mission failure. And that was when I truly realized that this organization is devoid of humanity." Shen Mingyao furrowed her brow. "Your father was a senior advisor. They even killed him?" Su Qingxue forced a smile. "In the abyss, there is no absolute safety, only an astonishing shockwave erupted through the air, causing the ground of the dock to crack instantaneously. While the waves churned violently, a terrifying force sweeping across the surroundings." Lin Yi remained motionless, yet the phantom hand was jolted back 2 steps, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Your strength surpasses the intelligence we have gathered." Lin Ye's gaze was indifferent. Intelligence, after all, is always outdated. The phantom hand's expression darkened, as the dark energy in his palm began to coalesce once more. However, this is merely the beginning. In the next instant, his figure vanished abruptly, moving with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible, reappearing behind Lin Yi, as his black claws tore through the air, aimed directly at Lin Ye's back. "Lin Yi, be careful," Shen Mingyao cried out. The corners of Lin Ye's mouth curled slightly, seemingly having sensed the phantom hand's movement long before, as he subtly shifted his body and raised his hand to strike. Thunder, rending the sky palm. The thunder erupted, arcs of lightning swirling, as Lin Ye's palm force descended like the wrath of a deity, crashing fiercely towards the phantom hand. The phantom hand's expression shifted as he hurriedly dodged, but was still caught by the thunderous power, half of his black robe torn away, revealing a lean body adorned with dark patterns. His gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Lin Yi. "Your strength has transcended that of an ordinary ability user. No wonder Luo Li would take an interest in you." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. "Oh, Luo Li holds a significant position in the abyss?" The phantom hand scoffed. "Her status is far beyond what you can imagine." Lin Yi pondered for a moment, but quickly dismissed his thoughts, speaking coolly. "Do you possess any other methods? If not, you may as well perish." The phantom hand's expression soured, and with a sudden wave of his hand, a thick black mist spread rapidly, forming an immense dark domain that enveloped the entire dock in an instant. Abyssal secret technique, shadow barrier. As his words fell, the entire space seemed to plunge into endless darkness, the air growing heavy, as if it sought to crush all within it. Shen Mingyao and Su Qingshue's expressions changed, feeling an intense sense of oppression that rendered their movements sluggish. Yet Lin Yi remained unfazed, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Do you think such a trivial domain power can confine me?" He slowly raised his hand, the thunderous energy surging wildly in his palm, and in the next moment, he pointed fiercely at the sky. Thunder, heaven's punishment, boom! A massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, tearing apart the dark domain, illuminating the entire dock in a flash. The phantom hand spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing to the ground, his face a mask of shock and unwillingness. "This is impossible." Lin Yi strode forward, looking down at him. An abyssal assassin, merely this. The phantom hand gritted his teeth, attempting to struggle once more, but Lin Yi offered him no chance, placing a foot on his chest as the thunderous power surged into him, obliterating his meridians entirely. Ah! The phantom hand screamed in agony, his pupils dilating as he gradually lost all vitality. Lin Yi slowly withdrew his foot, his gaze indifferent. The abyssal bounty? Ha! It seems I must have them reevaluate their definition of prey. Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. This man, indeed, could single-handedly face off against the top assassin of the abyss and emerge victorious with ease. Su Qingxue regarded Lin Yi, a certain emotion crystallizing in her heart. She suddenly realized that she had truly placed her bets correctly this time. The abyss might indeed be destined for destruction at Lin Yi's hands. To be continued, Chapter 46. The abyss's revenge. The corpse of the man in the black robe lay quietly on the cold, hard ground of the dock, eyes wide open in eternal surprise, clearly unprepared for his swift demise. Lin Yi gently wiped the residual electricity from his hands, turning his gaze towards Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue. Are you both unharmed? Shen Mingyao nodded. Though her complexion was somewhat pale, she was evidently uninjured. Su Qingxue, however, appeared grave, her eyes shifting between Lin Yi and the deceased black-robed man, speaking solemnly. This was merely the abyss's test. More will come. Lin Yi chuckled coldly. A test? They consider this a mere test? Su Qingxue furrowed her brow. The shadow assassins of the abyss are among their most elite forces. Sending him here is ample evidence of their immense sense of threat towards you. Shen Mingyao frowned. What shall we do next? The abyss has sent individuals far too powerful. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Do they believe that a mere one or two individuals can subdue me? They greatly underestimate my capabilities. He cast a glance at the corpse beneath his feet, murmuring. However, I have long been prepared for the abyss's retaliation. At that moment, the surrounding air suddenly shifted, a dense aura of darkness spreading, as if even the heavens had grown heavy. Heh, I never expected you to possess such prowess, Lin Yi, even defeating the phantom hand. A deep, chilling voice echoed from afar, laden with mockery and threat. The group turned to see a figure gradually materializing through the haze. Clad in a deep black robe, he bore a sharp long sword upon his back, his gaze piercing and his expression stern, his age indiscernible, yet his composed aura signified that he was no ordinary individual. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. This man was clearly not a typical assassin from the abyss. Are you from the abyss? Lin Yi inquired coolly, his gaze sharp as a blade. The man smirked coldly. Indeed. The phantom hand has failed. Now, it is my turn. His words carried an undeniable threat, as though they had already sealed Lin Yi's fate. Lin Yi remained silent, merely observing the man. He could sense that this figure in black was not as simple as the previous phantom hand. Shen Mingyao clenched her fists. Lin Yi, this man is formidable, I know. Lin Yi replied flatly, yet there was no trace of fear in his eyes. The black-clad man smiled faintly. You two women are still concerned for him? As he spoke, his gaze swept over Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue, seemingly dismissing them entirely. Su Qingxue scoffed. Your abyss is indeed a collection of self-righteous madmen. The black-clad man's smile deepened. Madmen? No, I merely view you from a higher vantage point. And no sooner had he spoken, than he swung his long sword fiercely, unleashing a torrent of black sword energy that surged forth like a flood. Aiming directly at Lin Yi. Without hesitation, Lin Yi bent his legs slightly, his form exploding forth with astonishing speed, transforming into a streak of lightning aimed straight at the black-clad man. Thunder, breaking the void. The thunder pierced through the air like a blade, propelled by terrifying force, colliding violently with the black sword energy. Boom. The moment they collided, a deafening roar erupted, filling the air with a resounding blast. As the ground trembled violently, and the sea surged into great waves, Lin Yi stood poised midair, his expression stern, the thunderous power swirling in his hands as he fixed his gaze on the black-clad man. Refusing to yield. This meager skill can defeat me? A flicker of cold amusement crossed the black-clad man's eyes. With a single step, he vanished from where he stood, seeming to transform into a shadow, darting towards Lin Yi at breakneck speed. Lin Yi's eyes brightened, quickly reacting as the thunderous power within him surged forth. preparing to confront the black-clad man's assault head-on. Thunder, heaven's punishment. The fleeting shadow, however, lunged towards Lin Ye's back in the next instant. So swift, a flash of alarm crossed Lin Ye's eyes as he pivoted his body, unleashing the thunderous energy from within, hastily aligning himself to counter. Boom! A blinding flash of lightning erupted once more, instantly flooding the entire space, the oppressive sensation in the air becoming overwhelmingly intense. The two forces clashed again, the tremendous shockwave causing the surrounding waters to churn violently, while the dock's steel structure trembled under the powerful currents. Lin Yi staggered back 2 steps, evidently forced back by the black-clad man's might. "You are strong," the black-clad man remarked with a hint of admiration. "However, how could a mere ability user contend with me?" "Mere ability user?" Lin Ye's lips curled into a cold smile. "The top assassins of the Abyss are not so extraordinary." The black-clad man's expression shifted slightly, clearly taken aback by Lin Ye's audacity. He spoke in a low voice. "Since you are so confident, I shall grant you a swift end." He swung his long sword, the sword energy sweeping forth, causing the surrounding air to thicken, the space seemingly frozen in that moment. Lin Ye's eyes gleamed, the thunderous energy within him surging dramatically, as the power of heaven's punishment coalesced once more. "I shall see just how long you can endure." This time, the force of the thunder was more formidable than ever. As if it sought to tear apart the heavens themselves. Boom! The clash of thunder and sword energy once again ignited a cataclysmic tremor, as the ground of the dock fractured anew, the sea roiling. Amidst the electric flashes and thunderous roars, the confrontation between the abyssal assassin and Lin Yi had escalated into a fierce battle. Meanwhile, in the distance, more shadows began to appear silently, approaching Lin Yi and the others. The Abyss's vengeance had only just begun. To be continued, Chapter 47. Counterattack. Lin Yi stood upon the fractured dock, his body radiating with a continuous roar of thunderous energy, his gaze sharp as he focused on the black-clad man before him. The recent confrontation, though fraught with tension, had revealed that the black-clad man possessed extraordinary strength, capable of matching him blow for blow. It seems the power of the Abyss is not as mundane as you claim. The corners of Lin Ye's mouth lifted ever so slightly, yet his eyes held no trace of disdain. The man in black emitted a cold snort, his face devoid of any expression. "Lin Yi, your strength is indeed commendable, yet before the abyss of darkness, it remains insufficient." As soon as the words left his lips, the man's aura underwent a dramatic shift, an eerie black light flickering along the blade of his sword, which seemed to absorb the surrounding dark energy, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. His figure vanished once more from sight, moving with such speed that it was nearly impossible to track. Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue exchanged alarmed glances, quickly positioning themselves beside Lin Yi, prepared to offer support at a moment's notice. They understood that this adversary was far more formidable than they had anticipated. "Be cautious. He is about to unleash his power," Su Qingxue warned, her voice tinged with urgency. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in Lin Ye's eyes as he clenched his fists, once again channeling the power of thunder, ready to confront the imminent clash. At that instant, the man in black reappeared behind him, his sword slashing fiercely toward Lin Ye's neck. "Death!" The man in black sneered, his blade cutting through the air with lethal intent, seemingly resolved to deliver a fatal blow. Lin Yi reacted with remarkable swiftness, his body pivoting slightly as he thrust his hands forward, transforming the thunderous energy into a brilliant blue-violet arc of lightning that collided violently with the sword. Boom! The moment the electric force met the dark blade, a tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the dock, the air quaking as towering waves surged around them. The power of thunder swept through like a tempest, obliterating everything in its wake. Lin Yi was thrust back several steps, the energy within him nearly expended, yet his eyes remained tranquil, betraying no hint of panic. Instead, they glinted with a calm defiance. "Your swordsmanship is commendable, but it is still inadequate." The man in black, clearly taken aback by Lin Ye's ability to effortlessly counter his strike, displayed a flicker of seriousness on his face. "It seems you are indeed extraordinary. In that case, allow me to employ some genuine techniques." With that, the man in black suddenly bellowed, his sword energy surging violently, as if the entire space were engulfed in darkness. His body disappeared in an instant, the surrounding air seeming to solidify, and the next moment, A jet of black sword energy shot toward Lin Ye's heart like a bolt of lightning. "You cannot escape," the man's voice echoed hauntingly in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye's expression turned grave, for this sword energy moved with astonishing speed, leaving him with almost no time to react. He leaped abruptly, his body soaring upward as he harnessed the power of thunder to evade the deadly strike. However, the man in black appeared to have anticipated Lin Ye's maneuver, materializing mid-air with the tip of his sword aimed at Lin Ye's chest, striking downward once more. "You truly disappoint me, Lin Ye." The man's voice was chillingly cold. Lin Ye scoffed. "Do you believe this will be enough to defeat me?" He clenched his right fist tightly, the power of thunder erupting within him, propelling his entire being like a bolt of lightning toward the man in black. Simultaneously, he swept his left hand, gathering the thunderous force into a colossal current, crashing mercilessly against the man's sword. "Thunder's wrath," Lin Yi roared, his figure rapidly closing the distance. Boom! The tremendous force of thunder collided once more with the black sword energy, producing a deafening sound that shook the very space around them. The sea surging in tumultuous waves. The man's sword energy was repelled by Lin Ye's thunderous might, yet he remained firmly suspended in the air, his gaze icy and resolute. "You are indeed a nuisance." The man in black furrowed his brow slightly, refraining from rashly attacking again. Instead, he withdrew his sword, casting a deep glance at Lin Yi. Lin Yi took a deep breath, and despite the ferocity of their earlier clash, he felt no trace of fear, rather a glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes. "Are you considering surrendering?" The man in black fell silent for a moment before suddenly unleashing a terrifying aura. The dark energy within him surging forth like a tidal wave. His body began to radiate a disquieting presence, causing the surrounding space to warp. The true power of the abyss of darkness is finally revealed. He intoned gravely, and no sooner had he spoken than the entire sky seemed to be shrouded in this black energy, rendering the power of thunder feeble in comparison. Lin Yi felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. His thunderous energy appeared powerless against this dark force. Shen Mengyao and Su Qingxue both sensed an unprecedented sense of oppression, their eyes filled with deep concern. "What kind of power is this? Who exactly is he?" Shen Mengyao whispered. Su Qingxue's expression turned grave, her gaze fixed intently on the man in black. "This is the true power of the abyss, the dark abyss sword qi. It can devour all energy, and even thunder cannot withstand it." "Dark abyss sword qi?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Ye's eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure. It seemed he needed to approach this with utmost seriousness. The man in black fell silent once more, suddenly brandishing his sword, the surrounding dark aura pressing in with ferocity, the sword energy sweeping forth like a storm, hurtling directly toward Lin Yi. "You cannot escape." A fierce glint flashed in the man's eyes, his tone laced with unrestrained malice. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, the thunderous energy coalescing within him. He inhaled deeply, his feet pounding the ground as he surged toward the man in black like a flash of lightning. "Thunder's judgment," Lin Yi bellowed, the power of thunder erupting within him, transforming into a cataclysmic bolt that struck fiercely at the man's sword. Boom! This time, the entire space trembled as a deafening roar echoed. The sea rising in monstrous waves, and the steel structure of the dock cracking under the immense impact. The man's sword energy was finally shattered by Lin Ye's thunderous force, yet the smirk on his face remained unyielding. "You have merely managed to fend off my strike. But how long can you endure?" Lin Ye's countenance grew grave, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "I will show you that the hunting order of the abyss cannot force me into submission." He charged once more toward the man in black, a newfound resolve and vigor radiating from him. To be continued, Chapter 48. Challenge. Lin Ye's eyes grew ever more resolute, the power of thunder within him fully unleashed. The air around him vibrating as if the very earth trembled beneath his feet. Meanwhile, the man in black wore a cold smile, raising his sword high, the black energy swirling like a surging tide, rapidly coalescing at the tip of his blade into a massive jet of black sword energy. Shen Mengyao and Su Qingxue stood at a distance, their expressions tense as they observed the unfolding scene. They understood that Lin Yi had poured forth all his strength, yet the man in black's power remained formidable, leaving them uncertain whether Lin Yi alone could withstand this overwhelming pressure. "Mengyao, Qingxue, retreat for now." Lin Yi bellowed fiercely, his voice infused with unwavering determination and authority. Lin Yi. Shen Mengyao's face paled as she moved to advance, only to be held back by Su Qingxue. He can do this. Su Qingxue's tone was steadfast. Though concern gnawed at her, she recognized that Lin Yi had ascended to a new level, and this battle was no longer merely a contest of brute strength. Lin Yi had never exhibited such a resolute demeanor. He understood that this confrontation bore implications for the very fate of the abyss, and the power lurking behind it was far beyond the man in black before him. He was determined to eradicate this dark force entirely, for himself and for all those around him. The power of the abyss should not be underestimated, yet you have gravely misjudged my capabilities. Lin Ye's voice resonated low, his gaze imbued with authority and decisiveness. The man in black laughed mockingly. How na-ve.do you truly believe you can challenge the fate of the abyss? The fate of the abyss? A smirk curled at the corner of Lin Ye's lips, for he knew that fate had never been dictated by others. And no sooner had he spoken than he stepped forward, almost instantaneously appearing before the man in black. The power of thunder rapidly coalescing as both palms struck out simultaneously. A fierce current of electricity enveloped Lin Ye's hands, akin to lightning cleaving through the heavens, racing toward the man in black. Thunder's wrath, Lin Yi roared in fury, his palms crashing forth like two colossal waves of thunder, aimed directly at the man in black. The intensity of the thunderous energy immediately weighed heavily upon the surrounding air, as if time itself began to slow. Nevertheless, the man in black only chuckled coldly, sweeping his sword, the black sword energy erupting to meet the thunderous strikes. At the moment of collision, the sky seemed to tear asunder. Lightning flashing as a tremendous explosion resonated, causing the very structure of the dock to tremble violently. Lin Ye's hands remained clenched, the relentless output of thunderous energy granting him an unprecedented sense of power. He felt as though he were infused with boundless electricity, his singular goal clear: to breach the barrier of the abyss and vanquish the man in black. Crack! The sound of thunder and sword energy clashing was deafening. The surrounding air seemingly torn apart by the impact, the explosive light and sword energy scattering in all directions, the sea roiling, and even distant structures beginning to crumble under the immense force. Yet to Lin Ye's astonishment, the man in black appeared unfazed by the power of thunder. He moved with ghostly agility, reappearing behind Lin Yi. The sword rose once more, the black sword energy coalescing swiftly, aimed directly at Lin Ye's back. Lin Yi spun around abruptly, the electric light flickering as his right hand shot backwards, unleashing another thunderous palm strike that collided fiercely with the man's sword energy, producing a sound that shook the very heavens. However, the man in black had evidently anticipated this. He swung his sword again, the tip lunging toward Lin Ye's heart, this time infused with a lethal strike of strange dark energy. A flicker of danger flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. He propelled himself off the ground, executing a rapid somersault in midair, narrowly evading the man's strike. You are indeed more formidable than I had imagined. The man clad in black spoke softly, his long sword slightly twisting as a dark aura coalesced once more. But you are merely this, Lin Yi responded in a deep voice, gathering the power of thunder in both hands once again. The sword energy of the black-clad man was undeniably formidable, yet the thunderous force within Lin Yi was no less potent. He had long since awakened all his energy to its utmost limit. This time, I shall not grant you another opportunity. As his words fell, Lin Yi surged forward with a swift step, his form akin to a flash of lightning, and with a powerful sweep of his right hand. The thunderous energy transformed into a bolt of bluish-purple lightning, crashing forcefully against the chest of the man in black. Heavenly thunder punishment, Lin Yi roared, the electric light tearing through the air as the might of thunder erupted in an instant, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. In that moment, the black-clad man finally displayed a flicker of shock, instinctively raising his sword to guard against the impending strike. Bang! The clash of thunder and the sword energy of the black abyss collided once more, intertwining black sword energy with the electric light of thunder, unleashing an unprecedented shockwave. He felt as if the air had frozen at that instant, and everything around them stilled. Lin Ye's body was flung back by the intense recoil. Yet his gaze remained resolute. The brief encounter had already revealed to him the limits of the man in black, and he understood that the power of the black abyss could not be sustained indefinitely. Chapter 49. The battle of revelation. Lin Yi swiftly regained his footing, his legs slightly bent, preparing to face the next onslaught. The man in black, clearly not underestimating his opponent, bore a fierce killing intent as the tip of his sword glimmered ominously. While Lin Ye's eyes brimmed with fearlessness and determination, "It seems you are truly no ordinary foe." The black-clad man fixed his gaze upon Lin Yi, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. Yet he did not lower his guard. "But do you truly believe that with such meager strength, you can vanquish the fate of the Black Abyss?" A cold smile crept onto Lin Ye's lips as the thunderous power surged forth once more. With a sweeping motion of his hands, fierce currents of electricity tore through the air, producing a deafening roar that echoed across the skies. As he moved, the thunderous energy manifested as shadowy apparitions in the air, coalescing into a powerful storm of energy that swept toward the man in black. Thunder Devour. This technique was among the most potent skills Lin Yi had mastered since his awakening, capable of annihilating all in its path. Whether it be an enemy's assault or their defense, reducing them to ruins in an instant. The expression of the man in black shifted slightly, yet he remained unfazed, once more wielding his sword. The black sword energy transformed into massive blades of energy, advancing towards the thunderous onslaught. Slash! The man commanded coldly, the sword energy resembling a black dragon emerging from the sea, directly targeting Lin Ye's heart. "You have overestimated yourself." Lin Ye's eyes shimmered with intensity. Instead of meeting the attack head-on, he crossed his hands, concentrating the thunderous energy at his heart, forming a colossal electric shield. Thunderous shield. As Lin Ye's voice resonated, the electric shield erupted, enveloping him in a formidable barrier of defense. When the black sword energy struck the shield, it produced a heart-stopping tremor, the clash of thunderous power and black sword energy sending ripples through the air. Creating waves of pressure, Lin Ye's hands trembled slightly. Despite the tremendous strength of the thunderous shield, the collision with the man in black sword energy still exerted a degree of pressure upon him. Nevertheless, he harbored no intention of retreat. Not enough. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, pushing the thunderous power to its zenith, the brilliance of the shield intensifying, forming a barrier of electric light that sealed off the surrounding space. "Wrath of Thunder!" Lin Yi uttered a low exclamation, thrusting his hands forward with force, shattering the shield as the thunderous energy transformed into a beam of light, shooting directly towards the man in black. The immense current tore through the air, creating a colossal vortex of lightning, as if it sought to devour the very heavens and earth. The man in black, witnessing this, displayed a grave expression, fully aware that Lin Ye's strike was far from trivial. Nearly a full-force assault, he planted his feet firmly, retreating at high speed, while simultaneously gathering sword energy, the black energy swirling into a massive vortex to collide with the wrath of thunder. Roar. At the moment of collision between the thunder and the black energy, a tremendous explosion erupted, shaking the very sky. Lin Yi felt a powerful force push back against him, his body slightly retreating, yet he maintained a stable stance. He understood that this was the moment of reckoning. Only by thoroughly suppressing the man in black could he conclude this battle. "Shen Mengyao, Su Qingxue," Lin Yi suddenly shouted, his voice filled with determination and conviction. The two women standing at a distance, Shen Mengyao and Su Qingxue, quickened their breaths, realizing that it was time to lend their support. "We will support you with all our might," Shen Mengyao declared through gritted teeth. Su Qingxue nodded, aware that their powers were not combat-oriented, but they possessed their own means to influence the tide of battle. At this critical juncture, they had to maximize their contributions. Shen Mengyao brought her hands together, a cerulean glow enveloping her body as a continuous stream of energy began to coalesce. While Su Qingxue closed her eyes, seemingly entering a meditative state, the surrounding space growing ever more serene, as if all noise had been filtered out. "Mengyao, Qingxue, your support will fortify my resolve." Lin Yi felt the powerful energy surge from behind him, his heart brimming with strength, his gaze sharpening with intensity. As the thunderous energy erupted further, the man in black could no longer hold his ground, taking a step back, his expression darkening, clearly indicating that Lin Ye's assault was approaching his limits. Despite the formidable power of the Black Abyss, the man was not invincible, especially with Lin Yi and the two women backing him. The tide of battle was gradually shifting. Without hesitation, Lin Yi seized the opportunity of the man's retreat to launch his second wave of attack. At this moment, His aura was entirely transformed. His eyes radiated determination and fury, the thunderous energy in his hands having ascended to an entirely new realm. Thunderous finale. This strike condensed all his energy into a singular point, piercing through darkness and void, driving fiercely towards the chest of the man in black. Upon seeing this attack, the man in black was flooded with a profound sense of crisis, realizing that should he fail to withstand Lin Ye's onslaught this time, he would undoubtedly meet his demise here. "Come forth, power of the black abyss," he bellowed, the black energy surrounding him rapidly expanding to form a colossal dark barrier, attempting to block Lin Ye's thunderous finale. However, Lin Ye's thunderous finale was not merely the pinnacle of power. It encompassed all his emotions and resolve. Regardless of the adversary he faced, this strike represented the unwavering belief he had never forsaken. The collision of the thunderous energy and the black barrier erupted in a cataclysmic roar, the entire battlefield torn asunder as if the apocalypse had arrived, enveloping the world in the shockwave of this immense force. Chapter 50. The collapse of the black abyssal power. The clash between the thunderous finale and the black barrier unleashed a deafening cacophony, instantly rending the battlefield apart, as though the end of days had descended upon it. The heavens and the earth seemingly shrouded in the force of the impact. Lin Ye's eyes gleamed with renewed intensity. He had never felt such an overwhelming determination. At this moment, he was no longer merely an ordinary youth, but a warrior representing the fate of the future. "This time, I shall not allow your escape." Lin Ye's voice resonated deeply, his resolute gaze threatening to tear apart the surrounding darkness. The expression of the man in black grew increasingly grave as he swung his long sword with all his might, striving to block the thunderous force once more, yet he recognized that he was gradually losing his strength. "How can this be?" the man in black murmured, disbelief etched across his face. He sensed Lin Ye's power escalating, and even he began to feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. What had once seemed an easily manageable battle now appeared daunting in the extreme. The might of the thunder grew ever stronger, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through space, aimed directly at the chest of the man in black. The current surged with a destructive energy, seemingly intent on obliterating all in its path. "It is over," Lin Yi bellowed, thrusting his hands forward with ferocity, unleashing the full force of the thunderous finale. Thud. A muffled sound echoed as the man in black was struck by the power of the thunderous finale, the black energy collapsing instantaneously. Despite the man's utmost efforts to wield his sword in defense, the thunderous force possessed the power to penetrate all, ultimately breaching his defenses. "You cannot." The man in black's eyes reflected the last vestiges of terror and reluctance, as he was sent hurtling away by the immense force, crashing violently against a distant rock formation, raising a cloud of dust. Lin Yi stood firm, breathing heavily, yet his gaze remained steadfast. He looked upon the fallen man in black, feeling a mix of fatigue and the elation of victory. Ultimately, this battle symbolized his growth and marked his ascension to a higher plane. Victory! Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue finally exhaled in relief. Though they had not directly engaged in combat, their support had been integral to Lin Ye's triumph in this battle. Approaching him, Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue's expressions were rich with complex emotions. "Lin Yi, you are truly formidable," Shen Mingyao exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. "Indeed," Su Qingxue gently nodded, her gaze softening yet still tinged with concern. "However, this battle is far from over." Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue's words jolted Lin Yi into realization. Although he had defeated the man in black, the forces concealed behind the black abyss were far from trivial. This world is far more intricate than he could ever fathom. Even the demise of the man in black may merely be the tip of the iceberg. "You speak the truth." Lin Yi inhaled deeply, his gaze growing ever more composed. This was merely the beginning. That moment, from the depths of the darkness, a chilling laughter suddenly echoed, cold and wicked, as if emanating from an endless abyss. Lin Yi swiftly turned, casting his eyes toward the source of the sound, a flicker of vigilance crossing his gaze. "Do you truly believe this is the end? You have no comprehension of the true power of the abyss." The voice drew nearer, and soon, a figure clad in black robes, with a mask obscuring its face, emerged slowly. Though shrouded, the intangible sense of oppression emanating from it instilled a shiver in the hearts of onlookers. "Who are you?" Lin Yi inquired in a low voice, the power of thunder still swirling around him. Ever ready for battle, I am the embodiment of the abyss. The figure replied coldly, though you think you can obliterate the power of the abyss? You are woefully naive. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. The embodiment of the abyss, undoubtedly a foe he had never encountered before. This individual was evidently far more formidable than the previous man in black. The embodiment of the abyss? What do you mean? Shen Mingyao furrowed her brow, clearly unfamiliar with this term. The embodiment of the abyss is the source of its power, the man in black continued. His tone laced with an unmistakable arrogance. The men in black you see are but my pawns. I am the true strength of the abyss. Lin Ye's gaze gradually steadied. He realized that the adversary he faced was far more complex than he had imagined. At this moment, he was no longer fighting solely for himself, but for Shen Mingyao, Su Qingxue, and indeed, the entire world. Then let us witness just how formidable your so-called power of the abyss truly is. Lin Ye's voice resonated with newfound determination, the power of thunder beginning to surge dramatically, as the very fabric of space around him seemed to tremble in response. A cold laugh emanated from behind the mask of the figure in black. Your power will never be able to rival the abyss. As the words left his lips, a surge of black energy erupted from his being, enveloping the entire battlefield in an instant. This dark energy resembled an unfathomable abyss, consuming all light. Chapter 51. The terrifying power of the abyss's embodiment. The figure in black stood at a distance. The black energy surrounding him rapidly coalescing into a vortex-like black hole, entirely devouring the surrounding air. The malevolent and frigid aura seemed to freeze the very space itself, even light being consumed in its wake. Lin Ye's heart raced. He understood that this figure was no mere adversary, but the true embodiment of the abyss. The power of the abyss, indeed formidable. Lin Ye clenched his fists tightly, sensing the unusual turbulence in the air around him. His gaze was electric, fixated on the figure in black. Yet even if you are the embodiment of the abyss, I shall not falter. Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue stood behind Lin Yi, anxiously observing the unfolding situation. Filled with trepidation, yet remaining silent. They understood that Lin Yi was no longer the inexperienced youth he once was. He possessed ample strength to confront this challenge, and they would offer their unwavering support. Humph! The figure in black chuckled coldly, his expression unreadable. Your resolve amuses me. Do you truly believe that such insignificant power can defy the fate of the abyss? Lin Yi smiled faintly, his aura surging dramatically. The power of thunder flooding into his limbs like a tempest. In that moment, his body seemed to undergo a transformation, his gaze sharp as ice, radiating an indomitable spirit. The fate of the abyss? That is a shackle you have imposed upon yourselves, and I, Lin Yi, shall shatter it today. He proclaimed loudly, the power of thunder coalescing between his hands into a dazzling orb of electric light. Thunderous might, a terrifying force exploded forth from Lin Yi, as though the very sky were being rent asunder by his thunderous power. The electric light cleaved through clouds and stone, hurtling toward the figure in black. The force of the thunder clashed violently in the air, the sound of crackling electricity filling the atmosphere. The space itself seemed on the verge of tearing apart, the wind howling wildly. The figure in black remained unperturbed. A slight smirk gracing the corners of his mouth beneath the mask, seemingly dismissive of Lin Ye's assault. He slowly raised his hands, the black energy expanding rapidly, forming a massive black barrier. Do you truly believe this will defeat me? The figure in black retorted coldly, his gaze rife with disdain. The moment Lin Ye's thunderous power collided with the black barrier, a deafening explosion resounded. The thunder surged like a tide against the black barrier. Yet the energy of the abyss did not waver in the slightest. Rather, it intensified, pressing down upon Lin Ye's strength. How can this be? This power is overwhelming. Lin Yi felt a heavy sense of oppression. His all-out assault was failing to yield immediate results, instead being gradually consumed by the force of the abyss. This is the power of the abyss, the figure in black remarked slowly, his voice echoing as if from the depths of a chasm. Be it thunder or light, all shall be swallowed by the endless abyss. I am the master of this power. Lin Ye's expression shifted, yet he harbored no thoughts of retreat. He understood that the abyss in the eyes of the figure was not merely a symbol of strength, but a binding force, an unending oppression. I do not believe in any fate of the abyss, Lin Yi murmured, a surge of unprecedented determination rising within him. I shall break free from all of this. He took a deep breath, the power of thunder within him surging once more, electricity weaving around his form, creating a colossal vortex of energy. Lin Yi suddenly accelerated, his body darting toward the figure in black like a bolt of lightning. Thunderous palm. He clasped his hands together, the tremendous thunder energy coalescing in his palms, forming a colossal imprint of thunderous might, crashing toward the figure in black. The power of the thunderous imprint reached its zenith. Radiating brilliance, the air distorting from its potent energy. The figure in black's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated Lin Yi could unleash such a formidable attack under these circumstances. He gripped the black long sword tightly, its blade glimmering with a dark light, forming an inky barrier in preparation to counter the thunderous palm. However, just as the two forces were about to collide, an enigmatic power awakened within Lin Yi, erupting instantaneously with even greater force. Awakening, eternal divine eyes. Lin Yi's eyes turned a vivid red in an instant, the pupils appearing to split, transforming into two ancient and profound runes. The pressure emanating from the depths of his soul caused the surrounding air to freeze. Every ounce of energy seemingly suspended in that moment. What? The figure in black's expression changed dramatically. He felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, a force that seemed capable of shaking his very core. The eternal divine eyes, a power beyond the imagination of ordinary beings, had awakened within Lin Yi, instantly amplifying all his senses and strength. Every muscle in his body felt as if it had been elevated, exuding an innate aura of dominance. "This is my true power," Lin Yi stated coldly, his eyes shimmering with mysterious light. He swept his hand with fervor, the thunderous palm hurtling toward the figure in black like a meteor. Faster and more potent than before, a flicker of fear crossed the figure's eyes, yet he did not abandon his resistance. He gripped the black long sword tightly, preparing to meet this lethal assault with the last of his strength. "You cannot stop me," the figure in black roared, the dark sword energy surging forth like a tempest to meet the thunderous palm. Endless abyss. The two forces collided violently in midair, unleashing a thunderous roar that seemed to rend heaven and earth. In an instant, the entire world appeared to tremble as this power surged forth, the surrounding space threatening to collapse, the air thick with the mingling essence of thunder and darkness. Chapter 52. The intertwining of fates as the thunderous palm clashed with the power of the abyss. A blinding light erupted in the space, nearly tearing the heavens asunder. The air was thick with the mingling essences of electric light and dark mist, fragments of rock flung away by the shockwaves. The ground cracking under the violent tremors. Lin Yi's gaze remained fixed on the figure in black, empowered by the force of the eternal divine eyes, his senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree. He could clearly see that the black-robed figure was being suppressed by the might of thunder, the energy of the abyss continually being torn asunder and unraveled. Despite the figure's desperate efforts to wield the power of the abyss, he was acutely aware of the overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. "I will not be defeated by you." The figure in black snarled through gritted teeth, his grip on the sword hilt trembling slightly. However, Lin Yi's gaze grew increasingly calm and resolute. In this moment, he was no longer the inexperienced youth who had just awakened his abilities. He had transformed into a warrior with formidable strength. The power of thunder and the awakening of the eternal divine eyes rendered him fearless, and in the face of this arrogant adversary, he had but one objective: to conquer him and shatter the shackles of fate. "Who are you, truly?" Lin Yi inquired in a low tone, his expression sharpening further. "Is the embodiment of the abyss limited to such tactics?" The figure in black let out a cold chuckle. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that the fate of the abyss cannot be altered, and no matter how powerful you become, you will ultimately be unable to escape this conclusion. Fate. You speak so lightly of it. The only one capable of determining fate is oneself." Lin Yi's voice carried an unwavering resolve, his eyes sparkling with mysterious light, seemingly imbued with boundless power. As Lin Yi prepared to launch another assault, a sudden voice pierced his ear. Shen Mingyao cried out, "Lin Yi, be careful." No sooner had she spoken than an overwhelming aura of darkness surged from all directions, swiftly enveloping the entire battlefield. A sense of urgency gripped Lin Yi's heart as he sensed something amiss. His gaze darted around, only to behold swirling black vortices coalescing rapidly in the air, followed by several figures emerging from within, clad in obsidian armor and wielding long swords. Each of these individuals exuded a formidable presence, unmistakably far beyond that of ordinary warriors. In an instant, Lin Yi realized these were yet another cadre of formidable foes from the Abyss, heralding a far more arduous battle ahead. The envoys of the Abyss. Shin Mingyao uttered, her voice tinged with tension. These are the strongest warriors of the Abyss, their prowess far exceeding our previous expectations, Su Qingxue added, anxiety flickering in her eyes. Lin Yi remained silent for a moment, inhaling deeply before turning his gaze toward the group of Abyss envoys, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. He understood that this confrontation transcended his personal struggle. It was a battle for everyone, even for the future of this world. Since you have come, let us witness the might of the thunder, Lin Yi bellowed, unleashing the power of thunder once more. His hands spread wide as thunder roared and lightning crackled around him. Thunder's end. With a furious shout, Lin Yi struck with both hands, and a colossal imprint of thunder surged forth like a bolt of lightning, crashing toward the Abyss envoys. The tempestuous force of thunder swept through the battlefield, engulfing all the Abyss envoys in its wake. Each bolt that struck resonated with thunderous explosions, tearing apart the surrounding space and suffusing the air with an oppressive aura. Yet, the Abyss envoys remained undeterred. Each of them harbored terrifying energy within, swiftly drawing their long swords and pointing the tips toward the thunderous imprint. With a low chant, dark energy began to coalesce at the sword tips, manifesting as waves of black sword chi that surged to meet Lin Ye's thunderous assault. The clash of thunder and black sword chi erupted with ferocious intensity, generating a cascade of sparks that illuminated the battlefield with a blend of electric brilliance and dark mist, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Lin Ye's fists clenched tightly as the thunder surged forth like a tidal wave, striving to overwhelm the Abyss envoys before him. However, the sword chi from the Abyss envoys was incredibly potent. Despite the destructive force of his thunder, their sword chi was equally formidable. Within mere seconds, the battlefield was reduced to countless fragments. Each thunderous strike by Lin Yi triggered cataclysmic explosions, yet the Abyss envoys remained resolute, their power continually escalating. How can they be so strong? A heavy weight settled in Lin Ye's heart. Though his thunderous power was formidable, he still felt an immense pressure in the face of the Abyss envoys. At that moment, the figure in the black robe spoke again, his voice laced with a chilling certainty. These individuals are the strongest warriors of the Abyss. Your fates today are inescapable. A glimmer of cold resolve flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. He understood that the battle before him was not merely a test of martial prowess, but an ultimate confrontation concerning fate and the future. At this juncture, only by surpassing his limits could he hope to embrace true victory. Fate! Your fates are already destined to be shattered by me, Lin Yi roared, channeling the power of the ancient divine eye as his thunder surged to unprecedented heights. His body surged forward like a bolt of lightning, trailed by innumerable arcs of electricity, resembling a thunderous dragon. The intensity of the thunder grew, the surrounding air trembling violently under the weight of excessive voltage, nearly unable to withstand it. Thunder's decisive strike. Lin Yi raised both hands once more, unleashing the thunderous energy from his palms, forming a colossal thunder dragon that roared forth toward the Abyss envoys. In an instant, the entire battlefield was illuminated by blinding electric light as the thunder dragon twisted in the air, crashing against each Abyss envoy. Each bolt of lightning bore cataclysmic force, shattering the defenses of the Abyss envoys with ease. Despite their formidable strength, the Abyss envoys found themselves at a disadvantage against Lin Ye's thunderous might. As the thunder dragon surged through, it bore the oppressive weight of thunder, striking them with brutal force. Pfft. One Abyss envoy was blasted away by the thunder, blood sprang forth. The other Abyss envoys staggered back under the impact of the thunder. Struggling to maintain their footing, it ends here, Lin Yi declared coldly, his eyes gleaming with the light of the ancient divine eye as he gathered all his strength for a final assault. Chapter 53. The Ultimate Strike. Lin Yi's thunderous power erupted forth, shaking the very heavens and earth. The surrounding air quaked violently under the immense voltage. The fabric of space itself felt fragile before his might. Countless arcs of electricity illuminated the battlefield, cleaving through the darkness and obliterating the shrouded gloom. Thunder's art! Lin Yi shouted vehemently, the power of the ancient divine eye awakening once more, coalescing his thunderous energy into a massive thunderous vortex that surged toward the abyss envoys. Each flash of lightning carried with it a cataclysmic force, as if divine retribution from ancient times, destined to crush all defiance into dust. However, despite the overwhelming strength of Lin Ye's assault, the abyss envoys maintained a terrifying resistance. Each envoy was shrouded in a profound black mist that seemed to absorb all energy, suppressing the thunderous power as it approached, preventing it from manifesting its full might. Humph! Can you withstand me with such feeble power? Lin Ye's eyes glinted with icy resolve, his fighting spirit soaring higher. Just as he prepared to intensify his assault, he suddenly felt the thunderous energy within him fluctuating violently, as if drawn by some powerful force. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual aura of danger. Damn it! He cursed inwardly, his pupils constricting as his body instinctively recoiled. In an instant, a thick black mist enveloped the air. The abyss envoys had seemingly gathered even greater strength and were poised to launch a counterattack. In a heartbeat, Lin Yi felt an irresistible force of darkness assault him, his thunderous power continuously suppressed by this dark essence, unable to expand. The eyes of the abyss envoys were filled with cold determination. As if an endless well of dark energy consumed all light, casting the entire battlefield into profound shadow. Abyssal manifestation. With a low command from the figure in the black robe, the very space of the battlefield twisted grotesquely. The power of the abyss expanded swiftly through the air, forming a colossal black barrier that completely severed the space between Lin Yi and the abyss envoys. Lin Yi attempted to break through the shroud of black mist with his thunderous power, only to discover that his strength could not be exerted as usual within this realm. What is happening? Lin Ye's heart raced as he realized that the power of the abyss was not merely a physical suppression but a blockade of the spirit and soul. He felt his thunderous energy being bound by an overwhelming force, rendering him immobile. This is the fate of the abyss. Any force that dares to challenge it will be suppressed until completely devoured. The figure in the black robe spoke slowly, his voice low and frigid, imbued with an air of ruthless authority. Lin Ye's gaze hardened with resolve. You are mistaken. I do not believe in fate. Humph! The figure in the black robe scoffed, the long sword in his hand shimmering with black light once more. You may struggle, but the ultimate power of fate is inescapable. Just as the figure prepared to strike again, Shen Mengyao and Su Qingxue appeared behind Lin Yi, standing resolutely side by side, their eyes brimming with determination. Shen Mengyao spoke softly. Lin Yi, we are with you. No force of the abyss can hinder us. Su Qingxue nodded. We believe in you. No matter what we face, we will stand by your side. Lin Yi felt an unprecedented surge of strength from the unwavering conviction of the two women. His eyes shimmered with mystic light as the ancient divine eye awakened fully at that moment. I am no longer the lost youth I once was, Lin Yi murmured, his body radiating an unparalleled aura of pressure. His momentum akin to a tiger descending a mountain, capable of demolishing all in its path. I will change my fate. Lin Ye's hands abruptly came together, the thunderous power surging wildly, arcs of electricity crackling around him. With his declaration, the energy in the battlefield surged dramatically. A searing column of thunder descended from the heavens, striking the black mist of the abyss. Thunder's divine might. Shatter the abyss! Lin Yi roared with fury, all of his thunderous power converging into a massive vortex, resembling the most intense lightning of the skies, bearing the strength to annihilate all, crashing violently into the black barrier of the abyss. The air crackled with electricity. A deafening explosion reverberated as the space around them was torn asunder, the temperature soaring to the point of nearly evaporating the surrounding air. A gasp of disbelief escaped the figure in the black robe. Impossible! This power! The black barrier of the abyss crumbled rapidly under the relentless barrage of thunder, the black mist swirling chaotically before ultimately being torn apart into fragments. In an instant, Lin Ye's thunderous might reached its zenith, wielding a devastating force that shattered the barrier of the abyss, enveloping the entire battlefield in a radiant glow of lightning. The pallor washed over the black-robed figure's face as he exerted every ounce of strength to withstand the onslaught of thunder. Yet no matter how fiercely he struggled, Lin Ye's thunderous power surged forth like an unstoppable torrent. What manner of monstrosity are you? The black-robed man's voice trembled, disbelief flickering in his eyes. A monstrosity? Lin Yi scoffed, his gaze piercing like lightning. I am merely an indomitable warrior. With the final strike of thunder, the black-robed man was utterly vanquished, his body seemingly torn asunder by the lightning, the dark energy within him completely dissipated. As the black mist of the abyss gradually dispersed on the battlefield, sunlight finally broke through the clouds, illuminating a place once shrouded in darkness. Lin Yi stood at the center of the battlefield. His chest heaving violently, breath rapid yet steady, he felt an unprecedented surge of power within, his heart brimming with immense satisfaction. This was merely the beginning. Lin Ye's gaze was resolute and profound. The fate of the abyss was destined to be shattered by us. Shun Mingyao and Su Qingxue approached his side, the three standing together, their eyes filled with unwavering conviction. This world was fated to change because of their strength. Chapter 54. Conspiracy. After the abyss's envoy was utterly defeated, the air on the battlefield began to gradually regain its tranquility. However, Lin Ye's heart remained tumultuous. He understood well that although the envoy of the abyss had been eradicated, a deeper conspiracy still loomed in the shadows. This battle was not only fought for self-preservation, but also to unveil the truths hidden within the darkness. Lin Yi, Shan Mingyao softly spoke, a hint of worry glimmering in her eyes. The power of the abyss is indeed formidable. With our current strength, it is difficult to fully resist it. Although you have surpassed your limits, I fear these enemies are merely the tip of the iceberg, and the true danger has yet to arrive. Lin Yi nodded, his gaze drifting toward the dark horizon. The power of the abyss far surpassed their imaginations, and the tranquility of this world might only be a deceptive fade. Behind this war, there surely existed a more intricate conspiracy, one that exceeded everyone's expectations. Su Qingxue stepped closer to Lin Yi, raising her chin slightly, her eyes filled with determination. And no matter how complex the abyss's schemes may be, we shall confront them together. I believe that only by joining forces can we truly alter the fate of this world. Lin Yi smiled faintly, a glimmer of tenderness crossing his eyes. He reached out and patted the shoulders of the two heroines. Your support is my greatest motivation. We shall break the chains of fate and embrace true victory. Just as the three prepared to further discuss their forthcoming plans, a sudden, intense black light flashed across the distant sky. Rapidly spreading forth, that brilliance nearly obscured the entire horizon, akin to a colossal black wing enveloping the earth. Lin Ye's pupils constricted sharply, feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression. What is that? Shen Mingyao exclaimed. Her eyes filled with fear and confusion. Lin Yi took a deep breath, a calm glint flashing in his eyes. This power is even more formidable than that of the abyss's envoy. It seems the true strength of the abyss is finally revealing itself. Before he could ponder further, the distant black light began to surge violently, and a deep voice echoed through the air. At last, you have appeared. You are but insignificant ants before the torrent of fate. How could you possibly contend with us? The voice dripped with disdain and indifference, as if it had long since seen through the fates of Lin Yi and his companions. Lin Ye's heart jolted. His instincts warned him that this foe was stronger than any he had faced before. Who speaks? Lin Yi asked in a low voice, his gaze fixed intently on the black light. The true lord of the abyss, Ming Yuan. The name the black-robed man had mentioned echoed in Lin Ye's ears. Ming Yuan, the true sovereign of the abyss, the one who held dominion over the fate of this realm. Ming Yuan? He dares to take action personally? Shan Mingyao's expression grew grave. Legends spoke of Ming Yuan's power nearing invincibility, with the entirety of the abyss's strength stemming from him. If it is indeed him, we might be unable to cope. It is time to understand the true nature of the abyss. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened, his hands beginning to emanate the aura of thunder. If Ming Yuan truly dares to manifest here, I shall make him aware of what true power entails. Just then, the black light erupted violently, the entire sky nearly devoured by darkness, and the atmosphere became suffocating. A towering figure slowly emerged from the shadows, clad in black armor, a mask obscuring his true visage. His eyes radiated a chilling intent to kill, an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. At last, I meet you. Ming Yuan's voice was deep and authoritative, as if it emanated from the very depths of hell. Your struggles are but futile. The fate of the abyss is immutable. You are ultimately mere insects before destiny. Insects? Lin Ye's gaze turned frigid. Is it you who dictates the shackles of fate? Let me tell you, I alone hold dominion over my destiny. Ming Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How laughable, Dio, you truly believe that with just the three of you. You can alter anything? You remain but pawns in my game of fate, unable to escape this inevitable outcome. Lin Ye's pupils contracted sharply. The oppressive aura of Ming Yuan was undeniably a colossal threat. Not only was Ming Yuan powerful, but his presence exuded an authority that overshadowed all else, as if he were a being from an ancient era. If you believe you can break my fate, then by all means try. Ming Yuan's voice was as frigid as death, laced with boundless contempt. Ming Yuan, if you can truly perceive fate, then watch closely and see if I can alter this game. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, a resolute light flashing in his eyes. Thunderous judgment. With Lin Ye's low exclamation, his body flickered with speed, the power of thunder erupting violently, bearing down upon Ming Yuan with overwhelming pressure. The entire battlefield was instantaneously illuminated by the lightning, arcs of electricity flying in all directions as thunder roared like a tempest, creating a cataclysmic tremor. A flicker of derision passed through Ming Yuan's eyes as he raised his hand slightly. A powerful surge of dark energy poured forth from within him, the strength of the abyss crashing in like a tidal wave to collide with Lin Ye's thunder. Boom! A colossal explosion reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. The clash of thunder and the abyss's power intertwining, ripping the very fabric of space apart as the ground fissured and the sky became a chaotic tapestry of electric light and black mist. Although Lin Ye's thunderous might was formidable, the power of the abyss instilled a sense of dread. The forces of both sides nearly evenly matched. Lin Yi felt the overwhelming pressure of the abyss. While his thunder could contend with Ming Yuan, he still sensed an insatiable gap. This adversary's strength exceeded his expectations. Lin Yi gritted his teeth in determination. You are unworthy to challenge the abyss. Ming Yuan sneered, intensifying the black energy in his grasp, forming a massive vortex of darkness that ravenously consumed Lin Ye's thunderous power. Damn it! Lin Yi roared, unleashing even more thunderous energy, his eyes shimmering with the light of ancient divine eyes, striving to break through Ming Yuan's dark power. Yet, each attempt at breakthrough became increasingly arduous. You shall never escape the shackles of fate. Ming Yuan's voice was imbued with boundless indifference. I shall not be bound by you. Lin Yi retorted fiercely, his thunderous power erupting once more as he charged toward Ming Yuan. Chapter 55. The Abyss's confinement and the awakening power. The dark vortex of the abyss clashed with Lin Ye's thunder, unleashing a violent wave of light, as lightning and black energy intertwined in a dazzling brilliance, as if the entire world had momentarily halted. The electric currents in the air flickered incessantly, threatening to tear apart the surrounding space. While the energy fluctuations on the battlefield reached their zenith, Lin Ye's body appeared as though it were embedded with thunder, his ancient divine eyes having fully awakened, reflecting the clash of darkness and light. Even in the face of Ming Yuan's immense dark energy, he showed no signs of retreat, his eyes gleaming with battle intent and a hint of derision. Ming Yuan, Lin Yi called out softly, his voice resonating with a powerful resolve. The abyssal power you rely upon cannot suppress me. Ming Yuan stood at the heart of the dark vortex, his expression concealed behind the mask, his black robe fluttering gently in the currents of this power, rendering him all the more mysterious and imposing. His hands slowly rose, an even more potent darkness rapidly coalescing, as if drawing everything around into its abyss. The very space of the battlefield appeared to be wholly consumed by this aura, distorting everything around, the pressure in the air suffocating. You speak the truth. Ming Yuan's voice was deep and filled with menace. The power of the abyss cannot entirely subdue you, but you shall never dismantle this fate. You are merely a fleeting spark, destined to be engulfed by darkness. Lin Ye's brow furrowed. He felt the escalating dark power emanating from Ming Yuan, an oppressive force that far surpassed all his previous experiences. His thunderous energy could no longer advance. Even the penetrating vision of his ancient divine eyes could not precisely track Ming Yuan's movements. The aura of the abyss loomed like a colossal mountain, nearly suffocating Lin Yi. Yet, at that moment, Shun Mingyao and Su Qingxue approached his side, their silhouettes standing resolutely like pillars of support. A glimmer of tenderness and determination flickered in Shun Mingyao's eyes as she softly declared, Lin Yi, regardless of his strength, you will surely transcend this darkness. Su Qingxue inhaled deeply, her eyes shimmering with a fierce light. We believe in you. The power of the abyss is not insurmountable. Only by uniting can we shatter all of this. Upon hearing the words of the two heroines, the weight on Lin Ye's heart seemed to lighten somewhat. He took a deep breath, the glow of the eternal divine eye becoming increasingly radiant. While the power of thunder surged violently within him once more, he understood that although the abyss before him was formidable, it could never extinguish the resolve he shared with these two indomitable companions. Thunder's end, Lin Yi bellowed, raising his palms, as the power of thunder coalesced into a deafening bolt, striking fiercely at the abyss. The lightning surged like a dragon, tearing through the air, illuminating the entire battlefield as if it sought to rend the darkness into shards. However, with a disdainful snort, the abyss waved its hands, dark energies swiftly gathering to form a massive black barrier, attempting to block Lin Ye's thunderous might. The surface of the barrier flickered with a black luminescence, as though composed of countless shadows, exuding a formidable allure that consumed all energies that dared to collide with it. No matter how powerful your thunder, it cannot contend with the might of the abyss. The voice of the abyss echoed like the whisper of death. This is the ultimate barrier of the abyss. No force can penetrate it. A smirk crossed Lin Ye's face. The ultimate barrier of the abyss? Allow me to show you what true divine retribution looks like. As soon as he spoke, Lin Ye's eyes erupted with blinding golden light, the power of the eternal divine eye reaching its zenith. The world seemed to freeze in that instant, all energies locked within the might of the eternal divine eye, and the abyss's barrier became transparent, allowing Lin Yi to discern the structural energies within. The power of the abyss is merely confinement, Lin Yi stated calmly, sweeping his palm with force as the thunder surged forth, coalescing into a force capable of tearing asunder, crashing against the abyss's black barrier. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the heavens and earth as the powerful current exploded against the black energy barrier, which shattered in an instant, as if torn apart by an irresistible force. Beneath the mask of the abyss, a flicker of shock appeared, seemingly unprepared for the overwhelming strength of Lin Yi. You? The tone of the abyss was laced with disbelief. You actually broke through the power of the abyss. Lin Ye's gaze turned even colder. This is just the beginning. With those words, Lin Yi struck again, unleashing the thunderous energy once more, forming an even more potent pillar of lightning that surged towards the abyss. The abyss regarded this strike with increasing gravity, sensing the immense aura of Lin Ye's thunder, a power that surpassed his expectations. Nevertheless, the abyss did not retreat. Instead, the indifference in his eyes deepened. Do you think your power alone can utterly defeat the abyss? I am not alone. Lin Yi coldly retorted, his gaze resolute. Moreover, I am no longer the weakling you once perceived. Just as he finished speaking, Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue behind him instinctively activated their abilities. The blue radiance emanating from Shen Mingyao coalesced into a potent wave of energy, merging with Lin Ye's thunderous might as she chanted softly. Su Qingxue raised her hand, flames erupting from within her, intertwining with Shen Mengyao's power to form an even greater wave of energy, coalescing into an irresistible force of heavenly fire. United, the three of them began to fracture the dark energies of the abyss. The triple forces of thunder, light, and flame surged forth like a devastating torrent, bearing down on the core of the abyss and utterly obliterating its barrier. This is our true power, Lin Yi asserted, his voice brimming with determination. Beneath the mask of the abyss, his face paled further, eyes filled with rage and unwillingness. He roared, "Do you think this is the end? You cannot begin to comprehend the true power of the abyss." However, as his words fell, the entire battlefield trembled, the genuine power of the abyss awakening once more, the figure of the abyss becoming blurred, as if to merge into the surrounding darkness and vanish without a trace. Chapter 56. The Secrets of the Abyss. The figure of the abyss gradually faded, as the intertwining forces of thunder and heavenly fire shattered the dark barrier. It seemed as though the abyss would vanish into thin air, along with the conspiracy lurking behind him. Yet, Lin Yi felt no sense of relief. Rather, his vigilance intensified. Though the abyss had been severely wounded, he had not fallen. The true power of the abyss extended far beyond what was presently visible. He could not perish so easily. This is only the beginning, Lin Yi murmured to himself, an intense unease gnawing at his heart. Despite their combined assault inflicting substantial threat upon the abyss, How could the core figure of the abyss be so easily vanquished? Lin Yi, be careful, Shen Mingyao suddenly exclaimed, her alertness prompting Lin Yi to sense the impending danger. At that moment, the voice of the abyss echoed again. As the black vortex in the air began to whirl violently, the figure of the abyss re-emerging, a cold smile evident beneath his mask. "Do you think you can defeat me?" The voice of the abyss was deep and oppressive. "You have no idea of the true power of the abyss. What you see is merely the tip of the iceberg." As the abyss spoke, he abruptly waved his hands, and the black vortex erupted with immense energy waves. The temperature of the battlefield plummeted as the surrounding air felt suffocatingly compressed by an invisible force. Overwhelming darkness enveloping everything. Lin Yi felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. The power of thunder seemed to diminish in that instant, the abyss's energies devouring all light and thunder. This is the power of the abyss. The abyss growled through clenched teeth, an incomparably potent dark aura surging from within him, swiftly consuming the surrounding space. The air thickened with black energy, its oppressive force nearly suffocating Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, focus! We must unite!" Shen Mengyao's voice pierced through the darkness, having sensed the overwhelming pressure from the abyss, knowing immediate action was imperative. A resolute glimmer passed through Su Qingshua's eyes. "Lin Yi, at this moment, you must transcend your limits." Lin Yi took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. He did not respond to their words. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes, silently conveying his determination for this battle, and no matter how potent the power of the abyss, he would not falter. "Heart of thunder, awaken!" Lin Yi chanted within, the thunderous power within him surging like a boiling ocean, an unending flow of energy erupting from his being. The brilliance of the eternal divine eye illuminated the battlefield once more. His eyes gleaming with intensity, the profound golden pupils seemingly harboring boundless thunderous strength, ready to rend the very fabric of existence. The abyss scoffed, "Do you think one person can dismantle my abyss barrier?" As the words fell, a black energy pillar shot forth from him, the intense black light expanding rapidly, warping the surrounding space, the black mist thickening as though the entire world was under the abyss's control. Lin Yi clenched his fists, the power of thunder erupting, the air around him trembling violently as his eyes sparkled with golden light. "Abyss, do you think this can confine me?" He leaped forcefully, his body twisting mid-air as he broke through the barrier of abyss energy, charging towards the abyss like a thunderbolt. Simultaneously, the thunderous power erupted from him like a volcanic explosion, transforming into a divine retribution of thunder, hurtling towards the black energy pillar of the abyss. Boom! The collision of the two forces ignited a violent explosion, thunder and abyss energy clashing with a deafening roar. The intertwining currents of electricity and black energy formed a tremendous storm, sweeping away everything in its vicinity. The abyss staggered back several steps from the explosion, clearly taken aback by the formidable strength of Lin Yi's thunder, which managed to break through his barrier in an instant. Although he maintained a cold smile, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. "You actually breached my barrier?" The abyss glared at Lin Yi, his gaze growing colder. "Very well, let me see just how capable you truly are." As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the abyss transformed into a swirling black mist, swiftly vanishing from sight. Lin Yi's eyes scanned the surroundings, immediately sensing that the abyss was launching a new assault. "You cannot escape." The voice of the abyss echoed once more, deeper and more oppressive than before. Lin Yi snorted coldly, the light of the eternal divine eye shining brightly once again. As he spun rapidly, the power of thunder coalescing within him into a formidable energy. The space around him began to warp, on the verge of being torn apart. Thunder strike. Lin Yi unleashed a powerful punch, the thunderous energy consolidating into a massive current that surged towards the figure of the abyss. "The might of thunder cannot shatter my abyssal barrier." The voice of the abyss reverberated with a hint of madness as a column of black energy erupted from within him once more, forming a colossal vortex of darkness that ravenously consumed the surrounding lightning. Yet, in Lin Yi's eyes, there was not a flicker of doubt. Instead, his resolve grew ever stronger. He clasped his hands together once again, channeling the power of thunder into a massive electric sphere that expanded rapidly, ultimately transforming into a sphere of lightning as scorching as the sun itself. "Divine judgment thunder," Lin Yi bellowed, hurling the electric orb towards the abyss, its power descending like a celestial deity, poised to obliterate everything in its path. Boom! A bolt of divine judgment thunder struck fiercely against the abyss's black vortex, unleashing unimaginable waves of energy, as if the very fabric of space were collapsing in that instant. The abyss's form was violently propelled into the air by the overwhelming thunder, the strength of the black mist disintegrating in an instant, and his mask was torn apart by the lightning, revealing a face etched with shock and resentment. The fury and hatred in the abyss's eyes threatened to erupt, yet at that moment, he was evidently devoid of any capacity for resistance. How could you? The abyss's voice dripped with disbelief, but he lacked the strength to continue his words. Lin Yi hovered in the air, his expression remaining calm, yet a flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. The fate of the abyss had already been sealed. Chapter 57. The reversal of fate on the battlefield. The clash of thunder and the abyss's power resonated violently, the air thick with the mingling essence of lightning and darkness. As if the heavens and earth were collapsing in that moment. The formidable aura of the abyss loomed like an invisible mountain, weighing heavily upon the space around them. Lin Yi understood well that although the abyss had been struck down and lost much of his strength, this battle was far from over. He sensed a potent energy still brewing behind the abyss, the remnants of dark power not yet extinguished, preparing for a more terrifying counterattack. This is not yet finished. Lin Yi murmured, his gaze fixated on the gradually reviving figure of the abyss. Abyss, it seems your dark power is not as formidable as I imagined. Lin Yi regarded the abyss with disdain, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. However, your fate is destined to be altered. The abyss's mask had been utterly shattered, revealing a grim visage. His eyes burned with rage and indignation, a cold smirk surfacing as he spoke. Do you truly believe you have defeated me? His voice grew deeper and more menacing. You are far from conquering the abyss. Lin Yi's heart stirred. He knew the abyss's words were not mere bluster. As a colossal entity, the hidden power of the abyss was not something he could easily vanquish. Although the abyss had been severely wounded, if given enough time to recover, the power of darkness would awaken once more, posing an even greater threat. Meng Yao, Qing Shui. Lin Yi turned and called out softly, his voice filled with resolve. We must eliminate him swiftly. We cannot afford to grant him any chance to recuperate. Shen Meng Yao and Su Qing Shui nodded almost in unison, determination flickering in their eyes. They understood that the true power of the abyss far exceeded their expectations, and the abyss was merely a fragment of that dark force. Should they allow the abyss to recover now, not only would it endanger the three of them, but the future of the entire world would plunge into darkness. Together, Shen Meng Yao declared with firmness, her hands already gathering energy. Whatever we face, I will stand by your side. Fu Qing Shui showed no hesitation, closing her eyes as the flames within her surged, her aura growing increasingly powerful, no matter how strong the enemy. We shall not retreat. Upon hearing their words, Lin Yi was infused with an unprecedented strength. The determination and support of the two heroines fortified his resolve, though the power of the abyss was formidable. They were not alone. United, they could shatter the chains of fate and obliterate all darkness. The thunder of judgment, Lin Yi shouted fiercely, as the power of thunder surged wildly between his hands, the very air of the battlefield tearing apart as if it were an explosion. Brilliant arcs of electricity erupted from within him, forming a beam of light that raced toward the abyss. The abyss's expression shifted dramatically, for he recognized the immense strength of Lin Yi's thunder. During their previous clash, Lin Yi's attack had already breached his most formidable defenses, leaving him with little room for retaliation this time. Desperately, the abyss swung his hands, and once more, a column of black energy erupted from within him, forming a dark barrier, exerting every ounce of strength to withstand Lin Yi's thunder of judgment. The power of the abyss cannot be destroyed. The abyss roared, his eyes filled with fury and madness. The black energy vortex intensifying as if it sought to consume the entire universe. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with golden light as he amplified the output of his thunderous force. The lightning surged forth like a tempest, striking the abyss's black barrier. Thunderous judgment, Lin Yi cried out, thrusting his hands forward, unleashing the ultimate power of thunder. An endless cascade of electric light illuminated the entire battlefield, the formidable energy of thunder coalescing into a colossal wave that nearly devoured all darkness. The abyss's complexion turned even paler. He understood that this strike would determine the course of his fate. The black energy barrier began to tremble violently under the onslaught of the thunder. The cracks on its surface deepening, as if it could collapse at any moment. No, no, the abyss screamed, despair and rage filling his eyes. How could you possibly defeat me? Yet, the power of thunder showed no signs of abating, relentlessly advancing as the black barrier finally crumbled before its might. The abyss's form was violently thrust backward, the dark energy dissipating like a tidal wave, wholly consumed by the thunder. This is the fate of your abyss. Lin Ye's voice was low yet powerful. I do not believe in destiny. Only I can determine the future. The abyss's body began to disintegrate gradually, his dark robes turning to ash, the power of the abyss utterly collapsing at that moment. However, just as Lin Yi believed the abyss had been thoroughly defeated, a more potent dark aura suddenly erupted from within him. What? Lin Ye's expression shifted drastically, his heart filled with alarm. Despite the overwhelming strength of his thunder, this dark aura had not been entirely extinguished. Rather, it grew more intense. The abyss's form was disintegrating, yet he roared in defiance. Do you think this is the end? The power of the abyss shall never vanish. As the abyss's words fell, an even greater surge of dark energy erupted from within him, warping the very fabric of the battlefield once more, as the power of the abyss swiftly revived. Seemingly unbound by any constraints, Lin Ye's expression turned grave. He realized that this was not the true demise of the abyss, but rather the awakening moment of the abyss's resurgence. This is the vengeance of the abyss. The abyss's form grew increasingly indistinct, the power of darkness consuming all. Even the air began to contort under this overwhelming force. The abyss's figure slowly faded, yet his voice echoed through the air. You will never escape the shackles of the abyss. A deep sense of unease welled up within Lin Yi. The abyss's final words signified that this battle was not yet concluded, and the true threat of the abyss had only just begun. Shen Mengyao and Su Qingxue exchanged glances filled with concern, yet they remained silent, resolutely standing behind Lin Yi. At this moment, they all shared a common conviction. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, they would fight alongside Lin Yi. The resurgence of the abyss? A cold glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. The power of the abyss shall ultimately be unable to overcome our determination. He inhaled deeply. The eternal divine eye emanating radiant golden light once more, the power of thunder surging through him like a tempest, as if to rend the darkness asunder. He understood that the battles to come would be even more arduous than before. But there was no turning back. Only by overcoming the abyss could they usher in a true future. The fate of the abyss shall undoubtedly be altered by us. Lin Yi spoke softly, his determination growing ever stronger. Chapter 58. The battle. The power of the abyss seemed to revive from within the remnants of the abyss, the battlefield once again engulfed by a tide of black energy. As if an endless chasm had opened its gaping maw, prepared to devour everything. Lin Ye's pupils constricted sharply, the thunderous energy within him surging violently. Yet, even such formidable energy could not fully withstand the resurgence of darkness. Damn it! Lin Yi muttered under his breath, his heart laden with profound unease. The power of the abyss rose once more, far exceeding his expectations. This dark energy relentlessly consumed the surrounding light and strength, plunging everything into an abyss of darkness in an instant. Lin Yi, be careful. Shen Mengyao's voice rang out urgently, her grip tightening on Lin Ye's arm, her eyes filled with concern. This power is too strong. Even your thunder cannot fully suppress it. I know. Lin Ye's voice remained calm, yet it bore an undeniable resolve. The power of the abyss cannot be easily vanquished, but if it is not thoroughly eradicated, this world will forever be engulfed in darkness. At this moment, the figure of the abyss had completely faded. Yet the true threat of the abyss was only just beginning. The death of the abyss had not concluded this battle. Rather, it marked the onset of something entirely new. Lin Yi understood that the power of the abyss far surpassed his imagination, and in the face of such might, only by surpassing his own limits could he ultimately triumph. Qingxue, Mengyao, Lin Yi called out loudly, his voice imbued with boundless determination. I need your strength. We have always been by your side. Shen Mengyao and Su Qingxue responded simultaneously, their eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. In that moment, their combined essence coalesced into an intangible force, intertwining with Lin Ye's thunderous power. Shen Mengyao raised her hand, the radiance enveloping her akin to the dawn's first light, gradually converging into a formidable energy. As she whispered, this energy expanded ceaselessly, transforming into a brilliant beam of light that surged towards the dark vortex of the abyss. Su Qinxue did not hesitate either. Her fiery prowess roared within her like a ferocious beast, synchronizing with her heartbeat as the flames intensified, ultimately morphing into a blazing fire dragon that darted towards the source of the abyss's power. The trio united, forging an unprecedented surge of energy, where thunder, light, and flame intermingled, embodying the mightiest force in existence. With a thunderous roar, the black energy vortex of the abyss quaked violently under their combined assault, the overwhelming power nearly tearing the battlefield asunder. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with golden light as he began to frantically condense his thunderous might, pushing his strength to the limits in an instant to thunder's end. He growled softly, his hands thrust forward as the thunderous power struck the vortex's core like divine retribution. That beam of lightning illuminated the entire abyss, bearing the capacity to annihilate all in its path as it directly targeted the abyss's heart. The vortex of the abyss swayed violently, as if an unseen force sought to rebound. Yet at that moment, Lin Yi had no path of retreat. He had to exert every ounce of his being to obliterate everything, shattering the abyss's chains. However, from the depths of the abyss, an overwhelming mental pressure suddenly enveloped him, as if a deeper, more profound force was emanating from its core. This force was intangible yet powerful enough to render him defenseless. Lin Ye's eternal divine eye ignited instantly. Although he could perceive the dark aura, its true nature remained elusive. What is this? Lin Ye's heart raced, realizing that the abyss's power was far more intricate than the mere dark vortex before him. A chilling laughter echoed from the void. Do you believe this is the abyss's limit? You are gravely mistaken. The abyss's power exceeds your wildest imagination. Even if you destroy my avatar, the core of the abyss remains intact. The abyss's power will never fade. Lin Yi looked up sharply, astonished and unwilling to accept the truth. The demise of the abyss did not signify the end. Rather, it unleashed a deeper layer of its power. The indescribable mental oppression made Lin Yi acutely aware that he was confronting not just an enemy, but the very embodiment of the abyss itself. Lin Yi, the abyss's power has seeped into your soul, the voice from the void called, resonating like a summons from the underworld. You will never escape the abyss's grasp. I will not yield to you, Lin Yi declared fiercely, his eyes ablaze with fury and resolve. The power of the eternal divine eye surged again as the thunder within him began to swell, threatening to rend the very heavens asunder. You do not comprehend. The voice from the void gradually receded, yet the abyss's influence still lingered heavily in Lin Ye's heart. The abyss's depths were destined to consume all, including him. I will not allow the abyss to devour me, Lin Yi shouted, his thunderous power and the might of the eternal divine eye escalating, his golden gaze radiating like the sun, illuminating the surrounding darkness. As he whispered, the energy within him reached an unprecedented pinnacle, where thunder and light converged into one. Heaven's punishment thunder. Lin Yi roared once more, his thunderous energy crashing towards the core of the abyss, transforming into a colossal thunder dragon that reverberated throughout the cosmos. A cry of anguish echoed from the void as the abyss's power began to tremble violently, the black vortex appearing battered. The once infinite dark energy showing signs of fracture. The fate of the abyss is destined to collapse. Lin Ye's voice resonated with unwavering certainty, his eyes gleaming with the brilliance of thunder and the divine gaze. The thunder dragon struck fiercely at the core of the abyss, ultimately shattering its power entirely. With a resounding explosion, the energy vortex of the abyss erupted in the air, the black energy dissipating rapidly as light returned to the entire realm. The dark forces lurking in the void were obliterated at that moment, restoring tranquility to the world. Lin Yi hovered in the air, his chest heaving as he had exhausted every ounce of his strength. Yet his eyes still sparkled with resolute light. He understood that today's victory was not the conclusion, but the beginning of a new journey. The threat of the abyss had dissipated, yet countless unknowns awaited them. Xin Mengyao and Su Qinxue approached Lin Yi, their gazes meeting, each harboring an unprecedented sense of determination within. Regardless of what the future held, they would stand united, ready to face even greater challenges. We have won, Lin Yi murmured, his voice weary yet imbued with unwavering conviction. The power of the abyss shall ultimately vanish. Chapter 59. The legacy of the abyss and the birth of a new world. The core of the abyss had completely shattered. The radiance of thunder gradually fading as the realm returned to a long-awaited peace. The battlefield, once cloaked in darkness, regained its light, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated accordingly. Lin Yi remained suspended in midair. The thunderous energy within him depleting, his very essence nearly drained. Yet, he felt no trace of fear, only resolute satisfaction. We finally did it, Lin Yi whispered to himself, fatigue enveloping him, but his tone resonated with unparalleled certainty. Shen Mingyao and Su Qinxue stood beside him, relief evident on their faces. They had felt the formidable threats of the void and the abyss, but witnessing Lin Yi's ultimate triumph over the abyss's power alleviated their inner turmoil. No matter how powerful the abyss was, Lin Yi has surpassed his limits and triumphed over darkness. You truly did it, Shen Mingyao smiled at Lin Yi, her gaze brimming with endless affection and admiration. Indeed, we accomplished this together, Su Qinxue nodded, a hint of contentment gracing her features. Lin Yi, you have not only vanquished the void but also brought light to this world. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, feeling the thunderous energy within him gradually revitalizing. He cast his gaze downward at the two women beside him, filled with gratitude and determination. It was their companionship and support that had empowered him to persevere through this cataclysm. Without you, I could never have arrived at this moment, Lin Yi said gently, his eyes sparkling with sincerity. Shen Mingyao and Su Qinxue were momentarily taken aback, then their faces blossomed into smiles of happiness. They did not feel embarrassed by Lin Yi's words. Instead, they were further convinced that their strength was the wellspring of Lin Yi's ability to conquer the abyss. We have always been by your side, Shen Mingyao softly stated. Regardless of what lies ahead, we shall walk with you. Indeed, Su Qinxue affirmed. Though the abyss has been defeated, this is merely the beginning. We still face greater challenges, but as long as we are together, nothing can impede us. A warmth unlike any Lin Yi had ever known surged within him, his resolve solidifying further. Although the abyss had vanished, he recognized that this world was far more intricate than they could fathom. Behind the abyss, there might be even more formidable forces lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. They had only just embarked on this path. The abyss has fallen. The shackles of fate have been shattered. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, speaking slowly, but the true challenge has only just begun. That moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the distant sky, as if the heavens were trembling. Lin Yi looked up to see a radiant beam of light emerging from the horizon, exuding a powerful aura that seemed to beckon a certain force. What is that? Su Qinxue furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed intently on the distant light. Shen Mingyao's expression grew serious. The aura felt unfamiliar. I have never sensed such potent power before. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed with caution. It appeared that although the power of the abyss had faded, its shadow over this world had not entirely dissipated. That beam of light likely represented some remnant of the abyss, or perhaps an even more formidable entity. Shen Mingyao and Su Qinxue's expressions turned solemn as they comprehended that the challenges ahead would be even more formidable. Lin Yi, what should we do? Shen Mingyao asked softly. We must investigate, Lin Yi replied without hesitation. Regardless of what that power is, we must confront it, if the source of the abyss has not been utterly obliterated. The threat for the future remains. Without a moment's hesitation, the trio swiftly soared towards the source of the light eye in the sky. The radiance of thunder intertwined with the beam, as if two disparate forces were clashing in the air. As they flew closer, the aura of the light intensified, and the pressure in the atmosphere became increasingly palpable. We must reach there quickly. Lin Yi's tone turned grave. Although the abyss had been shattered, its legacy might surpass their imagination. We must proceed with caution. The three continued to accelerate, and as they neared the beam, the air trembled more violently. From a distance, the light appeared as blinding as the sun. Nearly impossible to gaze upon directly, Lin Yi clenched his fists tightly, the thunderous energy surging within him. Ready to embrace the forthcoming battle, at last, they arrived at the source of the light. Before them stood a colossal black relic, its surface cloaked in layers of dust and rock, reminiscent of the ruins left by an ancient civilization. A beam of light emanated from the ancient ruins, radiating a formidable surge of energy. Is this the ruins of the abyss? Shen Mingyao furrowed her brow, sensing the ancient aura that emanated from the relic. Lin Yi nodded subtly, a complex glimmer flickering in his eyes. This must be the origin of the abyss, or rather, the very source of its power. If we do not utterly destroy this place, the remnants of the abyss will forever pose a threat to our world. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, realizing there was no turning back. Since the abyss has left such profound traces, we must eradicate its roots. The three of them, without a hint of hesitation, stepped into the obsidian ruins. Inside, the vast and profound chamber was adorned with strange runes that emitted a dim, eerie light. As they ventured deeper, the air grew heavier, as if each step triggered some ancient energy ripple. Suddenly, the entire space of the ruins began to tremble, the surrounding runes flickering as cracks in the walls gradually widened. A potent aura of darkness seeped from the depths of the ruins, as if some sealed entity was awakening. This aura— Lin Ye's expression suddenly turned grave, moved quickly, just as the words left his lips. A deep voice resonated from within. At last, you have arrived. The voice was imbued with a chilling threat, echoing throughout the ruins. Lin Yi whirled around to see a figure cloaked in black slowly emerging, the surrounding dark energy beginning to coalesce wildly. The legacy of the abyss, is it ultimately yours? Lin Yi fixed his gaze upon the figure, his brow furrowed in concentration. The figure smiled faintly, an unsettling coldness glinting in his eyes. Do you think the abyss has ended here? This is merely the beginning. The true power of the abyss is about to descend. Lin Ye's gaze turned even more piercing, the power of thunder surging within him once again, for he understood that the enemy before him was far from ordinary. Chapter 60. Awakening. Lin Yi, Shun Mingyao, and Su Qingxue stood at the heart of the abyssal ruins, the air thick with a palpable darkness. As if every inch of it was tainted by this force, they had ventured deep into the legacy of the abyss, the walls flickering with ancient and mysterious runes, the expansive space suffused with an indescribable sense of oppression. That force seemed to press upon their hearts, rendering each breath an arduous task. Suddenly, a low, mocking laughter resonated from the depths, reverberating through the entirety of the ruins. Lin Ye's brows knitted tightly, his gaze sharp and alert. His senses heightened to their utmost. He knew that a formidable force was brewing in the shadows, and this was their greatest adversary. At last, you have arrived. The figure emerged from the darkness, clad in a black robe, enveloped in a deep, ominous aura, his features obscured by the hood, yet the pressure radiating from him was enough to instill fear in anyone. Lin Yi focused intently, his eyes gleaming with golden light, the power of thunder flowing silently, ready to confront the impending battle. Who are you? The cloaked figure smiled slightly, his voice low and menacing. I am the guardian of the abyssal legacy, as well as the true inheritor of the abyss's power. Guardian? Shin Mingyao frowned, evidently perplexed by the figure's words. Are you a descendant of the abyss? Descendants? You may never comprehend the true significance of the abyss. The cloaked figure scoffed. The origins of the abyss extend far beyond this relic you see. The abyss was once an ancient existence, rooted in the primordial darkness of bygone ages, and I am the bloodline of the abyss. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Ye's eyes. He had not anticipated that this individual would claim to be the inheritor of the abyss's bloodline, signifying that he possessed the ability to wield the powers of the abyss. Such powers evidently exceeded anything Lin Yi and his companions could currently endure. What do you intend to do? Lin Yi asked gravely, devoid of fear, his resolve only strengthening. The cloaked figure's gaze turned frigid, his voice laced with an unmistakable threat. Do you think that by destroying the abyss, you can eradicate its roots? You are mistaken. The abyss is more than just a force. It is the source of fate, the root of all darkness. Without the abyss, the world would descend into emptiness and endless chaos. A jolt of realization struck Lin Yi. The cloaked figure's words made him aware that the abyss was not merely an enemy of the physical realm, but deeply embedded in the very fabric of the world, concerning the fate of all existence. Fate? Shin Mingyao murmured softly. What do you mean by fate? The cloaked figure slowly raised his hand, pointing toward the flickering beam of light above. That pillar you see is the source of the abyss's fate. This power can manipulate all the rules of the world, shaping the future of all things, and I, as the inheritor of the abyss's bloodline, possess the ability to control it all. Are you saying that the power of the abyss can manipulate the world? Su Qingxue asked incredulously. How can we possibly contend with it? The cloaked figure smiled faintly, a hint of fervor in his eyes. Your so-called resistance is merely a struggle, and no matter how powerful you become, you ultimately cannot alter the course of fate. The power of the abyss is the sovereign of fate, causing everything to be within its control. Your rebellion is but a ripple in the tide of the abyss. Lin Yi took a deep breath, the golden light in his eyes shining ever brighter. Fate. I refuse to believe in any predetermined fate. Only I can decide my future. As soon as the words left his lips, the power of thunder surged within him once more, and with a fierce gesture, he unleashed a devastating thunderbolt directed at the cloaked figure. The immense current instantaneously filled the entire space, the atmospheric pressure skyrocketing as if it threatened to tear the ruins apart. However, the cloaked figure did not evade. With a gentle wave of his hand, dark energy rapidly coalesced, forming a solid black barrier that directly intercepted the thunderous beam. The clash of thunder and dark energy erupted with a deafening roar, shaking the very walls of the ruins, dust swirling in the air. Do you truly believe you can shatter the bonds of fate with such meager power? The cloaked figure remarked nonchalantly, the black energy in his hands growing increasingly potent. Your strength cannot possibly disturb the existence of the abyss. Lin Ye's expression darkened, his gaze grave. Although the cloaked figure's barrier was formidable, he did not feel despair. He understood that while the enemy was powerful, the core of the abyss's strength could still be breached. Let us see how many of my thunderous strikes you can withstand. Lin Yi roared, the thunder within him erupting once more, brilliant arcs of lightning engulfing the surroundings, seemingly igniting the very heavens. Meanwhile, Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue also did not hold back. Shen Mingyao flickered into motion, her hands pressed together, and a beam of light shot forth from her being, transforming into a pure sword of light, hurtling toward the cloaked figure. Su Qingxue, not to be outdone, summoned forth her fiery powers once more, gathering her hands to form a massive fireball, hurling it fiercely at the cloaked figure. The combined onslaught of the three resembled a tempest of thunder and fire, crashing toward the cloaked figure with ferocity. Yet, the cloaked figure remained calm, his hands weaving through the air as the black energy barrier solidified even further, the powerful currents swiftly neutralizing the attacks of Lin Yi and his companions. Your resistance has become meaningless. The cloaked figure spoke softly, a cold smile gracing his features. The power of the abyss has already become the foundation of the world. No matter how hard you strive, you will ultimately succumb to the control of the abyss. Lin Ye's expression hardened. The formidable power of the abyss was evidently beyond their imagination, and in the short term, they could not breach this black barrier. However, as he had stated earlier, fate had never been predetermined by others. Only by taking command of it could it hold significance. Lin Yi suddenly turned to Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue. We cannot give up like this, Lin Yi whispered, his eyes alight with determination. We must break free from fate and shatter the shackles of the abyss. Hearing Lin Ye's words, Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue exchanged glances, both seeing the unyielding resolve reflected in each other's eyes. Together, they replied in unison. The three stood side by side, their gazes resolute as rock. Lin Yi felt the strength emanating from his two companions. Their support had become his most potent driving force. The combined strength of the three surged forth like an irresistible torrent, a powerful aura once again crashing toward the cloaked figure. This will not end here. Lin Ye's voice thundered, the power of thunder erupting once more, shaking the very ruins to their core. As the abyssal barrier appeared to be subjected to some force, beginning to distort slightly, break, Lin Yi shouted. The power of the ancient divine merging with the thunderous force, forming a massive current akin to divine retribution, hurtling toward the cloaked figure. This time, the cloaked figure could not withstand it. The colossal bolt of lightning tore through the darkness like a rending blade, utterly dismantling the barrier of the abyss. The swirling mass of black energy writhed violently under the onslaught of Lin Ye's thunder, ultimately dissipating. You have lost. Lin Yi spoke coldly, victory gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 61. Legacy. The cloaked figure staggered back several steps under the impact of the thunderous force, the black energy barrier shattering apart as if overwhelmed by an immense power. Yet, his gaze remained filled with disdain and mockery. Although Lin Yi had breached his defenses in a brief moment, the power of the abyss far exceeded Lin Ye's expectations. The abyss is no mere adversary. It is not solely governed by the abyssal one, but is an entity deeply entrenched in the very foundations of the world. The notion that you few could obliterate the legacy of the abyss is nothing short of fanciful delusion. The man in the black robe spoke coldly, his hands slowly rising as the surrounding dark energy coalesced into a more formidable vortex, almost instantaneously engulfing the entire space. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Golden light flickering in his eyes, having made a resolute decision within, he could no longer allow the power of the abyss to spread. It must be eradicated completely. Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue stood by his sides. Though they did not wield immense power themselves, their unwavering faith and support became the wellspring of Lin Ye's continued struggle. Shen Mingyao, Qingxue, are you prepared? Lin Yi inquired softly, his gaze resolute, as the thunderous energy around him surged once more. Tumultuous as the tide. Ready at any moment? Shen Mingyao's voice rang clear and strong, radiating a gentle yet formidable aura from within her. Her energy intertwined with the thunder, forming an impenetrable barrier of light and electricity. We have never flinched. Su Qingshue's gaze remained steadfast, flames igniting anew within her, roaring inferno coiling around her like a raging dragon, assaulting everything in its vicinity. Lin Yi nodded slightly, acutely aware that this battle was not merely a clash of power among three individuals, but a contest of wills. The power of the abyss could not be dismantled through brute force. Only the indomitable belief and determination harbored within the three of them could annihilate the darkness. Since the abyss has chosen to stand against us, let it learn that our resolve is unbreakable, Lin Yi bellowed, swiftly forming seals with his hands as the thunderous energy within him surged once more, akin to divine retribution, charging towards the man in the black robe. However, the man remained unfazed, a cold smirk flickering in his eyes as the surrounding dark energy intensified. With a sudden, forceful motion of his hands, black energy erupted once again, forming a colossal vortex that seemed poised to consume Lin Ye's attack entirely. Do you truly believe your thunderous power can breach the fate of the abyss? The man in the black robe roared, his eyes aflame with a fierce black fire. The power of the abyss had long since penetrated your very veins, and all resistance will eventually amount to nothing. Lin Ye's eyes gleamed with a chilling resolve. The power of the abyss cannot subdue us. It shall instead become the root of your ultimate demise. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Yi unleashed a powerful punch, the thunderous energy erupting like an enraged dragon, brilliant arcs of electricity surging directly towards the vortex inhabited by the man in black. Simultaneously, Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue launched their assault, their combined light and fire coalescing into an indomitable beam of energy that hurtled towards the man in black. Boom! The three formidable forces collided in midair, producing a deafening explosion that seemed to shake the very ruins, energy waves rippling through the atmosphere as if the very fabric of space were quaking. The man in black howled in fury, the surrounding vortex convulsing violently as dark energy expanded rapidly, threatening to engulf the entire battlefield. Yet, Lin Yi did not relent. A glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes as his hands wove rapidly, the might of the thunderous energy swelling once more, coalescing into a massive column of lightning aimed directly at the man in black. You think you can? The man began to retaliate, but abruptly. His voice faltered, disbelief crossing his features. The black energy that had swept in like a tempest began to wane before Lin Ye's thunderous might, fissures appearing within it. How is this possible? The man in black gasped. Astonished. How can you possibly shake the power of the abyss? You are mistaken. The power of the abyss cannot control us. Lin Ye's voice rang coldly. Fate has never been yours to dictate. With that declaration, the power of the eternal divine eye erupted once more, Lin Ye's gaze sharpening to a lethal intensity, golden light flashing as formidable energy surged wildly within him, nearly tearing the very ruins asunder. With a powerful sweep of his hands, the thunderous and radiant energies fused, forming an unparalleled dragon of lightning, surging towards the man in black. Bang! The man in black could finally no longer withstand Lin Ye's onslaught. The mighty dragon of electricity struck fiercely against the vortex of black energy enveloping him, the clash of light and darkness resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated throughout the ruins. The man let out a pained groan, his body hurled backward by the overwhelming force of the thunder, crashing against the walls of the ruins and sending clouds of dust and debris spiraling into the air. The man in black coughed up blood, shock and rage flickering in his eyes. How could you? Lin Yi wasted no time. Soaring to the man in black's side, the thunderous energy condensing into a massive hand. Pressing forcefully against the man's chest, it ends here. You cannot defeat me. The power of the abyss will never vanish. The man in black shouted one last time, but Lin Ye's thunderous might had decisively sealed off any possibility of resistance. The formidable presence of the abyss finally crumbled under Lin Ye's relentless assault, the very space of the ruins beginning to tremble violently as if the essence of the abyss were unraveling entirely. Fate? Lin Yi sneered down at the man in black. What you call fate is merely the shackles woven from darkness and fear by your kind. The legacy of the abyss shall no longer wreak havoc. Lin Ye's thunderous hand descended with ferocity, the black energy enveloping the man dissipating under the overwhelming force, turning to mere ashes, as the man in black let out one final anguished cry. The ruins fell eerily silent once more. Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue quickly followed suit, the three standing amidst the rubble, gazing at the gradually calming surroundings. Though the power of the abyss had been vanquished, they understood that this battle was merely the beginning. Lin Yi, the legacy of the abyss has been destroyed. Shen Mingyao spoke softly, her tone imbued with a sense of relief, yet overshadowed by lingering concern. Indeed, the power of the abyss has vanished, yet the shadows that linger behind remain. Lin Yi gazed into the distance, a flicker of determination sparking in his eyes. This is just the beginning. We must continue onward. Su Qingxue nodded, her eyes brimming with resolve. And no matter what lies ahead, we shall face it together. Lin Yi smiled faintly, his gaze as steadfast as a rock. Regardless of the challenges, I will always stand by your side. The three stood shoulder to shoulder, the ruins of the abyss behind them, while ahead lay a world fraught with uncertainty. Regardless of what the future held, their faith remained unwavering, destined to forge ahead toward a new world that belonged to them. Chapter 62. The truth. The legacy of the abyss had finally been utterly destroyed, the figure of the man in black reduced to ashes, and the space of the ruins gradually returned to tranquility. However, the trio did not allow themselves to relax. Lin Yi, Shen Mingyao, and Su Qingxue understood that the truth concealed behind this battle remained unfathomable. The abyss was not merely a force. It had permeated the very foundation of the world, influencing the order and fate of the entire realm. Standing at the heart of the ruins, Lin Ye's gaze deepened as he reflected on his earlier exchange with the man in black. The power of the abyss was not simply dark energy. It represented a profound law of fate it had long since integrated into the marrow of this world, affecting the destinies of countless beings. Lin Yi murmured to himself, an unnameable unease welling up within him. Lin Yi, the threat of the abyss cannot be overlooked, yet it has been shattered. Shen Mingyao gently approached him, her eyes filled with concern. What troubles you? Is something amiss? Lin Yi inhaled deeply, his gaze gradually solidifying. Though the power of the abyss has been destroyed, it is not simply a matter of material force. It is more a chain of spirit and fate. The abyss has not completely vanished. Its roots still lie deep within the world, merely lying dormant for the time being. Are you suggesting that the power of the abyss has not entirely dissipated? Su Qingxue moved closer, a hint of worry crossing her features. Could it possibly return? Indeed. Lin Yi turned to face the two women, though the abyssal one is dead and the man in black has been defeated. The legacy of the abyss still exists. The power of the abyss has become intertwined with the fate of the world, even permeating into various dimensions and temporal depths. To eradicate the abyss entirely, we must locate its true source. But where is that source? Shen Mingyao asked urgently, her eyes glinting with unease. I do not know, Lin Yi replied somberly, but I am certain that if we do not find it, the fate of this world will continue to be manipulated by the abyss. The three fell silent, the oppressive atmosphere lingering in the air, as if every passing moment served as a reminder that the power of the abyss had not truly vanished. Lin Yi recognized that their task was not merely to destroy the manifestations of the abyss, but to seek out its root. Severing all ties to the abyss and restoring freedom and order to the world, we can no longer hesitate. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, determination flickering in his eyes. We must seek the source of the abyss and shatter these chains of fate. We shall accompany you. Shen Mengyao's gaze remained resolute. And no matter what challenges lie ahead, we shall face them together. Indeed, we are no longer alone. Su Qingshue's eyes brimmed with determination. And no matter how formidable the power of the abyss may be, we will uncover its source and resolve it once and for all. Lin Yi looked at the two women, gratitude swelling within him. He understood that although his strength was formidable, it was not invincible. Only by standing shoulder to shoulder with his two companions could they vanquish the abyss and alter their fate. "Thank you," Lin Yi murmured, his gaze gradually softening. "And no matter what happens, we shall face it together." "Of course," Shun Mingyao replied, smiling as she nodded. "We have always been by your side. We will never abandon you." As Yu Qingshua's voice resonated with strength, that moment, the trio's determination reached its zenith, their shared faith and support creating a powerful resonance. Although the threat of the abyss had not been entirely dispelled, they no longer feared any adversity, for their hearts held a singular goal: to locate the source of the abyss and obliterate it completely. Lin Yi gazed into the distant sky, and after a moment of silence, he spoke with unwavering resolve. "Let us embark on a quest to uncover the source of the abyss." The three of them advanced together, their steps resolute, exiting the ruins of the abyss. Beyond the remnants, the sky remained a vibrant blue, sunlight pouring onto the earth, as if tranquility had been restored. Yet, Lin Yi knew that the true challenge was only just beginning. They did not look back, their steadfast strides directed towards the unknown. They had to find the root of the abyss and sever their ties with it to truly restore freedom and balance to the world. Days later, Lin Yi and his companions arrived at an ancient ruin, a forgotten place, known to almost no one. Lin Yi felt an extraordinary ancient aura here, imbued with profound power, as if it was intricately bound to the fate of the world. This was one of the sources of the abyss. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi spoke in a low voice. "We have discovered the entrance to the abyss's source. The challenges that lie ahead may be beyond count." Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue followed closely, their gazes resolute. They were prepared to confront any challenge. "We have come this far. We cannot retreat," Shen Mingyao stated calmly yet firmly. "Lin Yi, regardless of what lies ahead, we will stand by you. Indeed, no matter how powerful the abyss may be, we shall not falter," Su Qingxue declared, her eyes shimmering with fiery determination. Lin Yi looked at the two women, his heart swelling with gratitude and warmth. It was their unwavering support that empowered him to face every challenge. "Thank you," he said, inhaling deeply, his gaze resolute. "We must bring an end to the threat of the abyss once and for all." The three of them entered the ancient ruins, the runes on the walls emanating a faint glow, as if guiding their path. With each step, a heavy aura enveloped them, a reminder of the arduous and significant battle that lay ahead. Deep within the ruins, they encountered a colossal portal. Countless ancient symbols adorned the door, exuding a potent aura of taboo. Lin Ye's heart raced. He understood that behind this door lay the true secrets of the abyss. "This is the gateway to the source of the abyss," he said softly. "We must enter and uncover its true nature to completely eradicate this threat." Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue nodded, their eyes glimmering with fearless resolve. They were ready to confront the power of the abyss, no matter how perilous the path ahead. With a deep breath, Lin Yi approached the massive portal. He knew that stepping into this space meant entering the heart of the abyss and facing unimaginable dangers. Yet, he hesitated not for a moment. "Let us proceed." Lin Ye's voice boomed like thunder, brimming with unwavering conviction. As his words fell, the trio stepped through the grand portal, entering a new realm, one filled with endless darkness and uncertainty, where the true strength of the abyss awaited their challenge. Chapter 63. The ultimate battle of fate. At last, the source of the abyss loomed before them, a massive portal that seemed to devour all light. Lin Yi, Shun Mingyao, and Su Qingxue stood before it, acutely aware of the oppressive force emanating from the abyss. This was not mere darkness. It was a power rooted in destiny, overwhelming to the point of suffocation. With each step they took, the air grew heavier, as if every inch of space reminded them that the challenges ahead would be unprecedentedly arduous. "Lin Yi, is this truly the source of the abyss?" Shun Mingyao asked softly, her eyes filled with vigilance and unease. "Yes," Lin Yi replied, his voice low, a flicker of determination in his gaze. "This is the true core of the abyss, concealing the power that governs destiny. We must enter. Only by locating and destroying its heart can we eliminate the threat of the abyss, and no matter how powerful it may be, we shall not retreat," Su Qingxue declared resolutely, her eyes burning with fiery resolve. Lin Yi looked at them, his gaze gentle, yet his heart was already brimming with determination. It was their support that had brought him to this moment. The three stood united, no longer solitary figures, but an invincible team. "Let us proceed," Lin Yi said softly, pushing open the massive door and leading the two women into the core of the abyss. As the door creaked open, a bone-chilling cold rushed forth, as if it could freeze all vitality. They stepped inside, and the sight before them made them gasp in shock. They found themselves in an immense space, shrouded in endless black mist, resembling an infinite void. The air was thick with oppression and threat. The dark aura nearly suffocating. At the center stood a floating black altar, etched with ancient runes that radiated a suffocating energy. At the altar's core, a black crystal flickered, emitting a light so blinding that it was impossible to gaze directly at it. As it seemed to absorb all surrounding energy, that was the heart of the abyss. Lin Ye's voice carried a chill. The power of the abyss is drawn from here. It controls the fate of the entire world. If we destroy it, the threat of the abyss will vanish completely. Shen Mingyao and Su Qingshua's expressions hardened. They understood that this battle determined the future of the whole world. Regardless of how formidable the enemy might be, they would fight alongside Lin Yi. "Let us commence," Shen Mingyao said softly, her hands glowing as she prepared to unleash an attack. "We must tread carefully," Lin Yi cautioned, his brow furrowed. "The heart of the abyss is not merely a crystal. It harbors boundless power. We must devise a way to destroy it, relying not solely on brute force." Just as they were about to act, the black crystal on the altar suddenly blazed with light, and the black mist in the air began to writhe violently. Before the trio could react, the surrounding space warped as if torn by some unseen force, and the entire world began to collapse. "Did you think it would end like this?" That voice echoed from the darkness, low and filled with menace. "The power of the abyss has long since penetrated the foundations of this world. You cannot hope to destroy it." Lin Ye's pupils constricted, unease flooding his heart. He realized that the heart of the abyss was far more complex than it appeared. A deeper, more profound force was awakening behind it. Suddenly, the brilliance of the crystal flared once more, and dark energy surged like a tide, instantly engulfing the three of them. Lin Yi clenched his teeth, the thunderous power within him surging wildly as he struggled to break free from the clutches of darkness. Yet, the energy of the abyss seemed to be intricately linked to the fate of the world. The more he fought, the stronger the bindings became. "This is the binding of fate." The voice from the darkness resounded again, mocking his resistance. How laughable! The power of the abyss has already entwined itself with this world, controlling everything. You cannot alter this destiny. Lin Yi felt an overwhelming mental pressure, nearly robbing him of breath. He understood that this dark aura was not merely a physical oppression. It was an erosion of his soul and will. The power of the abyss had infiltrated his very being, aiming to destroy him from within. "Mingyao, Qingxue," Lin Yi shouted, his eyes filled with resolve. "We cannot allow it to dictate our fate." Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue swiftly regained their composure, a steely determination flashing in their eyes. Without hesitation, they combined their powers with Lin Ye's thunderous energy. Shen Mengyao's radiant light began to emanate, quickly intertwining with Lin Ye's thunder, forming a powerful wave of energy. Simultaneously, Su Qingshue's fiery power ignited fiercely, merging with the forces of thunder and light to create a massive vortex of energy. Surging towards the heart of the abyss, light and fire, thunder and fate. Lin Yi roared, as the trio's powers converged into an unmatched brilliance that charged toward the core of the abyss. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded, shaking the entire ruins violently. The light of the black crystal was instantly torn apart by this united force, and the surrounding space appeared to collapse entirely in that moment. The power of the abyss began to disintegrate amid the intertwining light and thunder. The once overwhelming oppression gradually dissipating, and the warping of space began to return to normal. "You actually can." The voice from the darkness was laced with disbelief. "Impossible. How could you shatter the bindings of fate?" However, Lin Ye's gaze remained unwavering in the face of the dark figure's words, shining with an indomitable light. He knew that although the core of the abyss had been breached, the true battle was far from over. Though the power of the abyss has been vanquished, its residual influence lingers, and to entirely dispel its effects, one must address its very roots. "The shackles of fate shall no longer be held by your hands," Lin Yi bellowed, as the might of thunder surged once more in his grasp. The energies of light and flame began to intertwine, coalescing into an unstoppable colossal pillar that pierced the heart of the abyss. "Ah!" The voice of the figure in black robes resonated with fury and resentment, as the dark crystal finally shattered under the combined assault of thunder, light, and flame. The formidable aura of the abyss began to collapse in an instant, restoring tranquility to the entire space. With the shattering of the abyss's core, the space of the ruins gradually returned to normal, and the dark energies dissipated accordingly. Lin Yi, Shen Mingyao, and Su Qingxue hovered in the air. Their breaths rapid, yet their eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. The legacy of the abyss has been utterly destroyed, Lin Yi murmured, his tone tinged with fatigue yet more so with satisfaction. Indeed, the power of the abyss has vanished completely. Shen Mingyao nodded gently, a flicker of relief passing through her eyes. Yet I know that this is not the end, but rather the commencement of our new journey. Future challenges will be even more formidable. Su Qingxue added, her gaze glimmering with sharp intensity, yet regardless of the circumstances, we shall stand united against all darkness. Lin Yi smiled faintly, his gaze resolute as granite. No matter what lies ahead, we shall not falter. The three stood shoulder to shoulder, with the ruins of the abyss behind them, and before them lay an unknown new world. Regardless of what the future holds, they shall confront the challenges that belong to them. Alter the course of fate and embrace true freedom and hope. Chapter 64. The choice of destiny. With the figure in black robes vanquished by the thunderous might, the power of the abyss finally vanished without a trace at that moment. The once slumbering dark energies deep within the ruins were gradually supplanted by the invigorating forces in the air, as if everything had returned to a state of calm. However, Lin Yi understood that this tranquility was merely ephemeral. The legacy of the abyss was but the tip of the iceberg, and the true crisis was far from eradicated. The space within the ruins began to restore its normality, and the surrounding light grew brighter, as if everything were revitalizing. Yet, Lin Ye's gaze remained as sharp as a blade. Standing amidst the ruins, the anxiety and unrest within him had not dissipated. He knew that what lay before him was not the ultimate conclusion. The threat of the abyss still loomed, and he, along with Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue, were fated to confront even greater challenges. Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue flanked him, their eyes reflecting a hint of unease and contemplation. Although the figure in black robes had been defeated, they were acutely aware that the power of the abyss was far more intricate than it appeared, with the conspiracies and forces behind it not to be underestimated. Lin Yi, what should we do next? Shen Mingyao inquired softly, her gaze imbued with a touch of hesitation, yet more so with determination. Indeed, though the abyss has been destroyed, the powers and forces behind it will not easily relent. Su Qingxue affirmed, her eyes filled with vigilance. We must locate the source and eradicate it entirely. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on the distance. Seemingly deep in thought, he understood that the battle before them had merely begun. The power of the abyss was not simply a contest of strength, but rather a high-stakes gamble concerning fate and the future. Only by uncovering the true source of the abyss could they completely eliminate this dark menace. The power of the abyss does not originate from these ruins, Lin Yi stated with a steady tone. Its roots lie hidden in a deeper place. What we must do is find this source and seal the power of the abyss definitively. So shall we depart now? Shen Mingyao asked, her eyes alight with resolve. Lin Yi paused for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we must act immediately. The power of the abyss will not wait for us. I understand, Su Qingxue declared, a flicker of flame igniting in her eyes as she clenched her fists, unwavering. The three exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with consensus. The threat of the abyss had only just begun, and their path was destined to be fraught with thorns and challenges. Yet, regardless of how perilous the future may be, they had no path of retreat. Standing behind one another, they had already resolved, no matter how the darkness spreads, they would face the challenge together. Having established their course of action, the trio set forth, stepping out from the ruins towards the unknown. Lin Ye's eyes shimmered with a golden light, sensing that the aura of the abyss still stirred somewhere. The latent power gathering strength. They traversed the ancient mountains, their journey rife with uncertainty and danger. Yet the trust and understanding between them kept them closely bound. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at an ancient, abandoned town. Once a thriving city, it now lay desolate, with crumbling edifices and shattered streets bearing witness to a catastrophic event. Here, it seemed, lay the source of the abyss's power. Lin Yi murmured, his gaze fixed ahead. What do you mean? Shen Mingyao inquired, her eyes alert. Lin Yi spoke gravely. Within the ruins of this city, there is an ancient aura. This aura bears a striking resemblance to the power of the abyss. I surmise that the power of the abyss may well be concealed here. Then we must proceed with utmost caution, Su Qingxue asserted, already preparing her fiery powers to counter any potential threats. The three cautiously entered the abandoned city, the atmosphere heavy with oppression, as though the very air was saturated with dark energies. Suddenly, a powerful dark aura surged from the ground, as if something was awakening from beneath. "Watch out!" Lin Yi swiftly grasped Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue's hands, pulling them aside. At that moment, a fierce wave of dark energy swept forth, a black whirlwind rampaging through the ruins of the city, as if intent on devouring everything. "Here it comes again!" Shen Mingyao clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with light. "What kind of enemy is this?" "This is the power left behind by the abyss," Lin Yi warned, his eyes filled with vigilance. This energy was significantly more potent than that of the previous figure in black robes. We must be thoroughly prepared. Suddenly, a figure emerged swiftly from the black whirlwind, a formidable being clad in black robes. Its visage contorted. This entity's eyes glowed a blood-red hue, exuding a potent aura of darkness, unmistakably one of the guardians left by the abyss. "You have finally arrived," the figure in black robes sneered, its voice low and foreboding. "The power of the abyss is not something you can easily eradicate. Your arrival has merely accelerated the cycle of fate." Lin Yi inhaled deeply, anger flickering in his eyes. "Your fate has already been sealed. Humph. Do you think that by destroying the power of the figure in black robes, you can obliterate the legacy of the abyss? You are sorely mistaken." The figure's voice dripped with sarcasm. "The power of the abyss has long since merged with this land. You cannot eradicate it entirely." "Let us see who cannot eradicate whom," Lin Yi retorted coldly, his eyes flashing with golden light. As the power of thunder surged within him, coalescing into a formidable energy. "Shen Mingyao, Qingxue, are you ready?" Lin Yi inquired softly. Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue nodded, their resolve unwavering as they readied themselves for battle. Shen Mengyao's light energy surged once more, forming a luminous shield, while Su Qingxue's flames blazed fiercely within her, prepared for action. "Then let us settle this once and for all," Lin Yi roared, as the power of thunder and the ancient divine eye intertwined, creating an unparalleled destructive assault aimed directly at the figure in black robes. Bang! A thunderous clash erupted as thunder collided with dark forces, tearing through the very fabric of space. The ruins of the city trembled violently. As buildings crumbled all around, the battle between Lin Yi and the figure in black robes had transformed into a cataclysmic confrontation. Amidst this fierce struggle, Lin Yi suddenly discerned that the energy radiating from the figure in black robes was unlike what he had encountered before. It became clear that the power of the abyss was not solely that of the figure in black robes. It had long since fused with the spiritual veins of this land, becoming the lifeblood of the city. "Abyss, what do you truly seek?" Lin Yi demanded, his gaze locked onto the figure in black robes. "The revival of the abyss is now inevitable." A glint of madness flickered in the figure's eyes. "You are but ants, forever incapable of halting the cycle of fate." The battle surged into a fever pitch as the trio joined forces to engage in a breathtaking duel with the figure in black robes. Yet, this was merely the prologue. Chapter 65. Revival. Lin Yi's eyes glimmered with sharp brilliance, as if capable of piercing through the darkness to illuminate all conspiracies and secrets. Standing in the heart of the ruins, he listened to the figure in black robes' mocking laughter, his inner fury intensifying. The machinations of the abyss began to surface, complicating the mission of him, Shen Mingyao, and Su Qingxue further. Was the revival of the abyss truly unstoppable? Lin Yi mused quietly, filled with doubt and defiance. He recognized that the power behind the abyss was not merely an evil force, but an ancient power deeply rooted in this land. To utterly destroy it would mean opposing the very order of the world. "You do not comprehend the power of the abyss," the figure in black robes scoffed, his words laced with evident derision. "Your strength may be formidable, yet you cannot fathom the secrets of this land. The abyss is not the power of an individual, but an intrinsic part of this continent, destined to awaken." Lin Yi furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable sense of oppression upon hearing the words of the figure in the black robe. The abyss was not merely an adversary. It was a force deeply intertwined with the very lifeblood of the world. To vanquish it meant to challenge the foundations of existence itself. Are you threatening us? Shan Mengyao's voice was cold and resolute, her fists clenched, radiating a formidable power of light, ready to counter any sudden assault. A threat? The figure in black chuckled lightly. You are but transients upon this land, incapable of fathoming the greatness of the abyss. Your existence is predestined to serve merely as a stepping stone on the path of its resurgence. Lin Ye's gaze hardened momentarily before he regained his composure. He understood that this figure was merely a tool of the abyss's machinations. To resolve this matter completely, they must delve into the very essence of the abyss and uncover the true source of its power. If that is the case, then let us settle this once and for all. Lin Ye's tone was frigid and unyielding, as the power of thunder coalesced within him, poised for release. Your demise is imminent. A sly smile crept across the lips of the figure in black, as a surge of dark energy erupted forth, enveloping the ruins in a powerful aura of darkness, casting an ominous shadow over the sky. You think you can obliterate the power of the abyss? It is utterly impossible. The power of the abyss is already intricately linked with the spiritual veins of this continent. It is not merely the strength of an individual, but an integral part of the land itself. Should you wish to destroy it, you will inevitably pay a grave price. I am aware. A glint of determination flickered in Lin Ye's eyes. He understood that dismantling the power of the abyss would not be an easy feat. Yet he felt no fear. You are correct. The power of the abyss is indeed a component of this continent. However, you overlook a crucial truth. No matter how formidable a force may be, it will ultimately be vanquished one day. As his words fell, Lin Yi unleashed his assault in an instant. The power of thunder surged forth like a tempest, clashing violently against the figure in black. The roar echoed across the heavens, as lightning flashed and the air trembled under the weight of this force. Yet, the dark aura surrounding the figure intensified, forming a colossal barrier of energy that withstood Lin Ye's attack. The figure's gaze remained impassive, devoid of any emotion, as if everything were well within his control. Ridiculous. The figure in black scoffed. Your power cannot even shake the foundation of the abyss in your current state. You can only watch helplessly as the abyss awakens. Not so. Shan Mingyao refused to yield. Her power of light bursting forth once more, coalescing into a brilliant beam aimed directly at the figure in black. Xu Qingxue followed closely, her fiery energy soaring into the sky, transforming into a dragon of flames that lunged at the figure. Do you believe that light and fire can extinguish the power of darkness? The figure in black sneered. Your attacks are utterly futile. Nevertheless, Shan Mingyao and Xu Qingxue did not relent. Their strikes remained harmoniously coordinated, launching wave after wave of assaults that nearly overwhelmed the figure in black. While their powers failed to dislodge him, they afforded Lin Yi precious moments. Shan Mingyao, Qingxue, your powers complement each other admirably. But now it is time for me to take charge. A resolute glimmer shone in Lin Ye's eyes as the power of thunder surged exponentially, forming a resplendent bolt of golden lightning that hurtled towards the figure in black. Thunder descends, Lin Yi intoned softly, activating the power of the eternal goddess Ai, his gaze flickering with a brilliance akin to lightning, as the entire realm seemed cloaked in thunder. The golden lightning, resembling a mighty dragon, lunged at the figure in black, directly striking his defensive barrier. With a thunderous crash, the golden lightning erupted with earth-shattering might, causing the very ruins to tremble violently. The figure in black emitted a pained growl as the dark energy barrier around him finally developed cracks. How is this possible? That a flicker of shock passed through the figure's eyes, astonished that Lin Yi could breach his defenses. Lin Yi chuckled coldly. You are mistaken. The power of the abyss is not invincible. What is truly formidable is our resolve to combat the darkness. Damn it! The figure in black roared, as dark energy surged anew. As if to engulf the entire world in a swift motion, he transformed into a shadow, vanishing from sight, only to reappear before Lin Yi, wielding a massive black sword aimed ruthlessly at Lin Ye's chest. Dodge! Shan Mingyao shouted, her power of light flickering, attempting to intercept the figure's strike. However, the figure's sword energy was too swift. The light could scarcely keep pace in that critical moment. Lin Yi, utilizing the insight granted by the eternal goddess Ai, instantly predicted the trajectory of the figure's attack and narrowly evaded the fatal blow. Do you truly believe you can escape my grasp? The figure in black sneered, the sword's edge gleaming with a sanguine light as it descended once more upon Lin Yi. You fail to comprehend that the power of the abyss is not eternal and unyielding. Lin Yi's expression was icy, as the power of thunder surged again, striking forcefully against the figure's sword. With a resounding bang, the sword was sent flying, and the figure was pushed back several steps by the overwhelming force of the lightning. His expression shifting at that moment, he realized that Lin Yi was far more formidable than they had anticipated. "You have managed to impress me with your capabilities," the figure in black remarked softly, a cold smile creeping onto his face, "but your victory will remain fleeting. The power of the abyss will ultimately awaken, and the annihilation of this continent is the ultimate fate." Lin Yi gazed at him coldly, his resolve only strengthening. The resurgence of the abyss would never dictate their destiny. Chapter 66. Convergence. Lin Yi stood at the center of the ruins, the debris beneath his feet trembling with each step he took, his gaze piercing through the figure in black as he surveyed the remnants of shattered walls around him. His dialogue with the figure had deepened his understanding of the abyss, yet it also made him acutely aware that this battle could not be resolved in a mere moment. The abyss was not just some enigmatic foe. It was a force deeply embedded in the very foundation of the continent, intertwined with the life that thrived upon it. Shan Mengyao and Su Qingxue stood flanking Lin Yi. Meng Yao's eyes fixed intently on the figure in black, filled with skepticism and vigilance, while Qingxue clenched her fists, her gaze ablaze with fierce determination. The figure in black loomed nearby, exuding an inexplicable aura. As dark energy gradually spread, as if an invisible chain bound this space, a cold smile curled upon his lips. "Do you truly believe that with your individual strengths, you can alter the course of this fateful game? The abyss is already entrenched in this land. To destroy it is sheer folly." Lin Yi inhaled deeply, turning his gaze upon the figure in black, a chill flickering within him. "What exactly is this abyss you speak of? Is it truly so powerful that it cannot be defeated?" The figure's expression darkened further, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. He spoke slowly. "The abyss is not merely a physical entity. It is the source of power for this continent, the very foundation of all things. Everything you perceive is a gift from the abyss. When the abyss awakens, the entire world will return to darkness, and only the strongest shall stand in that void." "Your words bear no weight," Shun Mingyao retorted coldly, a resolute glint in her eyes. "You are but a pawn of the abyss. Thus, vanish, vanish." The figure in black erupted into a fit of laughter. "You dare utter such words? No matter how formidable your powers may be, you remain mere ants, incapable of comprehending the profound mysteries of the abyss." At this moment, a smile graced Lin Yi's face as he turned to Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue, a glimmer of insight in his gaze. The figure in black was correct. The power of the abyss was indeed formidable, but it also presented an opportunity to discover its weaknesses. "Weakness?" The figure in black scoffed. "Do you truly believe that with your meager numbers, you can uncover the abyss's vulnerabilities? You are simply courting your own destruction." Lin Yi ignored him, his gaze deep and contemplative as he peered into the distance, as if seeking to understand everything. The true power of the abyss did not lie in darkness, but rather in its manipulation of the continent's spiritual veins. If they could locate the source of those veins, they might be able to mount a counteroffensive from the ground up. Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue nodded in agreement. Despite their myriad doubts, they inherently trusted Lin Yi's instincts and abilities. After all, from the very beginning, Lin Yi had exhibited wisdom and strength far beyond that of ordinary individuals. "You are correct. The power of the abyss derives from the spiritual veins," Su Qingxue spoke softly. "But these veins are not only the source of power. They also bear the life and history of this continent. To effect change, we must start from this point." "Indeed," Lin Yi affirmed, "while the power of the abyss is formidable, its resurgence demands the sacrifice of this continent's spiritual veins. If we can seize control of the core of these veins, we can obliterate the abyss in one fell swoop." Upon hearing this, the figure in black's expression shifted, his voice turning icy. "Do you understand that the core of the spiritual veins is not merely the lifeblood of this continent, but is also intricately linked to the resurgence of the abyss? To reverse the flow of the spiritual veins, there is only one means to achieve this." "What is it?" Lin Yi inquired swiftly. But a flicker of barely concealed panic flashed in the figure's eyes. "Only by merging with the power of the abyss, by becoming a part of it, Can you qualify to control the flow of the spiritual veins? Merge with the power of the abyss? Shen Mingyao faltered for a moment, then frowned. What does that mean? The figure cloaked in black inhaled deeply, finally revealing the truth. The power of the abyss is not merely confined to darkness. It lurks in every inch of this continent, in every river and every mountain. If you wish to control the spiritual veins, the only way is to become a part of the abyss. To embrace its power, that is utterly impossible. Shen Mingyao gritted her teeth, declaring that they would never succumb to the temptations of the abyss. You do not comprehend. The abyss is not purely evil. It is the very source of this land, possessing an irrefutable intrinsic value. The figure in black scoffed, stating that your resistance would only hasten your demise. To become a part of the abyss is your sole option. Lin Yi fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. You may have a point, but we will never forsake our freedom for such a choice. Freedom? The figure in black snorted. Your pursuit of freedom is naught but an unattainable illusion, and no matter how powerful you are, you cannot contend with the abyss at that moment. Lin Ye's gaze suddenly sharpened, his expression turning grave. He spun around to look at the distant sky. Murmuring, something is amiss. The revival of the abyss is no coincidence. There must be someone orchestrating it from behind the scenes. Hearing this, Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue felt a jolt in their hearts. Realizing that the impending battle would transcend a mere contest of power, it would involve the fate of the entire world. The revival of the abyss may not simply be the work of dark forces, but rather a deeper conspiracy. Lin Yi, what should we do next? Su Qingxue inquired. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, taking a deep breath. We must locate the source of the abyss and unravel the conspiracy behind it. Only then can we truly dismantle the power of the abyss and save this continent. The figure in black, upon hearing this, laughed coldly. You have no retreat. The fate of the abyss is destined to remain unchanged. Let us see who truly masters destiny, Lin Yi retorted coldly, his gaze unwavering as iron. You think you can alter destiny? The figure in black sneered before vanishing into thin air, asserting that your resistance is destined to be futile. Chapter 67. The underlying tide. Lin Yi stood amidst the ruins, casting his gaze around at the desolate scene. The shadow of the abyss still loomed overhead. The words of the figure in black pierced his heart like a sharp blade. The spiritual veins, the abyss, destiny, all of it sounded overwhelmingly complex, nearly suffocating. Particularly that statement. To control the spiritual veins, one must become a part of the abyss. This prompted him to seriously contemplate what the abyss truly was and the secrets it concealed. Lin Yi, do not overthink it. Shen Mingyao approached, softly reassuring him that the most crucial matter now is not to be daunted by the figure in black's words, but rather to find a solution. Did you not already devise a plan? Yes. Lin Yi nodded, inhaling deeply. The figure in black was right. The power of the abyss seemed to be intertwined with the spiritual veins of this continent. If we wish to completely obliterate the abyss, we must first uncover the secrets of the spiritual veins. Spiritual veins? Su Qingxue furrowed her brow, questioning the meaning of it. I have never heard of such a thing. The spiritual veins are the foundation of this continent, embodying its life force and energy, Lin Yi explained patiently. The abyss is evidently deeply connected to the spiritual veins. To destroy the abyss, we must first grasp the secrets of the spiritual veins. But if the spiritual veins are indeed so vital, many forces must be keeping a close watch on them, right? Shen Mingyao expressed her concerns, questioning whether, even if they learned the secrets of the spiritual veins, they could successfully trace the source of the abyss. I'm uncertain about that as well, Lin Yi frowned. But one thing is certain. The figure in black will not easily allow us to approach the source of the abyss. Moreover, his mention of merging with the power of the abyss gives me a rather ominous feeling. We must act swiftly. We cannot wait for the abyss to fully awaken. What should we do then? Su Qingxue asked. I believe we need to find a location to thoroughly explore the spiritual veins of this continent. Lin Yi contemplated for a moment, recalling the figure in black's words. The spiritual veins are not merely a single location, but traverse the entire continent. If we can locate the core of the spiritual veins, we will find the source of the abyss. You mean? Shen Mingyao's eyes flashed with alertness. We must find the core of the spiritual veins? Precisely, Lin Yi nodded. If we can discover the core of the spiritual veins, perhaps we can harness its power before the abyss fully revives. Shall we embark at once? Su Qingxue appeared somewhat impatient. Indeed, a determined glint flickered in Lin Ye's eyes. Yet we must first identify a route to the core of the spiritual veins. This continent is vast. Searching will undoubtedly be arduous. What shall we do? Shen Mingyao inquired. I suspect the power of the abyss has already infiltrated parts of this continent, and perhaps we can glean clues from ancient relics. Lin Yi suggested. I have heard some legends about a temple that might harbor the secrets of the spiritual veins. The temple? Su Qingxue expressed her confusion. I have heard of it, but it is a mythical place. No one knows its exact location. Perhaps that is precisely where we need to search. A spark of insight lit Lin Ye's eyes. If, as the figure in black said, the secrets of the spiritual veins lie deep within the abyss, then the ruins of the temple are likely intricately linked to the revival of the abyss. Very well, then let us seek it out. Shen Mingyao nodded, but we must proceed with caution. The power of the abyss is formidable. We cannot afford to be complacent, agreed. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Are you all prepared? Always ready, Shen Mingyao affirmed resolutely. We have no path of retreat. Then let us set forth. Lin Yi turned, leading them into the unknown. Along the way, he remained silent, aware that this battle would no longer be merely against the figure in black or the abyss, but rather a struggle with the fate of the entire continent. The secrets of the spiritual veins, the power of the abyss, and the hidden conspiracies behind them, all of this was far more intricate than they had imagined. Whether they could shatter the shackles of the abyss and alter the fate of this continent became their greatest challenge ahead. After walking for some time, Su Qingxue suddenly halted, turning to inquire, Lin Yi, do you truly believe we can accomplish this? Lin Yi paused, then met her gaze, his eyes gleaming with confidence. I cannot be certain, but I will exert every effort to do so. Shen Mingyao added beside him, regardless of how formidable the abyss may be. We cannot give up. Lin Yi nodded. Thank you for your trust. We must walk this path together from here on. At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from ahead. The three immediately heightened their alertness. Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue swiftly assumed defensive stances, while Lin Yi focused intently. Who goes there? Lin Yi called out loudly, his tone laced with warning. Haha, what a coincidence to encounter you here. A familiar voice rang out from a short distance away. Lin Ye's eyes widened in surprise. You? Emerging from the shadows was none other than the enigmatic figure. Yun Xiao. What brings you here? Shen Mingyao exclaimed. Astonished. Did we not just depart from that ruin? How did you manage to track us down? Yun Xiao smiled slightly, claiming that such trivial matters posed no challenge for him. In truth, I anticipated you would come here. So I followed. Followed us? Lin Yi frowned, questioning his intentions. I am here to assist you. Yun Xiao regarded them, his demeanor turning serious. The revival of the abyss is far more intricate than you realize. You must understand. The abyss is not merely a question of power. It pertains to the fate of the entire continent. What do you mean? Shen Mingyao inquired. Yun Xiao lowered his gaze, his expression grave. The revival of the abyss will not only bring catastrophe, it will alter the entire order of the world. Once the spiritual veins are entirely consumed by the abyss, the energy balance of the continent will collapse completely. Lin Ye's heart sank at this revelation. So, the revival of the abyss truly cannot be thwarted? Not at all. Yun Xiao raised his head, his eyes shining with determination. If you can locate the temple and unravel its secrets, you can halt the revival of the abyss. Lin Ye's heart stirred. The secrets of the temple. Do you know how to enter it? Yun Xiao smiled faintly. I will lead you there. Chapter 68. The secrets of the temple. Lin Yi, can we truly trust him? Shen Mingyao whispered, her gaze warily fixed on Yun Xiao. His sudden appearance raises too many questions. How could he possibly know we would be here? I do not know either. Lin Yi remained silent for a moment, shaking his head, but every word he spoke ignited a strong intuition within me. Perhaps he genuinely knows something. Do you genuinely trust him? Shen Mingyao expressed her skepticism. Then who exactly is he? Are we really going to follow him based solely on his sudden claims? I understand your concerns. Lin Yi spoke softly, yet if he can indeed lead us to the secrets of the temple, it would provide a shortcut for us. He glanced at Yun Xiao, his expression serious. However, we must be prepared. If he harbors ulterior motives, we should have a contingency plan. As Yun Xiao listened to Lin Ye's words, a subtle smile graced his lips, reassuring them, rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. The secrets of the temple are shrouded in profound mystery, known only to a select few. He paused momentarily, then redirected his discourse. The reason I sought you out is that I am aware only you possess the capability to address the resurgence of the abyss of darkness. Address? Su Qingxue furrowed her brow. You speak truthfully, but what exactly is this abyss of darkness? Why must it be us who intervenes? The power of the abyss is not mere malevolence. Yunxiao's expression grew solemn. Its fate is intricately intertwined with the very existence of this continent. Should the abyss awaken, the energy of the entire land will collapse, affecting all life and plunging the world into chaos. What can we do? Shen Mingyao fixed her gaze on Yunxiao. If the abyss truly wields such formidable power, how can a mere handful of us alter the course? Yunxiao replied with calm assurance. In truth, the abyss is able to revive because it has siphoned the power from the spiritual veins. Simply put, these veins are the lifeline of this continent. If we can restore the core of the spiritual veins, we can sever the abyss's source of power. A glimmer of realization flickered in Lin Ye's eyes. Restore the spiritual veins? Are there clues within the temple? Indeed, Yunxiao nodded. The temple conceals the secrets of the spiritual veins. Only by locating the temple can we fully comprehend how to restore the veins and seal the abyss. And where is this temple? Su Qingxue inquired eagerly. Let us seek it out at once. It is not as simple as that. Yunxiao shook his head. Only a select few know the entrance to the temple, and those individuals have long since vanished. Moreover, the temple is protected by formidable mechanisms, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary individuals. What, then, shall we do? Shen Mingyao expressed her impatience. Are we to remain helpless? Do not fret, Yunxiao smiled gently. Though the entrance to the temple is sealed, if we can discover the key to the temple, we may gain entry. A key? Lin Yi questioned, puzzled. What is that? It is an ancient talisman stone. Only its bearer can unlock the temple's doors, Yunxiao explained. However, this talisman is hidden away so deeply that even I am unaware of its precise location. How shall we find it? Lin Yi asked. Yunxiao's gaze deepened. The clues to this talisman reside in a forgotten place. Only by entering that region can we trace the talisman's whereabouts. A forgotten place? Shen Mingyao raised an eyebrow. What kind of place is that? Indeed, Yunxiao affirmed. It is an ancient relic buried beneath time and darkness, known as Yuming Valley. As the name suggests, it is a cursed location, almost no one dares to approach. Once, it was the periphery of the ancient temple, and to this day, no one knows what lies buried within. Yuming Valley. Shen Mengyao's heart quickened at the mention. Is it not perilous? How shall we gain entry? This is precisely the reason I sought you. Yunxiao smiled faintly. The entrance to Yuming Valley can only be unlocked under specific conditions, and you happen to fulfill those conditions. We? Su Qingxue questioned, perplexed. What conditions do we fulfill? It is your bloodlines. Yunxiao's eyes revealed a complex emotion. Each of you carries a unique essence tied to the temple and the spiritual veins. Only you can unlock the entrance to Yuming Valley. Bloodlines? Lin Ye's mind raced as he recalled the ancient symbol they had discovered earlier. Is this related to the symbol we found in the ruins? Precisely, Yunxiao confirmed. That symbol is the key to opening Yuming Valley. Each of your bloodlines serves as a gateway to the temple. Now it makes sense. Lin Yi nodded slightly, a glint of resolve in his eyes. Let us proceed to Yuming Valley, seek the talisman, and unveil the temple's secrets. Indeed, Yunxiao regarded Lin Yi with a hint of admiration. Your progress thus far indicates a sufficient determination. Moving forward, we must locate the talisman within Yuming Valley to alter the fate of the abyss. However, Shen Mingyao's voice turned somber. Yuming Valley sounds truly unsettling. If it is indeed a cursed place, can we return safely? Have no fear. Lin Yi turned to Shen Mingyao. We shall face whatever dangers arise together. Never to part ways, agreed. Su Qingxue clenched her fist. I trust you, Lin Yi. Then let us set forth. Lin Yi nodded resolutely. As their footsteps echoed, the destination of Yuming Valley gradually crystallized before them. Though Lin Ye's heart brimmed with questions, he maintained his composure. He understood that despite the unknown and perilous nature of Yuming Valley, the path to thwart the abyss's resurgence was one he must tread. Just as they neared the entrance to Yuming Valley, a sudden surge of potent energy rippled from afar. Lin Yi halted abruptly, scanning the surroundings with keen eyes, a sense of unease brewing within him. There is movement ahead, he murmured. Is someone approaching? Shen Mingyao asked. Her voice tinged with tension. Uncertain, Lin Yi frowned. We must proceed with caution. Suddenly, From the depths of darkness ahead, a low, menacing laughter resonated. At last. I have found you. Lin Yi. Chapter 69. The gate of Yuming Valley standing before the entrance to Yuming Valley. Lin Ye's heartbeat quickened. He felt an oppressive atmosphere surrounding them, as if countless eyes lurked in the shadows, waiting for a signal to strike. This place appears rather eerie, Shen Mingyao remarked, her brow furrowed. Uncertain of what lay within, do you not sense the oppressive air? Su Qingxue whispered, as though we are being watched. Indeed, Lin Yi nodded, casting his gaze towards the surrounding shadows. This is the essence of Yuming Valley. The silence outside is disconcerting, yet once we enter, we may face wave after wave of tribulations. What shall we do? Shen Mengyao's eyes reflected unease. Should we not prepare before entering? There is no time. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, clenching his fists. If the abyss's power has already begun to spread, we cannot escape this storm by merely standing back. We must uncover the temple's mysteries to unravel the secrets of the spiritual veins and the abyss, thus averting catastrophe. At that moment, Yunxiao stepped forward. Are you prepared? The secrets of the temple are not to be taken lightly. Lin Yi glanced at him, affirming, we are ready. He then turned to face the imposing stone door that gradually came into view, determination shining in his eyes. Let us enter and swiftly seek the key to the temple. You say this stone door is the entrance to Yuming Valley? Shen Mingyao inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. It resembles an entrance to a tomb. Are you certain we can find a way out? This is not a tomb, but rather the source of dark power. Yunxiao's tone shifted from calm to serious. Once inside, all must tread carefully. This was once the periphery of the temple, and any outsiders who approach may trigger its protective mechanisms. But did you not mention that only we can enter? Shen Mingyao questioned, puzzled. Indeed, Yunxiao confirmed. Your bloodlines are the keys to this door. As long as you stand before it, it shall open automatically. Is that truly the case? Su Qingxue expressed doubt. It sounds too simple. Let us test it, Lin Yi responded, harboring both skepticism and determination. He approached the stone door, taking a deep breath, feeling the ominous pressure enveloping him. Raising his hand, he gently touched the symbols etched upon the door. And suddenly, a deep rumble emanated from it. Look, the door is opening. Shen Mingyao gasped as the door slowly creaked open, revealing a pitch-black passageway. Without hesitation, Lin Yi stepped inside first. Let us go. No time to linger. Time waits for no one. They followed Lin Yi into Yuming Valley. The air within the passage grew increasingly damp, the walls adorned with thick moss that vaguely revealed ancient runes. These runes emitted a faint glow, serving as both guidance and warning. This place is truly ominous. Su Qingxue tightened her cloak. I have never encountered such a stifling environment. This is the nature of Yuming Valley, Yunxiao explained calmly. It lies on the edge of the abyss, where all dark powers converge. You must remain vigilant at all times. Did you not say this was the temple's periphery? Shen Mingyao frowned. How shall we uncover the secrets of the temple? Follow the runes, and you shall find the temple. Yunxiao pointed to the symbols on the wall. These runes serve as navigation to the temple. As long as you pay attention to their changes, you will discern the temple's location. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's eyes lit up with understanding. So these runes are the temple's guide. He observed the runes closely, noticing they radiated a gradient of light leading forward. After traversing a distance along the path illuminated by the runes, they finally arrived at a vast cavern. In the heart of the cavern, there stood an ancient altar, above which hung a radiant stone tablet shimmering with a blue glow. The tablet was inscribed with intricate symbols, while around the altar lay scattered mysterious artifacts and relics. This is... Lin Yi stepped forward and whispered, is this the core of the temple? Indeed. Yunxiao nodded. This tablet is the key to the temple. Only through it can one unravel the secrets of the spiritual veins and grasp the true origin of the abyss. However, Shen Mingyao gazed at the tablet. These symbols are beyond my comprehension. These symbols are not mere letters, Yunxiao explained. They are part of the protective array left behind by the temple. Only by deciphering the secrets of the array can one truly enter the temple. How do we decipher it? Lin Yi frowned. These symbols resemble a complex code. Indeed, Yunxiao affirmed. Yet each individual's bloodline possesses a mysterious connection to these symbols. Your bloodlines can trigger a reaction from the symbols, unlocking the array. What? Shen Mengyao's eyes widened. How do we unlock it? Quite simply. Yunxiao smiled gently. You need only stand upon the altar and sense the connection between these symbols and yourselves. They will willingly merge with your bloodlines, allowing you to decode the array. How peculiar, Su Qingxue murmured. This is rather hard to believe, isn't it? Do not dwell on that. Let us simply try and see. Lin Yi declared, we can only take one step at a time. Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to proceed with the attempt. One by one, the three ascended the altar, standing beside the radiant stone tablet. As they positioned themselves upon the altar, the symbols began to flicker softly, and the air around them seemed to grow thin. Suddenly, the symbols on the altar erupted in a dazzling light, and a powerful wave of energy surged throughout the space. This is, Shan Mingyao gasped. What are we triggering? Lin Yi too sensed the surrounding changes, his heartbeat quickening. Abruptly, everything before him became blurred, as if he were slipping into another realm. The symbols on the tablet began to transform, gradually revealing a vast map marked with mysterious locations, while between these locations, a hidden path began to emerge. This is the route to the temple, Lin Yi exclaimed excitedly. We have found it. Truly, you are remarkable. Yuan Shao said with an appreciative smile, it seems the temple's secrets are finally being unveiled. Just as they prepared to advance, an abrupt tension filled the air. Shadows around them began to writhe, as if something was awakening. Something is amiss. Lin Yi spun around. Everyone be cautious. Chapter 70. The summoning in darkness. Lin Yi stood at the center of the altar, his heart racing furiously. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. The recent changes in the symbols and the emergence of the mysterious map seemed to open a portal to the temple. Yet, simultaneously, the pressure in the air grew heavier, as if an invisible force was quietly approaching. Lin Yi, do you feel that? Shen Mengyao's voice came from behind, laced with tension. Something feels off here. The air is becoming increasingly oppressive. I know, Lin Yi replied, his voice low. It feels as if something is closing in on us. Do you not sense that we are being watched? Su Qingxue scanned the surroundings, her brow furrowed. The atmosphere turned unsettling after the symbols illuminated. Yes, stay vigilant, Yuan Shao said calmly. The Netherworld Valley is not as simple as we imagine. Whenever the secrets of the temple are touched upon, the power of the abyss is awakened. The power of the abyss? Shen Mingyao blinked in surprise. What does that have to do with us? Could it truly manifest here? You must understand, the abyss is not merely evil. It is an ancient power that even the guardians of the temple cannot entirely eradicate. Yuan Zhao's voice grew somber. Each time the secrets of the temple are unveiled, the power of the abyss resurfaces, growing stronger. What shall we do then? Lin Yi furrowed his brow. If the power of the abyss has already been awakened, can we contend with it? Indeed, the power of the abyss is formidable. Yuan Shao lowered his head slightly, yet do not forget, your bloodlines possess the strength to oppose it. Only you have the capacity to stop it. As Lin Yi absorbed these words, a swirl of complex emotions surged within him. He knew that Yuan Shao was no ordinary individual. He seemed to be privy to matters that they had yet to comprehend. Though questions lingered, he understood that this was not the moment for contemplation. Very well, then we must press on. Lin Yi took a deep breath, patting Shen Mingyao on the shoulder. Ready? Let us proceed. Let us go. Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue exchanged a glance, both nodding in agreement. Though apprehensive, they recognized that their only course of action was to move forward. They cautiously stepped onto the stone tablet before the altar, and with Lin Yi's stride, the surrounding symbols began to brighten, their glow intensifying. The map on the tablet grew clearer, guiding their path as it appeared to converge upon a single point. Look, there, Su Qingxue pointed ahead, proclaiming that location must be where the temple resides. Lin Yi fixed his gaze upon the light amidst the darkness, his resolve strengthening. We shall take that route. We cannot falter. Yet, just as they were poised to advance, a piercing shriek suddenly shattered the stillness, and the surrounding shadows began to contort, growing denser as though a colossal creature lurked within the darkness. Trouble is brewing. Lin Yi whirled around, nervously surveying the area. Everyone be cautious. The power of the abyss appears to be seeping in. And no sooner had he spoken than a massive shadow in the darkness lunged toward them, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. As if intent on devouring them whole, dodge, Lin Yi shouted, instantly unleashing his extraordinary abilities. A powerful force erupted from within him, intercepting the advancing shadow. However, this force seemed insufficient to dispel the darkness entirely. Instead, the shadow instantly fragmented into countless smaller monsters, resembling swarms of black mist that swiftly enveloped the four. "What are these?" Shen Mingyao cried out in terror. The shadows before her appeared ghostly, sending chills down her spine. "They are the apostles of the abyss." Yun Zhao's expression darkened. "They are incarnations of the abyss, capable of resurrecting anywhere and attacking anyone who comes into contact with the secrets of the temple. These creatures are not easily dispatched," Lin Yi said coolly. "We must first drive them back. Do not let them ensnare you." "Understood." Shen Mingyao wielded her spiritual energy, and the air around them erupted with blinding light as blades of light shot from her hands. Striking the black mist with precision, Hu Qingxue was equally proactive, swiftly forming seals with her hands. A blue beam, akin to a laser, shot toward one of the shadows, instantly obliterating it. "The attack power of these apostles of the abyss is formidable," Shen Mingyao shouted. "Judging by their speed and strength, they are far from easy to handle. Do not panic. Focus your energy and swiftly dismantle their source." Lin Yi commanded, channeling all his energy, utilizing the power of the divine eye. He quickly discerned the attack trajectories of the apostles of the abyss and countered accordingly. "Watch me!" Shen Mengyao's voice rose sharply, followed by a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupting from her body. Her eyes glimmered with an ethereal blue light, nearly illuminating the entire cavern. Under her control, more and more shadows were eradicated one by one. Yet, the power of the abyss seemed to flow ceaselessly. With each elimination, more shadows emerged from the darkness. "Hurry! Hurry!" Lin Yi felt the encroaching presence behind him, a sense of urgency swelling within. If this continued, we would be trapped here. We can only press onward. Yuan Shao suddenly shouted. "As long as you have not entered the core of the temple, the power of the abyss will never cease. Press onward? How can we do that?" Shen Mingyao exclaimed anxiously. "These monsters are not allowing us any opportunity. Trust me." Lin Yi gritted his teeth. "We must head towards the temple. Only by entering the temple can we truly rid ourselves of them." They had no other choice but to force their way through. Throughout their journey, the apostles of the abyss relentlessly attacked. Lin Yi defended while leading the group through the dark passage. Behind them, shadows continued to pursue. Nearly every few steps, new monsters lunged at them. At long last, they broke through numerous obstacles and arrived at a colossal underground hall. At the center of the hall stood a massive stone door, inscribed with the same symbols as the altar. "This is it." Lin Yi took a deep breath. "This is the entrance to the temple. Open the door," Shen Mingyao urged. "These apostles of the abyss will not afford us a moment's respite. Allow me to give it a try." Yuan Shao approached the stone door, extending his finger to touch the symbols upon it, causing them to flicker instantly. Subsequently, the stone door began to slowly open, revealing a staircase that descended into the depths. "Let us enter." Lin Yi did not hesitate, pulling everyone towards the stone gate. "We must enter. Only then is there a possibility of finding the true exit." They rushed through the stone gate, and as it closed behind them, the apostles of the abyss could no longer approach from outside. Breathing heavily, Lin Yi turned to look at the three behind him, finally revealing a hint of relief on his face. At last. "We can catch our breath." Chapter 71. Secrets of the temple's depths. We have finally made it inside. Lin Yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, panting as he surveyed the temple hall before him. The air around them felt unusually heavy, as if time had come to a standstill in that very moment, with all sounds swallowed up, leaving only their breaths and footsteps echoing in the vast hall. It was hard to believe that they had managed to escape from the clutches of those monsters. Shan Mengyao's voice trembled slightly, clearly still shaken from the recent battle. "Stop merely lamenting our exhaustion. Let us examine our surroundings first." Hu Qingxue lifted her gaze, scanning the area, where the atmosphere of the temple grew even more mysterious and oppressive. The walls were etched with ancient runes, subtly shimmering in the dim light. As though concealing endless secrets, these runes. Yuan Shao approached one of the walls, his fingers gently brushing against it. They closely resemble the symbols on the altar, indicating that the structure of this temple is indeed interconnected with the altar. "Then how shall we find the true core?" Lin Yi clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. "The power of the abyss has been fully activated, and we must find a way to unravel it swiftly." "Calm down, Lin Yi." Yuan Shao smiled faintly. "Look, this place is not merely a temple. It is also a vast labyrinth. To uncover the core, we must decipher the secrets within a labyrinth. Shen Mingyao furrowed her brows. Are you suggesting that this is a trap? To be precise, it is a trial of the temple. Only those who pass through its layers of challenges may ultimately unveil the true secret. Yun Xiao explained. But fear not. I have entered this temple before and possess some understanding of its rules. You've been here? Su Qingxue gazed at him in astonishment. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Yun Xiao did not respond, merely gazing into the shadows ahead. A flicker of complex emotion crossed his eyes before he finally said, I do not wish to speak of the past. A heavy silence enveloped them, and no one spoke further. Lin Yi refrained from pressing for more details, aware that Yun Xiao's secrets were far more intricate than they appeared. With assistance now at hand, they could only rely on Yun Xiao, postponing any further inquiries for the time being. Since this is a labyrinth, we must tread carefully, Lin Yi stated calmly, urging everyone to remain vigilant and prepared for any eventuality. Understood. Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue nodded in unison, the three of them readying themselves for the worst. They cautiously ventured deeper into the hall, their footsteps echoing in the vast space, as if with each step, the temple's silence was gradually being shattered. In the center of the hall stood a massive stone door, adorned with glimmering gemstones that radiated a mysterious light. This is... Lin Yi approached the stone door, reaching out to touch it. Instantly, a beam of blue light shot forth from the crack, illuminating the entire hall. Be cautious. Yun Xiao spoke in a low tone. This is the first trial of the temple. Only by solving the riddle can one pass through. The riddle? Shen Mingyao frowned. What should we do? Allow me to give it a try. Lin Yi took a deep breath, stepping up to the stone door to closely examine the symbols upon it. These symbols bear some resemblance to the runes on the altar. Yet they seem more intricate, requiring careful contemplation. It appears these symbols are akin to a code. Lin Yi murmured, we must decipher the correct combination to unlock this door. A code? Shen Mingyao looked puzzled. How do we find it? The symbols conceal clues, possibly related to the history of the temple. Lin Yi pondered for a moment. If I am not mistaken, these symbols represent an ancient language that needs to be interpreted based on the legends of the temple. An ancient language. Yun Xiao murmured, indeed, the riddle here is rooted in the legends from the temple's history. Look, there is an inscription here. I recall having seen it in a book. Lin Yi and Shen Mingyao leaned closer, intently examining the spot. Yun Xiao pointed to. There, on the stone door, was an inscription, ancient and intricate, seemingly eroded by time, leaving only vague outlines. What does this inscription mean? Shen Mingyao inquired. It recounts the origin of the temple, detailing how it once sealed away a formidable power, and the embodiment of that power is. Yun Xiao paused, directing his gaze at Lin Yi. Your bloodline. Why bloodline? Lin Yi was taken aback. What do you mean? You are the inheritor of the temple's bloodline, and the temple's secrets are intricately tied to your abilities. Yun Xiao explained, only you possess the right to open this door. What must I do? Lin Yi was increasingly bewildered. You simply need to let a drop of your blood fall upon this door. Yun Xiao replied calmly. The temple's power will only respond to those who are connected to it. Others cannot pass through. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi drew out a dagger, slicing his finger to let a droplet of blood fall gently onto the symbols of the stone door. The instant the blood touched the door, it began to tremble violently, emitting a deep rumbling sound. The symbols on the door instantly illuminated, their radiance spreading like a tide, and with a resounding crash, the door slowly opened. We did it! Shen Mingyao exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes wide with shock. Entering the temple, what lay ahead remained an enigma. Yun Xiao stated calmly, this is merely the most perilous part. Prepare yourselves. Lin Yi nodded, stepping through the open stone door. As they entered, the space behind the door revealed an entirely different sight. A vast underground palace, shimmering with golden light, dazzling like a mysterious starry sky. Yet before they could admire the beauty of the temple, a sudden sense of oppression surged once more, and the air thickened ominously. The power of the abyss seemed to awaken again, refusing to recede even with the door's opening. What is this? Shen Mingyao looked around nervously, her brow furrowed. The power of the abyss has not been entirely sealed away. Yun Xiao spoke coolly. It is seeking an opportunity to revive. The ultimate secret of the temple lies within its power. Lin Yi's heart tightened, his fists clenched. We cannot allow the abyss to resurrect. What you are about to face will be the most formidable trial. Yuan Shao's tone grew grave. Only by overcoming this challenge can you truly unravel the temple's secrets and eliminate the threat of the abyss. We can do it, Lin Yi shouted, his eyes filled with unwavering determination as he strode forward. The shadow of the abyss loomed over them like a storm cloud, but Lin Yi understood that this battle was one from which they could not retreat. Chapter 72. Trials in the Abyss. Lin Yi walked in the lead, his steps heavy, each stride feeling as though he were treading upon a weighty stone resting upon his heart. The air was thick with a damp, musty scent, and bizarre vines crawled along the walls, resembling some ancient life form poised to spring to life at any moment. Look over there. Shan Mengyao's voice rang out from behind, tinged with a hint of tension. Lin Yi turned back, following her gaze, only to see looming shadows materializing on either side of the corridor, as if massive creatures lay in wait within the darkness. They were the faces of beasts adorned with curved horns, lifelike and seemingly ready to pounce. What are those? Lin Yi frowned, alarm bells ringing in his mind. They are the Guardians. Yuan Shao's voice remained remarkably composed. The Guardians of the Temple exist to prevent those unworthy from passing through. Only by overcoming their trials can you continue onward. Trials? Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. They constitute the trials? Indeed. Yuan Shao nodded. However, these Guardians will not attack unless provoked or if you inadvertently trespass into their domain. How do we avoid encountering them? Shen Mingyao asked, concern evident in her tone. From the look in their eyes, it seems their vision does not rely solely on sight. Yuan Shao explained. Thus, the best approach is to avoid direct confrontation and quietly navigate around them. Lin Yi nodded, signaling for everyone to follow closely, then began to tread lightly forward. Each step was taken with utmost caution, mindful not to draw the attention of the Guardians. After traversing approximately 10 meters, they finally arrived at what appeared to be an ordinary wooden door. The surroundings offered no particular distinction, save for the doorknob, which was embedded with a radiant gemstone. This should be the entrance to the next area. Yuan Shao murmured, yet this door may also conceal further challenges. You mean to pass through this door, we must face another trial? Shen Mingyao asked anxiously. Yes. Yuan Shao nodded. However, based on my experience, the forms of challenges can vary greatly. Some test courage, while others test wit. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi approached the wooden door and grasped the doorknob. The door opened, yet contrary to expectations, there were no grand mechanisms or sudden foes awaiting them. Instead, behind the door lay a tranquil hall, imbued with an air of mystery. Seems it is not as complicated as we imagined. Lin Yi exhaled in relief, yet his vigilance remained unyielding. Not let your guard down. Yuan Shao cautioned, for each moment of tranquility often heralds an impending, greater challenge. Just as Yuan Shao had foretold, shortly after their entrance into the grand hall, the entire space underwent a sudden transformation. The ground cracked open, and the surrounding walls began to rise slowly, as if an invisible force was orchestrating the entire scene. We have fallen into a trap. Shen Mingyao exclaimed loudly. Do not panic. Observe the details around us. Lin Yi said calmly. This is not merely a mechanism. It is also a test of our psyche. A psychological test? Shen Mingyao furrowed her brow, puzzled. What do you mean? Look at the inscriptions on the walls. Lin Yi gestured around, as lines of text began to emerge on the surface. The words were arranged in an ancient language, resembling projections of some forgotten memory. What do these inscriptions signify? Su Qingxue inquired. I recall encountering similar characters upon my initial entrance into this temple. These are puzzles designed to test our mental fortitude, Yuan Shao elucidated. They will lead us to make erroneous decisions based on our choices. Lead us? Lin Ye's heart tightened at the implication. We must not fall into the traps laid by these writings. Indeed, Yuan Shao affirmed, the crux of the puzzle lies in identifying the true clues within. Rather than being deceived by superficial appearances, I can sense a strong inducement from these inscriptions. They aim to mislead us onto a false path. How do we discern the correct answer? Shen Mingyao asked eagerly. We must interpret them based on our past experiences, Yuan Shao continued. The meanings behind these words reflect certain choices within our hearts. Only through psychological self-awareness can we navigate through successfully. Lin Yi composed himself. Closing his eyes to attune to the atmosphere surrounding him, he ceased to scrutinize the intricate characters, instead seeking patterns within the emotions they evoked. Suddenly, a spark ignited within him, illuminating his mind. The inscriptions were not urging him to decipher their literal meanings. Rather, They called for him to cast aside biases and past experiences, to maintain a pure heart in order to uncover the true answer. I understand, Lin Yi exclaimed, opening his eyes abruptly to address Su Qingxue and Shan Mingyao. We cannot rely solely on past experiences. We must relinquish all prejudices and choose based on our instincts. What do you mean? Shan Mingyao gazed at him in confusion. What I sensed from those inscriptions is a power that encourages us to shed all burdens. We should not overthink complexities but instead rely on our intuition, Lin Yi explained. Intuition? Su Qingxue appeared somewhat perplexed. Yes, Lin Yi nodded. Deep within each individual lies their truest self. Only at critical moments can we rely on our genuine judgment to pierce through the confusion. He approached the wall and gently touched the inscriptions. As he did, the writings began to blur, gradually vanishing from the wall until only a flickering symbol remained. A seemingly ordinary circle. We succeeded, Lin Yi smiled faintly, recognizing this as the answer. Subsequently, the surrounding walls began to descend slowly, revealing a passageway. Although Lin Yi led the group into the corridor, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Having passed the initial challenge, he knew the trials ahead would be even more daunting. Chapter 73. The Realm of Lost Souls. Let us go. Stay close behind me. Lin Yi adjusted his pace once more, softly directing those behind him. The deeper they ventured into this ancient temple, the more unpredictable the dangers became. With each step, a weighty apprehension settled upon him, as if an unseen force was pressing down upon him. Despite his efforts to remain calm, an underlying disquiet refused to dissipate. Shan Mingyao and Su Qingxue followed closely, the trio cautiously navigating the dark passage. Silence enveloped them, save for the echo of their footsteps in the vast emptiness. As if the corridor itself were an endless labyrinth, where losing one's way meant never escaping. Lin Yi, something feels amiss here, Shan Mingyao whispered, her brow furrowed with concern. I feel as though something is watching us. I feel it too, Su Qingxue replied, her voice tinged with tension. It's as if we are being monitored by countless eyes. Lin Yi paused momentarily, surveying their surroundings. He sensed an overwhelming pressure, as if myriad eyes lurked in the shadows. Yet all remained void of visible presence. It could be the malevolent force of this temple at play. Lin Yi murmured, his brow creased. The temple's dark energy is incredibly formidable. Any intruder will be detected by its will. This sensation is a form of mental oppression. Though invisible, it is palpably real. What should we do then? Shan Mingyao appeared anxious, instinctively clutching Lin Yi's sleeve. Stay calm, and try to maintain your composure. Lin Yi reassured her, gently patting her hand. If we can fortify our beliefs and disregard these illusory threats, the temple's pressure shall pose no danger to us. Indeed, do not panic, Su Qingxue chimed in, attempting to comfort them despite her own uncertainty. They relied on Lin Yi, and it was imperative they remained composed during this pivotal moment. They continued onward, traversing through darkened passages until they gradually emerged into a more expansive hall. This chamber differed entirely from the previous sections of the temple. The floor was adorned with shimmering blue gemstones, and the walls were embellished with exquisite carvings, permeated by an ancient and mysterious aura. With each step into the hall, an overwhelming force enveloped them, as if the very space sought to consume their existence. This is Shan Mingyao murmured. What place is this? The innermost sanctum of the temple. Yunxiao's voice resonated from behind. He seemed to adapt to this environment more readily than the others. This was once the core of the temple, where ancient deities meditated, imparting many secrets of the temple. This place. Lin Yi surveyed the walls, his brow deeply furrowed. The potent energy in the air intensified, and the sense of oppression grew stronger. Indeed, it is fraught with peril. Yunxiao nodded solemnly. Yet it is precisely here that the true secrets of the temple can be unraveled. Only by entering this place can we fully thwart the resurrection of the Black Abyss. The Black Abyss, Shan Mingyao whispered, unable to suppress her unease. This location truly radiates an ominous aura. You need not worry, Lin Yi assured, turning to face Shan Mingyao and Su Qingxue. We have come this far. Retreat is not an option. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, we must press onward. As they spoke, they reached the center of the hall, where a colossal altar stood. The altar was surrounded by ancient runes, interwoven and emanating a faint glow, as if conveying that this altar was the key to unraveling all enigmas. This is it. Yunxiao approached the altar and spoke in a hushed tone. This is the true core of the temple. To dispel the power of the Black Abyss, We must activate the altar and unlock its seals. Activate the altar? Lin Yi furrowed his brow. How do we do that? First, we need to solve the riddle of the altar. Yun Xiao pointed to a massive gem at the center of the altar. The gem's color and radiance shifted continuously, requiring their energy to initiate its activation. Energy? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. What price must we pay? Yun Xiao's expression turned grave as he met Lin Yi's gaze. Activating the altar demands immense vitality, but it also entails great sacrifice. Each of us will have a portion of our life force drawn upon. Only by enduring the trials of the altar can we attain ultimate power. Lin Yi fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. The sacrifice of life force was no trivial matter, and each individual's life could be jeopardized. However, he understood that retreat was no longer an option. Halting the resurrection of the Black Abyss was imperative. We have no choice, Lin Yi said resolutely. If we do not act, there will be no opportunity to prevent the Black Abyss. For the sake of all, for the future of the world, we must accept this trial. Indeed, we stand together. Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue nodded firmly, clearly prepared to face the impending challenges. Very well, Yun Xiao affirmed. Since you have made your decision, let us commence. He extended his hand and pressed it against the gem of the altar. In that instant, the entire hall trembled violently, and the runes surrounding the altar flickered intensely, causing the very space to quiver. Brace yourselves, everyone, Yun Xiao whispered. The trial has begun. Suddenly, the gem within the altar erupted in brilliant light, casting a radiant beam directly towards them. Lin Yi, Shen Mingyao, and Su Qingxue felt their bodies heat up as their energies were rapidly siphoned away, as if a powerful force was relentlessly extracting their life force. Shen Mingyao couldn't help but cry out in pain, her face paling. Hold on, Lin Yi grasped her hand tightly. We are in this together. Su Qingxue could no longer contain herself, her body swaying precariously. Lin Yi, I'm not afraid. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, resolute that as long as they persevered, all of this would eventually pass. The trials of the altar were not merely a test of their physical endurance, but a profound examination of their willpower. Each individual's vitality was rapidly waning, yet they clung steadfastly to their final belief, refusing to succumb to despair. Gradually, the luminescence of the gem began to soften, signaling that the trial was entering its final phase. Lin Yi understood that they were nearing the conclusion of this challenge, but deep within, he recognized that the true test was far from over. Chapter 74. The end of the trial. The radiance gradually diminished, enveloping the grand hall in an atmosphere of solemnity, as if everything had reverted to its origin. Lin Yi tightly grasped the hands of Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue. Feeling the chill of their palms, a wave of complex emotions surging within him. Though they had momentarily survived this trial, it was merely the beginning for them. What do you think? Shen Mingyao gasped for breath. Lifting her gaze to Lin Yi, her eyes reflecting a blend of uncertainty and anxiety. Will we succeed? We should. Lin Yi nodded slightly, his complexion appearing somewhat pallid, though he maintained an exterior of calm. The majority of his energy had been siphoned away by the altar, leaving him with little remaining. However, the definitive outcome would depend on the altar's response. Su Qingxue furrowed her brow, a sense of unease settling in. This place feels increasingly ominous. What do those runes and lights signify? The trials of the altar are not solely a test of the body. Yun Xiao stepped forward, a contemplative expression adorning his face. They challenge our minds, attempting to absorb our life force and compel us to make choices. Such trials can only be overcome by those with unwavering resolve. So, have we passed? Shen Mingyao could not help but inquire. Indeed. Yun Xiao's gaze flickered slightly. At the very least, we have successfully activated the core of the altar. Now, only the final step remains. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, approaching the altar to scrutinize the gem that was gradually regaining its original hue. Although the gem's brilliance was no longer blinding, its center still emanated a mysterious power. The final step? He asked softly. What does it entail? The final step is the ultimate test of our hearts. Yun Xiao paused, his gaze drifting forward as if peering into the distant darkness. The true significance of the altar lies not in acquiring power, but in our ability to confront our fears and desires. Confronting fears and desires. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, then a flash of realization crossed his eyes. A hint of alertness emerging. You mean, this trial is not only a physical depletion but also a confrontation with our inner selves? Precisely, Yun Xiao nodded, his eyes profound. The ultimate purpose of the temple is to allow individuals to gain a clear understanding of their inner selves. If you cannot control your desires, or if you choose to flee in the face of your deepest fears, then you will never grasp true power. Upon hearing this, Shen Mingyao swallowed hard, appearing somewhat tense. That sounds rather frightening. What must we confront within ourselves? Yunxiao did not respond directly but instead gazed at the center of the altar, softly stating, "Each of you harbors different fears and desires within your hearts. The altar will project corresponding illusions based on your inner selves. If you can confront them boldly and break free from the shackles of your psyche, the altar will recognize you and grant you the strength to continue onward. And if we cannot," Shan Mingyao dared not continue. Yet they all understood that failure to pass the final test might mean eternal entrapment within this temple. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, suppressing the tension within. Turning to Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue, "We shall face this together. No matter what transpires, we must not falter." "Yes." Shen Mingyao nodded, her gaze resolute. "We will face it together." "All right," Su Qingxue also took a deep breath, firmly grasping Lin Ye's hand. "Whatever the trial may be, I will not give up," as they affirmed their resolve. The gem at the altar suddenly emitted a blinding radiance, a golden beam shooting skyward, piercing through the darkness of the temple and enveloping them entirely. Then, all sound faded, and silence blanketed the surroundings, with only the dazzling light swirling in the space. "Is this the final trial?" Shen Mingyao murmured, feeling as though she were being drawn by a powerful force, yet uncertain of what would unfold next. "Calm your mind and remain steady." Lin Ye's voice sounded slightly composed, though he too felt a twinge of anxiety. The trial had begun, and they must maintain control over their emotions. And no sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming sense of dizziness washed over them, the entire space seeming to whirl around. And in an instant, they were transported into a strange new world. The environment was utterly unfamiliar, shrouded in endless darkness, with only a vast expanse of desolate earth surrounding them, the wind howling and stirring up clouds of dust. "This is..." Shan Mingyao's voice trembled. "Where are we? This should be the illusion of our inner selves." Yunxiao's voice resonated in the darkness, carrying a weight of seriousness. "The ultimate goal of the trial is to confront your deepest fears and desires. Each individual will experience different illusions. You must remain calm and uncover your true selves within." "And what if we lose ourselves?" Shen Mingyao's voice quivered with panic. "If we become lost in this illusion, will we vanish forever?" No, Yunxiao's words were resolute. "Your inner selves will not be lost. The key is not to be controlled by fear. As long as you hold fast to your beliefs, you will ultimately discover the path to reality." Before his words could fully settle, the surrounding darkness was suddenly torn asunder, the scenery before them shifting dramatically, shafts of light piercing the heavens, heralding a monumental change. "Lin Yi!" Shen Mingyao suddenly exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" Following her, Lin Ye's gaze fell upon a colossal figure approaching from the distance. It was a gigantic beast, its imposing form radiating a fierce aura, its eyes as dark as the abyss, seemingly poised to devour everything in its path. "That is..." Lin Ye's eyes widened in shock. "It embodies our deepest fears, the monsters within our hearts." "It is me," Shen Mingyao whispered. "That monster is the nightmare dwelling within me. Whenever I recall the fears of my past, it materializes in my dreams. Do not be afraid." Lin Yi reassured her, "This is an illusion. We must not allow it to control you. It is too powerful." Shen Mingyao's voice trembled. I cannot control it." "No, Shen Mingyao, you can do this." Lin Yi urged softly. "Remember, fear is merely an illusion of our minds. Only by confronting it can we truly overcome it." With Lin Ye's encouragement, Shen Mingyao suddenly regained her composure. Her eyes filled with determination, a slight smile gracing her lips as she faced the massive beast. "You can do it," Lin Yi reiterated. Suddenly, the beast's form began to waver, becoming ethereal, as if shattering like glass, until it ultimately vanished from sight. "You did it!" Su Qingxue exclaimed with excitement. "Shen Mingyao, you conquered it." Shen Mingyao turned to Lin Yi and Su Qingxue, her eyes brimming with gratitude and joy. "Thank you both." I did it." "You are strong." Lin Yi smiled and nodded. "Now, face the monster within your heart and continue onward." Chapter 75. The manifestation of inner demons. Shen Mingyao stood rooted in place, observing as the darkness surrounding her gradually dissipated. her heart still racing as if she had just emerged from a monumental adventure. Remarkably, she had successfully confronted the deepest fears within her soul. That enormous beast had finally dissolved into nothingness. Did I truly succeed? She whispered to herself, disbelief flickering in her eyes. You did succeed. Lin Yi's voice suddenly emerged from behind her, filled with encouragement and conviction. The ability to confront your fears is, in itself, a tremendous act of bravery. Shen Mingyao took a deep breath, the panic and fear in her eyes finally fading. She turned to Lin Yi and Su Qingxue, her demeanor lighter than before. Thank you both. She smiled gently. If not for your presence, I might have succumbed to my fears long ago. You are being modest. You are strong in your own right. Yu Qingxue approached her, patting her shoulder. This was truly remarkable. You faced the very thing that terrified you the most, and emerging victorious signifies your growth. Yes. Shen Mingyao nodded slightly, a long-lost smile gracing her face. However, I am somewhat concerned about what the next trial entails. Fear not, the upcoming challenge will not be more daunting than the previous one. Lin Yi shook his head with a smile. However, our next task will involve confronting our deepest desires, which is where the true test lies. Desires? Shen Mingyao was momentarily taken aback. How do we confront our desires? Each person's desires are unique. Yuan Shao suddenly appeared beside them, his expression grave. If you cannot rein in your desires, you may ultimately be consumed by them. Consumed? Su Qingxue furrowed her brow. What should we do then? Desire is an uncontrollable force. As Yuan Shao spoke, his gaze was imbued with profound meaning, luring one to pursue unrealistic aspirations, even perilous ones. What desires dwell within your hearts? Power? Wealth? Or perhaps something else? Shen Mingyao lowered her head, seemingly contemplating this inquiry. I have always yearned to protect my family and friends, yet at times, I find myself yearning for greater strength, to safeguard them. I would even be willing to engage in actions that unsettle my conscience. Such is the nature of desire. Yuan Shao nodded, asserting that it is not inherently malevolent, but if left unchecked, it can become perilous. You must confront your innermost yearnings and decide whether to let them govern you or to take command of them. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, casting a cautious glance at Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue, his tone laced with trepidation. Our forthcoming trial is to confront our most fervent desires and determine whether to embrace or reject them. No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding darkness once again unfurled, the ground quaking as a powerful force drew them into an entirely different scene. Where are we now? Shen Mingyao gasped. Surveying her surroundings, before them stood a magnificent palace, resplendent with gold and opulence, as if they had stepped into a realm of grandeur. This is the manifestation of your innermost desires, Yuan Xiao's voice echoed from behind. This place embodies what you most fervently seek, to be revealed in the most direct manner. What I see. Shen Mengyao's eyes clouded with confusion. Is this the power I have always pursued? At the heart of the palace, a colossal treasure seemed to hover in midair, a gem radiating blinding light, exuding an aura of unimaginable strength, as if it could bestow infinite power upon its possessor. That is where your desire lies. Yuan Shao nodded, the gem symbolizing boundless power and authority. You once longed for it, not for your own sake, but to protect all that you hold dear. However, can you truly master this power, or will it consume you? Lin Yi, too, felt an overwhelming temptation. Before him, an ethereal void shimmered with countless gold coins, treasures, and the very source of power he had always yearned for. Resources that could enhance his strength, seemingly within reach. This, Lin Yi's heart wavered in an instant. This is my desire, to become the mightiest being, to possess endless wealth and power. Su Qingxue, standing nearby, exhibited a hint of perplexity in her eyes as she beheld her own surroundings. An array of precious treasures and a path that could lead her to the pinnacle of success. She had always aspired to a carefree existence, even once fantasizing about wielding all-encompassing power and status. However, soon after, the three of them locked eyes, their desires becoming increasingly elusive. This illusion seemed to ensnare each of them in their own dreams, rendering them unable to extricate themselves. A voice surged within Lin Yi. This is what I seek. Why not strive for it? Each of you harbors the most fervent desires within. Yuan Xiao's voice resonated again. Low and cautionary, yet this is not reality. Desire can empower you, but it can also lead to your downfall. The crux lies in whether you can control it, preventing it from eroding your sanity. At that moment, Lin Yi gently closed his eyes, the echoes of past vows resounding in his mind. To protect those around me, I must not lose myself. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, gazing at the gem and wealth before him. Calmly reminding himself, this is merely an illusion. What I truly seek is not this. At the same instant, Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue made their choices. Shen Mingyao gazed at the power before her, a look of determination gracing her features. My strength is not for myself, but to ensure the well-being of those around me. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, her eyes filled with resolve. I do not require these things. I only wish to protect my family and friends. The three made their choices simultaneously, and the illusions before them shattered, dissipating into the air. The entire palace crumbled, restoring the original darkness. You have performed admirably. Yuan Shao approached them, his gaze revealing approval. Your ability to confront your desires without succumbing to their allure signifies that your minds are sufficiently resilient. Lin Yi glanced at Shen Mingyao and Su Qingxue, nodding slightly. We did it. Indeed, Shen Mingyao smiled. We accomplished it. What lies ahead? Su Qingxue paused momentarily, her gaze resolute. We shall continue onward. Chapter 76. The Ultimate Trial of Desire. Shen Mingyao, Lin Yi, and Su Qingxue stood amidst the ruins of the shattered palace. The surrounding darkness gradually receding, the previously oppressive atmosphere slowly restoring tranquility. Yet they understood that this was merely temporary. The true challenge was just beginning. In that fleeting moment, I was nearly ensnared by temptation. Lin Yi stood at a distance, murmuring to himself, his voice tinged with uncertainty as he gazed at the things that could render him invincible. I almost reached out to seize them. Indeed, the radiance of that gem was truly irresistible. Shen Mingyao nodded, her eyes resolutely steadfast, yet we ultimately chose to relinquish it. Though a twinge of regret lingered. I know this is the right path. Su Qingxue stood beside them, her expression complex, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yes? As Yuan Shao stated, desire is not inherently malevolent. The issue lies in how to master it. Our ability to make a choice stems from our clarity of purpose, preventing us from being blinded by the illusions before us. Lin Yi turned back, smiling at the two girls. You are both correct. The allure of desire was indeed potent, but when I think of my family and friends, I can discern what is truly important to me. We have merely begun. The real challenge lies ahead. Shen Mingyao's gaze was resolute. As long as we unite in purpose, we shall fear nothing. Absolutely. Su Qingxue nodded in agreement. The path ahead may be fraught with difficulty. But as long as we remain steadfast, we shall not allow desire to alter our objectives. Just as they engaged in conversation, a sudden rumble echoed from ahead. The ground trembled violently once more. And the three immediately became alert. Yuan Xiao's figure appeared before them, his expression unusually grave. Are you prepared to face the final trial? Yuan Xiao's voice was deep and powerful, imbued with a sense of urgency. The final trial? The three inquired in unison. Indeed, Yuan Xiao's expression remained unchanged. You have confronted your fears and desires, but these are merely the prologue. What lies ahead is the trial of your true nature. This test is not only a measure of your strength, but also a challenge to the depths of your inner selves. Shen Mingyao furrowed her brow slightly. True nature. What kind of trial is that? Each person's true nature is distinct. Yuan Xiao spoke solemnly. Your abilities, your growth, everything springs from your most primal essence. The power you can wield depends on how you perceive yourself and how you confront your innermost self. Lin Yi regarded Yuan Xiao thoughtfully. Are you suggesting that we must confront our most fundamental selves? Precisely. Yuan Xiao's gaze deepened. Within the depths of your hearts lie countless facets. Each individual possesses their own light and darkness, justice and desire, reason and impulse. The forthcoming trial will compel you to confront these internal conflicts, deciding whether to walk towards the light or to succumb to darkness. Su Qingxue listened intently to Yuan Xiao's words, her expression growing serious. What you speak of resonates with me. It is akin to how each of us harbors unspoken aspects. If left undiscovered, these facets may erupt at any moment. Just so. Yuan Xiao nodded. Each of you may face struggles within your hearts. When these conflicts ignite, it will mark the true moment of reckoning. Can you uphold your beliefs? Can you embrace your true self? This will determine your ultimate success or failure. We understand. Shen Mingyao declared resolutely, regardless of the circumstances, we shall persevere. This trial will test the trust and cooperation among the three of you. Yuanshao suddenly turned, beckoning, "Come, follow me." The three exchanged glances before promptly following Yuanshao's lead. The scenery ahead transformed abruptly, the world before them shifting like a shattered mirror, until they found themselves standing in an unfamiliar desert. The landscape was desolate, the ground cracked, and the sky shrouded in thick, black clouds. "Where is this?" Su Qingxue furrowed her brow slightly. "This is the realm where you will confront the trial of your true nature." Yuanshao stood before them, his expression grave. "Here, there is no material anchor. Only the genuine reflection of your innermost selves. What must we do?" Lin Yi inquired. Yuanshao did not respond immediately, merely gesturing toward a towering black tower in the distance. "You must reach the summit of that tower. Only by conquering it can you complete the trial." The tower's apex was shrouded, appearing exceedingly distant, as though it were an endless labyrinth. Shen Mingyao blinked in surprise. A tower of such height must present considerable difficulty in reaching its summit. "No, this tower embodies more than mere physical elevation." Yuanshao spoke in a hushed tone. "It symbolizes the layers and depths of your inner selves. You will confront your greatest fears and desires, and with each ascent, there will be a profound cleansing of the soul. Only through these purifications can you attain true strength." The three exchanged glances, a wave of inexplicable pressure rising within them. Yet, the trust they held in one another had prepared them to embrace all challenges. "Let us proceed together," Shen Mingyao declared, looking at Lin Yi and Su Qingxue, her eyes brimming with determination. "Indeed, together," Lin Yi nodded, a flicker of resolve crossing his gaze. "I am ready as well." Su Qingxue smiled faintly, her eyes as clear as water. The trio marched in unison towards the tower, each step laden with challenge and uncertainty. They understood that these trials were not merely tests of their strength, but also a profound exploration of their innermost selves. On this arduous path, they would face not only external adversaries, but also the truest versions of themselves. Chapter 77. Confronting the labyrinth of the soul, the three entered the grand black tower. And the moment they stepped inside, the scenery around them transformed dramatically. Contrary to their expectations of stairs or corridors, a multitude of doors appeared before them, each exuding a distinct aura, as if hinting at the various challenges they were destined to face. "Is this a labyrinth?" Lin Yi furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings. "Why do all the doors appear so different?" Yuanshao offered no reply, his gaze fixed coldly into the distance, as if he had anticipated their queries. "This is the inner world of each of you. Every door is a reflection of your soul. Only by choosing the most fitting path can you ascend to the next level, a reflection of the soul." Shen Mingyao frowned slightly. "How do we discern which door is the right one?" "Your intuition will reveal the answer." Yuanshao paused before adding, "However, there is no absolute right or wrong here. Choice is merely a process, and what matters most is what you gain from these choices." Su Qingxue pressed her lips together, gazing at the doors, suddenly feeling an intangible pressure weighing upon her heart. These doors do not seem simple. It feels as though each conceals some form of temptation. Temptation? Lin Ye's eyes flickered. "Are you suggesting that behind these doors lie our desires and fears?" "Precisely." Yuanxiao's voice remained calm. "Each door may conceal what you are most reluctant to confront. Your past fears, regrets, and even your deepest desires may manifest here." Shen Mingyao inhaled deeply, her gaze resolutely fixed on one particular door. "Then let us begin here. Although I do not know what lies beyond, I am certain I can face it." "Are you certain?" Yuanshao inquired softly. "I am certain." Shen Mingyao nodded without hesitation. "I am prepared to confront any challenge." Lin Yi and Su Qingxue stepped beside her, exchanging determined glances. "We shall proceed together," Lin Yi stated simply. "Indeed." Su Qingxue nodded, her gaze unwavering. Together, they pushed open the door. The scene that awaited them beyond the threshold left them momentarily stunned. Before them lay an ancient street, the surrounding buildings appearing dilapidated and forsaken. A putrid air wafting through the atmosphere. On either side of the street stood derelict shops and collapsed houses, with the most prominent feature being a small CAF. Despite its worn exterior, a warm light streamed through the windows. "This place." Shen Mingyao stared blankly at her surroundings, a complex expression crossing her face. "This is where I lived during my childhood." "What do you mean?" Lin Yi turned his head, his brow slightly furrowed. "This is the street I once inhabited." Shen Mingyao's voice grew hoarse, as if transported back to distant memories. It is an old street where I often walked with my parents. Life was simple back then. Though we were not affluent, we were peaceful and happy. Her voice trailed off, her eyes becoming vacant. But one day, the people on this street ceased to be friendly, and violence and crime engulfed this place. My home was caught in the turmoil, and my parents were lost in that disaster. Shin Mingyao fell silent for a moment, a flicker of pain surfacing in her eyes. That memory has always haunted me. I have never been able to forget. Lin Yi and Su Qingxue stood quietly beside her, observing Shan Mengyao's expression, their hearts heavy with an indescribable sorrow. Is this your inner demon? Su Qingxue inquired softly. I am uncertain. Shin Mingyao managed a bitter smile. Yet, whenever I close my eyes, that painful memory feels like an inescapable shackle. Perhaps, this is my fear. Shin Mingyao, you will confront it, Lin Yi stated firmly. This is the labyrinth of your heart. And what you must do is traverse through this painful memory to discover what you truly desire. Taking a deep breath, Shin Mingyao's gaze grew more resolute. Indeed, I cannot allow this memory to confine me any longer. She took her first step towards the small CAF, and with her movement, the surroundings began to shift. The dilapidated buildings slowly faded away, replaced by a vibrant garden bathed in sunlight. Just then, a familiar figure emerged before her. It was her father, whom she had lost many years ago, still smiling as if time had never altered him. Dad. Tears filled Shin Mengyao's eyes in an instant as she reached out, yet felt uncertain of how to face him. You are still evading. Her father's voice was gentle yet imbued with a hint of resignation. You have never let go of the past, unable to forgive yourself, unable to confront this lost memory. Shin Mengyao's voice trembled, her body quivering as if the long-buried pain was surfacing. I fear facing that painful past. I fear I cannot endure the agony of loss. You will. Her father smiled, his eyes radiating profound compassion. For you possess sufficient strength now. Shin Mengyao's heart jolted, as if something within her had been ignited. She lowered her head, her gaze resolutely fixed ahead. I will face the past, release that pain. I will no longer evade. As her words resonated, the scenery around her transformed completely. The garden flourished with life, while her father gradually faded from view, leaving behind a warm smile. Shin Mingyao, you have succeeded. Lin Yi and Su Qingxue approached her. Their eyes filled with relief. I have finally let go, Shin Mingyao whispered, tears glistening in her eyes, but more so a sense of liberation. Excellent, Yun Xiao's voice emerged from behind them. You have successfully passed the first trial. This is not only a confrontation with your fears, but also a testament to your growth. The path ahead remained fraught with challenges, yet within Shan Mingyao's heart, a profound strength had taken root. She understood that only by transcending the shadows of her past could she embrace a brighter future. Chapter 78. Confusion and choice. Shin Mingyao stood in the garden, the air around her warm and tranquil. As if all her suffering had dissipated with her father's departure, a sense of relief washed over her. Yet an emptiness lingered, an emptiness that seemed to arise from the sudden absence of years of accumulated burdens. Lin Yi and Su Qingxue stood beside her, their expressions still complex. Su Qingxue gently patted her shoulder. You did wonderfully, Mingyao. Thank you both. Shin Mingyao smiled faintly, though fatigue graced her features, her eyes were clearer than ever. I have finally released the pain of the past. I feel much lighter. This is part of your growth, Lin Yi nodded, his tone imbued with admiration. However, we cannot afford to pause now. The trials ahead are the most arduous. I understand. Shin Mingyao inhaled deeply, her gaze resolutely firm once more. We have come this far. We cannot halt. I must continue onward, facing greater challenges. At that moment, a low rumble echoed ominously, and the entire tower began to tremble violently. The warmth in the air swiftly dissipating, replaced by an encroaching chill. Shin Mingyao, Lin Yi, and Su Qingxue instantly became alert, scanning their surroundings. Here it comes again, Su Qingxue frowned, sensing the unease in the atmosphere. This is part of the trial. Yun Xiao's voice resonated behind them once more. Each time you pass a trial, a new and more formidable challenge is triggered. You have transcended the shadows of your past, but now, you will face your future. Shin Mingyao and Lin Yi exchanged serious glances, a weight of gravity passing between them. The future? Shin Mingyao asked, her tone laced with curiosity. Having confronted our past, what challenges await us in the future? Yun Xiao did not respond immediately, instead gesturing towards the encroaching darkness ahead. That is what you are about to confront. Your future encompasses not only the beauty you anticipate, but also your doubts, your confusions, and your fears. Each of your futures is fraught with uncertainty. What must we do? Lin Yi inquired, his gaze intensely fixed on Yuan Shao. You must make a choice. The voice of Yuan Shao resonated with a deep, magnetic timbre. This trial does not rely solely on your strength, but rather on your comprehension and mastery of the future. You will face a choice, one that is rife with temptation and confusion. Those who can make the most astute decision shall emerge from this tower and step into the next phase. As Yuan Shao's voice faded, the scene before them morphed once more. The surrounding darkness began to creep in, obscuring their vision until it vanished entirely. In its stead, a vast expanse of white mist enveloped them, rendering everything indistinct. What is happening? Lin Yi furrowed his brow. This is the mist of the future that you must confront. Yuan Shao's voice echoed from all directions, seemingly without a fixed source. Each of your futures is shrouded in uncertainty, and this mist symbolizes your impending destiny. You will encounter numerous possibilities, each presenting enticing choices. Gradually, the mist receded, revealing a grand plaza filled with an array of bizarre items: gems, magical scrolls, gold, exotic flora, and even enormous treasure chests brimming with jewels. These are temptations? Shen Mengyao's gaze sharpened, for each item appeared irresistibly alluring. Indeed, Yuan Xiao's voice remained unchanged. These are the temptations you are about to face. Behind each choice lies the potential for your future or your ruin. You must select the path that best suits you. Shen Mengyao surveyed the items, feeling a flicker of doubt within her. She had never anticipated encountering such a plethora of choices, each seemingly promising boundless power and opportunity. If I choose those gems, will I gain greater strength? Shen Mengyao murmured, a glimmer of hesitation flashing in her eyes. Lin Yi seemed to sense her turmoil and approached her side, whispering, every choice carries a cost. Does it not? These items may appear to enhance your power, yet the hidden price could far exceed our imagination. Indeed, Su Qingshua's voice was icy, yet her tone demanded attention. Each enticing choice may conceal a tremendous trap. We must learn to discern the essence behind these items, rather than merely succumbing to their superficial allure. You are correct. Shen Mengyao nodded, her resolve solidifying. I will no longer be swayed by these distractions. What I desire is not power, nor wealth, but a clearer future. Lin Yi smiled softly, patting Shen Mengyao on the shoulder. You are right. Our futures remain unknown, yet regardless of our choices, we must not forget our original intentions. Shen Mengyao inhaled deeply, striding toward the exit hidden within the mist, with the other two trailing silently behind her. Though no words were exchanged, the trust and understanding among them were more potent than any spoken language. Just as they prepared to traverse the mist, a sudden flash of light illuminated their surroundings, accompanied by a voice echoing in their ears. Your choice is incorrect. Everything froze, and the scenery around them began to warp, descending into an indescribable chaos. Shen Mengyao spun around, realizing she still stood in the plaza of temptations, every choice laid bare before her, while the voice continued to resonate ominously. Your choice? The voice persisted. Can you truly bear the cost of the future? Shen Mengyao gritted her teeth, her gaze unwavering. I can endure it. No matter how arduous the future may be, I will choose to confront it. As her words fell, the scene before them gradually returned to calm, the mist dissipating, revealing a new exit. Unlike the previous temptations, this exit bore no extravagant adornments, no dazzling exterior. It was merely an ordinary wooden door exuding a sense of steadiness. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Mengyao stepped forward and pushed the door open. Chapter 79. An unexpected ally. As Shen Mengyao pushed the wooden door open, her heart raced. She could feel the weight of two pairs of eyes following her closely. Lin Yi and Su Qingshu stepped forward almost simultaneously, and the three stood behind the door, gazing in disbelief at the scene before them. They had been transported to an entirely unfamiliar locale, the environment appearing desolate and somewhat cold, shrouded in a somber atmosphere. It was a wasteland, with only a few massive stone pillars standing in the distance, resembling the remnants left by giants. The sky was overcast, devoid of light, as if the entire world were engulfed in a thick layer of clouds. Where is this place? Su Qingshu inquired softly, her eyes scanning the surroundings warily. I am uncertain as well. Shen Mengyao replied, her tone subdued as she furrowed her brow. searching for clues. Yet, regardless of her scrutiny, the desolate expanse seemed devoid of anything, the air thick with a chilling sense of oppression. Do not forget. We have now entered the core of the trial. Lin Yi placed a reassuring hand on Shan Mingyao's shoulder. Nothing here will be straightforward. Just as they prepared to move forward, a series of low footsteps echoed from the distance between the stone pillars, signaling the approach of something ominous. Shan Mingyao and Lin Yi immediately became alert, while Su Qingxue instinctively placed her hand on the hilt of her sword, clearly ready for combat. What should we do? Shan Mingyao frowned, her voice tinged with tension. First, we must observe and ascertain the situation, Lin Yi whispered. This wasteland does not seem simple. Perhaps the trials here are not solely adversarial, but may also present unforeseen challenges. However, before he could finish, a shadow darted toward them from afar, moving at such speed that they barely had time to react. Shan Mingyao instinctively raised her arm, prepared to meet the impending attack, only to find the shadow halting abruptly 10 meters away. Oh, swift! Lin Ye's gaze sharpened. Gripping his weapon tightly, as the shadow drew nearer, it revealed a figure cloaked entirely in black. His face was obscured by a dark mask, his entire form enveloped in an aura of obscurity, exuding a sense of mysterious and formidable pressure. His presence rendered the air around them instantly still, as if everything had been overshadowed by his existence. Who are you? The figure in black intoned, his voice deep and devoid of emotion. Without hesitation, Shan Mingyao replied, "We are here to participate in the trial. We have just completed a challenge. Who are you? Where is this place?" The figure in black remained silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Shan Mingyao's words, before coldly stating, "I do not care who you are or why you are here. All I know is that only by passing my test can you proceed." "A test?" Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp. "What do you wish to test us on?" "Your choices," the figure in black responded slowly. "The future trials are not merely about strength or defeating present foes. You will confront the deepest trials of your own heart." Shan Mingyao faltered, an inexplicable premonition stirring within her. She sensed that this figure was far from ordinary, and the trials he spoke of were likely more complex than they could fathom. "What do you intend to test us on?" Shan Mingyao asked, her gaze resolute. "If it is a threat, I must inform you that we are not afraid." The figure in black let out a low chuckle, as if it emanated from the depths of the earth. "You are not afraid? That is good. If so, you shall be able to accept the forthcoming trial." And no sooner had he spoken than the surroundings began to shift. The ground trembled, fissures forming as an invisible black mist surged forth, engulfing the entire area. Shan Mingyao and her companions felt an indescribable pressure, as if even breathing had become a laborious task. "What is this?" Su Qingshue's expression changed, her grip tightening around her sword as she scanned the vicinity cautiously. "This is the trial you must face," the figure in black continued coldly. "From this moment forth, each of you will confront your own inner demon's trial. Each individual will encounter their deepest fears within this mist, and only by overcoming them can you continue onward." Shan Mingyao inhaled deeply, understanding that this trial was far more daunting than any they had previously faced. She glanced at Lin Yi and Su Qingxue, both of whom gripped their weapons tightly, bracing for the challenges ahead. "Are you ready?" the figure in black asked again, his tone still indifferent. "We are prepared." Shan Mingyao replied firmly, "Excellent." The figure in black nodded, and in an instant, his form vanished into the surrounding darkness, as though he had merged with it. "Let the trial begin," his voice echoed around them. Suddenly, Shan Mingyao felt her vision blur, the scenery around her becoming indistinct. She rubbed her eyes, attempting to regain her sight, only to find herself no longer standing in the wasteland, but in a completely different place. This location was all too familiar to her. It was the city of her childhood, where she had spent time with her father and mother. Every detail of this place felt so vivid, as if she had truly returned to the past. She abruptly halted her steps, her surroundings inducing a wave of dizziness. The sights before her were disconcertingly familiar, rendering her momentarily unable to discern whether she was ensnared in a dream or confronting reality. "What is happening?" Shan Mingyao murmured softly. However, as her voice echoed, a familiar figure unexpectedly emerged from the distance. It was the one she cherished most in her childhood, her father, Shen Yuntian. "Mingyao, come back." Shen Yuntian approached her with a gentle smile upon his face, asking, "Why do you not return? You have endured enough suffering." It is time to let go. Shun Mengyao's heart raced, her eyes involuntarily glistening with tears. Dad, how could you be here? You are not. Let go of the past and return to my side. Shin Yuntian smiled, extending his hand, assuring her that everything would improve. Mengyao, come back. Her tears nearly spilled over, yet she inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. She understood that what lay before her was not real. Her father had long since passed, and this was merely a figment of her troubled psyche. I cannot go back, Shin Mengyao whispered. I have moved beyond the past and cannot be shackled by it any longer. Just as she contemplated this, the surroundings underwent a violent transformation, and her father's figure vanished, replaced by an even deeper darkness. You are not strong enough, a deep voice resounded. You cannot escape your past. A sense of unease surged within Shan Mengyao, for she recognized that a more arduous choice awaited her. Chapter 80. Confronting the inner demons, Shin Mengyao stood rooted to the spot, gazing around her. Her heart continued to pound fiercely, the recent illusion nearly creating a delusion that everything felt so tangible. Yet, she knew this was merely the beginning of her trial. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself to remain calm. Although the environment resembled her childhood hometown, she was acutely aware that it was merely a manifestation of her innermost fears. Her father was no longer among the living. The image of him was simply a reflection of her unresolved anguish. I cannot allow myself to be lost in this illusion, Shun Mengyao murmured, her heart gradually regaining tranquility. She lifted her gaze, her eyes resolute, knowing that her task was to conquer this intangible force. However, as her internal state adjusted, the scenery around her began to shift. The streets of her hometown started to fade, giving way to a dense fog. She could not discern the world before her. As if enveloped in an inescapable sense of oppression, she reached out, attempting to touch what lay ahead, but grasped nothing. At that moment, a familiar voice reached her ears. Mengyao, come back, you should return to my side. Shun Mengyao whirled around, her heart racing once more. Before her stood the one she had never forgotten. Linyi. Linyi? Shin Mengyao's voice trembled. How could you be here? Linyi approached slowly, a gentle smile gracing his features. His tone laced with concern. You have always been so lonely, Haven Tu. I have been by your side. Why do you not return? A tumult of emotions surged within Shan Mengyao. She knew that the Linyi before her was not real. His presence was a manifestation of her yearning for connection and her fear of solitude. Deep within her heart, there may have been a longing for companionship, a desire for someone to alleviate her isolation in this world. However, Shun Mengyao was acutely aware that all this was but an illusion conjured by her inner demons. She could not be deceived by such falsehoods. She inhaled deeply, striving to regain clarity. Linyi, you are not him. You are merely a projection of my mind, an unreal apparition. Do you not wish to accept my help any longer? Lin Ye's smile gradually faded, a hint of sorrow appearing on his face. Mengyao, I have always been by your side, yet you continually reject me. Do you truly not desire this relationship? Shin Mengyao felt a tightening in her chest as she struggled to suppress the emotional turmoil within. She understood that all of this was merely an unresolved complex within her heart. Her mind began to clear, her gaze refocusing as she firmly addressed Lin Ye's apparition. I will no longer be bound by you. I shall forge my own path, needing no reliance on anyone. As soon as her words fell, Lin Ye's figure vanished in an instant, and the surrounding landscape underwent a dramatic transformation. The fog began to dissipate, revealing a desolate expanse before her. Shun Mengyao exhaled in relief, knowing she had successfully navigated this trial. Mengyao, a deep voice suddenly resonated, and Shun Mengyao turned sharply, only to find the cloaked figure reappearing before her. You have passed your inner trial. The figure's voice remained cold, yet this was merely the first step. The trials ahead would pose the true challenges. Shun Mengyao clenched her fists, determination surging within her. I am ready to embrace the challenges ahead. Excellent. The cloaked figure nodded. You will soon face even graver tests. Remember, the inner demons are the most formidable foes. Only by truly overcoming them can you continue forward. Before the words had fully escaped, Shin Mengyao sensed a shift in her surroundings once more. The scene before her began to blur, as if the entire world were collapsing. Her heart raced, her palms grew slightly clammy, yet she gritted her teeth. Knowing she could not falter, I am not afraid, she whispered. Her voice resolute and powerful, That instant, darkness enveloped her vision entirely. She lost control over her surroundings, as though being drawn into an endless abyss. Shen Mingyao shut her eyes tightly, desperately recalling everything she had experienced, her family, friends, and the arduous past she had endured. She understood that only by confronting these memories could she move forward. Her body began to radiate warmth, and her very essence seemed to undergo a transformation. She felt an unprecedented surge of power rising within her. The darkness began to recede, and the scenery before her gradually clarified. She opened her eyes to find herself standing in an open space, surrounded by complete silence. "You have succeeded." The cloaked figure suddenly materialized before her, a glimmer of approval in his gaze. "You have transcended the trial of your inner demons. Now, you will face the most crucial challenge." "I am ready," Shen Mingyao replied calmly, though her heart remained filled with anticipation for the challenges ahead. Yet she knew she had surmounted the most difficult part. "Next, you will confront the most formidable enemy." The cloaked figure regarded her intently before turning and vanishing into the air. Shen Mingyao stood firm, her gaze unwavering, prepared to face the next trial, and no matter the adversary, she would not waver. Chapter 81. The arrival of a powerful foe. Shen Mingyao stood in the expansive arena, the silence surrounding her profound. Her emotions gradually stabilized, yet the weight of the unknown continued to subtly press upon her chest. She understood that the challenges before her were far from over. "I am prepared to face everything," she spoke to herself, her voice imbued with resolve. Suddenly, the air around her began to ripple, as if something were stealthily approaching. Shen Mingyao scanned her surroundings warily, her heart quickening. She recognized that the true enemy had emerged. At that moment, the ground before her cracked open, a colossal hand extending from the fissure, followed by the entire earth trembling violently, as if some gargantuan creature was emerging from beneath. Shen Mingyao remained composed, swiftly retreating while vigilantly observing her surroundings. Her eyes sparkled with determination, for she knew that this adversary was not a mere illusion of her mind, but a tangible and formidable foe. Indeed, the true test had begun. She whispered, gripping her weapon. The divine armament she had forged a covenant with, gleaming coldly, as if imbued with boundless power. The fissure widened. An immense silhouette materialized before her. It was a colossal creature composed of black mist, emanating an overwhelming aura of oppression, as if it had crawled forth from the abyss, possessing the power to annihilate everything. "I at you," Shen Mingyao scoffed coldly, her eyes alight with icy disdain. The creature's gaze held no emotion. It merely fixated on Shen Mingyao, a deep voice emanating from within. "You have finally arrived, Mingyao." Shen Mingyao furrowed her brow. "Who are you?" "I am the deepest fear within your heart." The creature's voice dripped with cold mockery. "Your past failures, your former cowardice, and all the fears you could not confront are reborn within me." Upon hearing this, Shen Mingyao felt a tightening in her chest. Her past, her failures, those moments of weakness and helplessness had indeed pierced her heart like arrows. Those memories had once driven her to the brink of despair. Yet she was no longer the frail and helpless girl she once was. She had discovered her strength, unearthed the motivation to move forward. "You are merely a part of me," Shen Mingyao inhaled deeply, her gaze resolute. "You cannot dictate the path of my future." The creature scoffed. "Do you truly believe you can escape me? Everything you do is merely a form of evasion. You will never escape the shadows of my existence within your heart." Shen Mengyao's expression grew stern. She understood that the adversary before her was not a physical entity, but rather the deepest fears and anxieties dwelling within her. She had once suffered for her failures and had felt profound remorse for her past mistakes. Yet, it was these very experiences that shaped her into who she was today. She no longer feared the shadows of her past, for she had discovered newfound strength and unwavering beliefs. "I do not require your approval," Shen Mingyao declared with resolute conviction. "I have accomplished what you deemed impossible for me, and this is merely the beginning." With that, she leaped forward, her divine weapon slicing through the air with thunderous might, striking down upon the monstrous fiend. The energy in the atmosphere erupted instantaneously, a colossal roar echoing throughout the realm. The creature appeared momentarily astonished, having not anticipated Shen Mengyao's steadfast resolve in confronting its challenge. Its form swelled, limbs contorting as it charged towards her with the intent to overpower her with its immense bulk. Yet, a glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes. She did not retreat, but advanced boldly. Her body became akin to a flash of lightning, spinning deftly through the air, her weapon transforming into a beam of icy brilliance aimed directly at the creature's core. "You are not me," she proclaimed, her voice resounding with formidable conviction. "You shall never dictate my fate." In that fleeting moment, the power of her weapon surged forth, striking the creature's chest with devastating force. At that instant, the monstrosity trembled violently. Dark mist swirling as if torn asunder by an invisible force, it emitted a piercing howl, retreating swiftly, clearly wounded. Shun Mengyao pressed on without hesitation, deftly evading the creature's assaults while once again wielding her weapon to strike at its vital points with precision. "You cannot defeat me," her voice thundered, imbued with unwavering faith. Ultimately, after a fierce struggle, the creature collapsed entirely, dissipating into a wisp of black mist that vanished into the ether. Shun Mengyao stood her ground. Breathless yet resolute, her eyes radiating an unshakable determination. "I have succeeded," she murmured to herself. She understood that this battle was not merely a conquest over the creature, but a triumph over the fears and insecurities that lay deep within her soul. From that moment forth, she would no longer be shackled by her past, nor would she cower before the unknown challenges ahead. She would forge ahead, embracing greater trials, and step boldly into the future that was rightfully hers.